Son, of the Holy Spirit. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, thank you for the gift of life you've given us today. Thank you for protecting us overnight. As we start this day, God, we invite you in our midst to bless it, make it a fruitful day. And at the end of the day, God, we pray that all the discussion, all the deliberations we are going to have here have meaning at the end of the day, coming out with resolutions and recommendations that will work towards strengthening our work in the development world that we are working on. I pray this in Jesus' name, in the name of the Father, the Son, of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Just to inform you that we have adjusted the sitting arrangement a bit to try and create some more space. This was from our experiences of yesterday. It was a bit uncomfortable, but also I think we had more people than we had expected, which is also a very good sign. So we have made a slight adjustment to the sitting arrangement. Please bear with us. We still have the corner for those who are not comfortable with their photographs to be taken. So you can still go back to that particular corner. Now, the other compliance issue. Yesterday, Dr. Stephen said we should start with the internal before we go to external. Please wear your name tags. This is internal compliance. It is part of the conference arrangement, so please wear your name tags. I will not start until all of you have your name tags. I will also not start until you have all your water bottles. So please, let me see everyone wearing the name tags and you have your water bottle. This is compliance issue. Yesterday we must practice compliance. So please ensure that you have your name tags on. If you've misplaced one, do we have a fine for misplaced name tags? URSB had fine. We'll probably introduce a fine. So please wear your name tags so that we can easily identify you. But also to let you know, today is the longest day. Today's program will end at exactly 10 p.m. So please fasten your seatbelts. If you still don't have a copy of the program, please scan the QR code. It will give you... It failed to work? What type of phone do you have? It should have worked on that. Okay, we will ask Yusuf to help you and see how that can be how you can get a program. So we will have arrival and registration. That one is done. Recap of day one, highlights of the day, and then guidance on emerging administrative and logistic issues, if any. And then from 9 to 9:30, we will have a keynote presentation on the CSO institutional and financial sustainability. How can indigenous organizations build sustainable institutions? And that will be done by Comfort. Comfort is MP for Rural Initiative for Community Empowerment, West Nile. Now, MP is Manager Program. So, Aikuru Comfort Manager Programs. The abbreviation is MP for Rural Initiative for Community Empowerment, RISE, West Nile. We'll deliver that keynote address, and after we'll have a Q&A on the keynote. 10 to 11:30, we'll have a panel session on cultivating effective partnerships with CSO. We are looking at the perspective of development partners. So what should CSOs do differently to attract or maintain partnerships? How can development partners and CSOs make localization work better? We expect to have the European Union in that panel, GIZ, Plan International, UNHCR, Oxfam, and Action Aid. I will be informing you of those who will be available. I understand Some of them may not be available, but we'll try to adjust. And then from 11, then we'll have tea break. And from 11:30 to 1, we'll have another breakout session. Please, I hope you carried your cards, or you still remember the color, because we'll use the cards until the final day. So we'll have a breakout session. The subtopic on lead CSO, strengthening partnership with development partners, sharing replicable experiences in attracting and retention of development partners and donors. The breakout 2 will be on exploring potential with the localization agenda of development partners, what it means for CSOs and how CSOs can harness the opportunity to increase funding portfolio. And this will be done by the Executive Director of AFAD, the Agency for Accelerated Regional Development, or a representative in case we don't have him. We will then have breakout 3, harnessing digitalization for resource mobilization. How do we strengthen communication and visibility of results and relevance? And that will be done by Youth Social Advocacy team. I've been reminded that the administrative communication and logistics will be done immediately after tea break, and staff of GIZ will ably do that. And then we'll have plenary, blending observations and ideas from the breakout sessions. It will be led by each session rapporteur or lead. Then 1 to 2 we'll break for lunch, and then 2 to 2:30 we'll have a keynote presentation, Beyond Donor Dependency, building on sources of financing through exploring potentials for social enterprise or businesses. So what opportunities exist for CSOs to build social enterprises? We will have Dr. Joyce Tamale, the founder and executive director of Capital Solutions Limited. And then we'll also have Q&A. And 3 to 4:30, we'll have another breakout on establishing and managing social enterprises. We'll get the Tamarind experience of Center for Women and Children's Reintegration, and that will be delivered by Elizabeth. That will be led by Elizabeth Aliano, the executive director of the Tamarind Experience, Center for Women and Children's Reintegration. And then we will have managing leadership transition for institutional sustainability. This will be done by Community Empowerment for Rural Development, CEFOD. We had the executive director of CEFOD yesterday, and we will get that from CEFOD. And then exploring, the third breakout will be on exploring potential market and opportunities for cooperation with private sector organization. We will have a representative from Centenary Bank, Arua, who will deliver that. And then we'll have plenary on the breakout, and then we'll come back, just like we did yesterday, to our presentation of key actions and proposals for adoption from day 2 rapporteur. The rapporteurs will take us through that. And then we'll have a market place. We'll have stalls set up so you're able to see what products are available. So please don't just window shop, buy to support the women here and the other entrepreneurs, the other budding entrepreneurs. And then we'll move to networking and a get-together evening. That will be between 6 to 10 p.m. So I said today is the longest day. So also brave yourself for the evening. The dress code is here for the evening program. It is casual smart. So, yes, it is casual smart. We'll have to abide by the dress code. And also we will have barbecue. I've been reliably informed. So this is how the day will look like. Without further ado, let me invite the team, the rapporteuring team, and I think the graphics person to come and in 10 minutes give us a recap of how yesterday went. Let's clap for them as they come.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Ronald Ojok. I am working with my colleague Moses as a rapporteur. Moses, for recognition, please stand up. And then we have Eudes, who is a graphics person. Eudes has been able to capture and put together a pictorial representation of what we have been able to discuss during the course of the days. You can sit down from yesterday. Please, can you project it? Just a minute. Sorry about that glitch. The technical team is trying to project the art piece so that you can speak to it. The art piece that Eudes was able to put together captures key highlight of what was our category in terms of issues that we discussed, and what did we come up with as an action matrix that we need to take home and agree on and build consensus around them. Are we able to have a good visual? I think, are you able to adjust that to make it much more better and readable? It's a bit of a challenge having it to read. Basically, I'll just quickly take us through. We shall be able to develop a much more better model that will fit into the report in terms of the summary of the graphics. This was done by hand, and we just scanned it, so our apologies. But basically, the issues that we looked at yesterday was one, category in terms of compliance. From the discussion that we had yesterday, we picked out that we have agreed that we need to adopt QAM for improving administrative and internal control systems, always compliance to legal and policy framework. Two, we also picked out that we need to establish an NGO network organization to build capacity and track progress of member organization. E.g., we have KISH, which is one of the key organizations that is ensuring that we have compliance in West Nile sub-region. We also picked out that we need to take advantage of open and regular communication with the regulators and establish a strong working relationship with the stakeholders. Four, we also picked out that we need to establish a one-stop center for handling of regulatory issues at the NGO Bureau in terms of creating linkages. Yesterday when we had with the URSB, they said that system is now linked with URA and other agencies, and we're also saying that could we be able to have the same with the NGO Bureau to establish so that we can have a quick turnaround time for registration. We also agreed that internally within our agencies, we need to employ compliance officers to spearhead internal and external compliance. It's one key issue that came out. Also, we agreed that CSO should develop documents like strategic plans, operation manual, and other guiding principles that foster our smooth registration so that we are able to comply with the regulatory frameworks. We also stated that the CSOs should ensure that they comply with the operational procedures that are required by regulatory agencies like NSSF, Financial Intelligence Authority, the NGO Bureau, and other government regulatory agencies so that we ensure smooth operations in our day-to-day running. It was also observed that CSOs should notify and file zero returns to regulatory agencies in case they are having funding gaps or their projected funding gaps, so that we can avoid being penalized for our inaction. CSOs are also advised to acquaint themselves with amended laws and regulatory regulations to ensure compliance, because yesterday from our discussion, it came out clearly that lots of laws have been amended, like the NGO Act, Registration Act. So we need to acquaint ourselves with what is provided for within those laws. We also say that we don't need to only dwell on the negative. We need to focus on the positive side of compliance, because it's desirable. We have to work with it. And once we make that a good practice within our institutions, we shall not be able to have all these fines and penalties that we were talking about yesterday. We also said that an organization that is compliant internally and respects the principles of corporate governance will less likely run into trouble with the government, with external compliance. So many organizations often have no clue on what they have in their internal documents. We also need to acquaint ourselves with what we have in terms of our internal documents, in terms of our policies. We also discussed that we need to have consultations on the NGO Act and NGO policy, which is ongoing. And again, this has to be disseminated to agencies that are within and without. I mean, those as well with us here and those as well not with us here. They also need to have this policy engagement. In terms of sustainability, the few issues that were raised yesterday, we also captured that we need to build capacity of NGO leadership and board members so that they employ quality personnel with the right capacity and capability that can support fundraising and financial management of NGOs.
you remember vividly that we had said Lango would be part of this, isn't it? So Lango will come and give the summary of the summarization in 3 minutes. So let me invite Ogwal in 3 minutes to.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dickens representing Lango. And I have to acknowledge that my colleague has already summarized almost everything. I'm just going to touch based on the few that I feel he has left out. First, from the Executive Director of Wesesinet that welcomed all of us yesterday and said all is well, and he stated the objectives as to why we are here. And we are grateful for you, Fene. Immediately after that, we had a communication from the head of delegation of the GIZ. You'll forgive us with the name, difficult to pronounce. Yes, and one of the key take-homes says that the CAP's role is to ensure that CSOs have the capacity and the tools to comply. That was the key take-home we picked from there. Then we had Feli, also from GIZ, that challenged us that our platform must focus on tangible solutions and what can we take home from this conference. So that was the key from the Feli and the GIZ team, in addition to what my colleague has captured. Then we had the EU delegation, that is Mama Elizabeth Ongom, who challenged us as CSOs that what can CSO do differently in managing development challenges. Many of us have been here with millions of shillings, but what can we do differently? But also good for us to note was that the EU has just signed 4 new contracts or 4 new funding to northern Uganda, and particularly focusing on the youth empowerment and teenage pregnancy in northern Uganda and Karamoja. I think this was a good takeaway from the EU delegation. We'd as well give her a clap for that. Then next to her, after her, was the mayor of the great city of Arua. Important to note from that was that Arua city is on steady progress. And among the best things he's told us is that as CSOs, we should be more relevant on ground than the visibility of the sign posts. I think this is a good takeaway from him. We can give him a clap as well. Yeah. And immediately thereafter, we had Anthony Masake. Anthony did elaborate discussions, and he cited so many constitutional provisions that would have made us safer. But he asked the question that we are not where we should have been, and why. So he mentioned a number of elaborate things that made us not to be where we are, citing he'll advise to governments or from government, our internal issues that does not make us to do well. That, among many others that Anthony Rio talked about. So then lastly, we had panel discussions. And among the panel discussions, we had Dr. Stephen Okello from the Bureau, URSB, and URA. The big men, NSSF. The big men, or the big boys, URA, were missing with apology. So I was thinking of mentioning the apology. And our take-home from from the Bureau, that is Dr. Stephen Okello, is that they have got new mandate. And please remember the new mandate, that they are now a department under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and that his title as the executive director, and the board has been dissolved, is now called the secretary, which is now at the level of a commission in the government. They have got new structures of 32 staffs, but so far they have only filled 14. But that has not left a gap. That has not left a what? A gap. They are trying to do what it takes. All the forms have already been processed, so they are trying to do what it takes with the minimum number of staffs they have. Yeah. So, and we had our friends NSSF that told us now they're the best in the country, with the efficiency level at 89%, and with their core values of simplicity, integrity, teamwork, and innovations. And their main role is to make savings a way of life, not a tax. That is what I picked from him. Then on URSB, they said the take home is they're doing everything to be a one-stop center. And they are enrolling in new systems that we could as well get a team from them. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the summary we had. All our questions that were raised to both, all of them were answered. And because of time, we can't go through the questions were answered. We thank you all.
Can we give a better clap to the rapporteurs? Thank you very much. We have a slight change in the program. The keynote will now not be delivered by the MP, but will be delivered by the ED. So we will have Pak Sakari, who is the Executive Director of Rural Initiative for Community Empowerment, Rise, West Nile. He will deliver the keynote address. I must say the moderators have not changed. We still have Josephine on the sign language. We have Maxwell supporting her. And then we have Consulate, who I'll be working closely with her. But also just to remind you that this conference is organized by WESISNET with support from the Civil Society Support Program, which is implemented by GIZ with co-funding from the European Union and the German government. Allow me now to, in a special way, invite Pax Sakari, who will deliver the first keynote of the day. Pax, you're welcome. You have 30 minutes for this keynote. Let's give him a round of applause as he walks here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am not used to this kind of setting because I come from a very deep village. But all the same, when an opportunity presents itself, you'll have to take and seize it. So you'll bear with me if I'll make errors. Here, bear with me, which are correct. Thank you, WESISNET, for giving us an opportunity to present one or two things, not because rice is the best, not because rice has arrived, but it is simply because we can have one or two things to be shared that if you so wish, you can learn from. Considering the difficult topic that was preferred to us, I'll try as much as possible, but we are all going to present together. Mine is simply going to be a framework, but the ideas are with you. While doing this presentation then, allow me use rice as a scenario that some of the things that we have tried to do, some of the things we have failed in, some of the things that we are still doing, and then some of the things that we wish to do are some of the things that we'll be flipping through. With that in mind, I told you that I'm not used to, so that is our first slide with the difficult topic. The CSO institutional and financial sustainability. How can an indigenous organization build sustainable institution? Like I said, the lesson we are going to draw will be what we have done. We can go to the second. That is part of my stuff. Can go to the second slide. We'll have some guiding framework. It's suffice for you to know who we are. Many times people tend to associate us with what I think you ate yesterday at lunchtime, perhaps what you're also going to eat at lunchtime today, but we are not that one. It is an acronym. We'll briefly hear about it. We also need to know why sustainability is a key thing. Then, in this sustainability, we will share one thing that can easily lead us to sustainability, and that will be an IGA, income generating activity. Not only mentioning it, we also need to know one thing for you to think about it, but how do you manage it? How do you implement it? But this does not come without challenges that we'll take ourselves through. Next slide. About the overview, the animal called Rice West Nile is an indigenous non-governmental organization that was thought and founded in 2004, headquartered in Arua City. Currently, we work in about 10 districts, 5 refugee settlements of West Nile, and that number of the population we have tried to reach. Regarding our areas of intervention, we are quite well in community health. We are very useful in community education. We do not compromise in resilience and livelihood. We are very strong in environment and natural sources, and we cannot compromise in governance. Then you will be asking, who are we? We are all very ambitious, and we think we can. In terms of the governance, we have 7 board of directors. That number that is in the bracket down there, the staff that I manage aggregated into gender, into sex. Then we also have our community structures that are there. Next slide. In terms of what has brought me to this podium, it is very, very important for us to know, without sustainability in mind, without sustainability in thought, without sustainability in practice, you will rather close shop. Therefore, it is crucial for the long-term success and impact of non-governmental organizations like us. It ensures the organization can continue its mission effectively and efficiently over time. What do you benefit from that then? Sustainability has an implication on finances. It has an implication on your programmatic consistency. If you just rely on one, and by the time that donor goes, then you will have to close shop. Then as an organization, when you are sustainable, you will grow. Your credibility will never be questioned. Your impact in the communities will be seen, and as a staff that you have will be satisfied because you will have other avenues to support them. How do you then ensure that you have the sustainability that we're talking about financially? At least for me, I have never come across a donor that when you raise the question of that I want to be financially stable, you give me grant. I've never come across that. But many times, many of the big brothers will want you to remain as an underdog, will want you to remain under the table. Therefore, it is you to have to navigate your ways to ensure that beyond the grant or beyond the finances that you get from your development partners, then locally you can do something. Therefore, we are going to take as a case study an income generating as a sample. How do you then do it? And then how do you then make sure it is successful? You will have to develop an IGA strategy by first visioning, reflect on the current and future financial situation of the organization. Many times as leaders of an institution like this, we want to think and then we want to take it and do it alone. But you have your team that you can sit together and reflect. Number two, resource mapping. Because when you want to do something, ask where are you going to get these resources. And no donor will allow you to pick the money that you had committed to do interventions in the community. And where are you going to do it? Very, very important for you to then map again the community where you will want to do this. Again, the place. Secondly, you will have to align this income generating activity with the organization mission and values. Do not just do it for the sake. It has to align with what you have vowed to do as an institution. Not all ideas are good. Identify those that you think are very potential and you can succeed in them. And visibility study is a key thing. And blah, 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 blah. Let's go to the next. After doing that, then you will need to, next slide. I have read past that one. Yeah. Implementation and managing an income generating activity for non-governmental organizations. Many times as CSOs, we tend to fail because we want to do it alone. But onboarding, your structures will make you succeed. I want to assume that as organizations, we have our governance structures in the names of the board of directors. Do not leave them aside. Let them play their role. As the CEO, as the ED, as the CD, make it known to them what you are doing. And then what role are they going to play must not be in hiding. And you must establish a very clear goals and objectives for that. You have to build partnerships and collaborations. And while doing that, put it in your mind that you can fail. Therefore, it suffices if you can put in place a risk management plan in the event that that happens. For example, if you went maybe to agriculture, and God forbid, let there be a hailstone, and you have already planted, and hailstone destroys the crop. So what will be your... These have to be independent business arm to manage the income generating activity on behalf of your organization. I get to learn that these big brothers of ours, most of them have that in place. And one told me that even 5 years without donor support, they will still exist. Do not make these fuse together. Let it be independent. And you have a scheme to monitor and evaluate it. And then change according to what comes there. Next slide. Just to flip through some of the impacts that, as said, once you are financially sustainable, once you are able to generate your own income, if you had designed a program to reach, let's say, 5 groups, now you have the money to add 1 group. Instead of 5, you can have 6. And if you declare that to your donor, you will be respected. So some of these are what has helped us to expand our work beyond the support that we receive from our development partners. Next slide. I can say my staff are satisfied. You look at her there, you think she's complaining? Please, you stand there for recognition. Stand up. She is not complaining. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very important that as the head of the secretariat, for you to think round the clock to ensure that the people who you have, who are supporting you, must be satisfied. And you cannot only satisfy them if you do not have extra coins. And the extra coin that you have can only be if you have other avenues. You can go to the next slide. Some of those are our picture galleries of the work that we have done. Get me right, the sustainability should not only be when you have a lot of money in the banks of the account that you have, but what you do in the communities must be very, very sustainable. So empowering, coaching, and mentoring are one of the key things that you do that can leverage your work. So in the picture gallery, I have selected few of our interventions. This one here is in community health, where community education, where we have reached out to a number of our beneficiaries. The next one is community health. Next slide, please. Where we have reached quite a number of beneficiaries. The next one is resilience livelihood. And the next one is environment and natural resources. I want to conclude with the slide that talks about lessons that I have personally learned from a hen. A hen. I don't know in Aluru how a hen is called kweno. What about in Acholi? What about in Ilugbara? I'm going to summarize my standing here with 11 lessons that I've learned from Kweno. The chicken, please you go to that slide. The chicken lays enough eggs before sitting on them. Sometimes we think we have arrived. You have just made a lack, one season of cultivating, then you think you have arrived. But for the chicken, it ensures that the eggs that it has laid should be so much that when it is sitting on them, some have to go out, but it will make sure they're collected. So as a CEO, as an ED, as CD, how would you manage if you want to make your need sustainable? So good planning is very critical. Secondly, when she starts sitting on her eggs, she minimizes movements. Because as the head, now we know that we have arrived, we have to be all over. And that has to do with, you will have to spend what you have. Do you have the discipline that it requires to make your organization sustainable? Thirdly, she physically loses weight while sitting on her eggs due to decreased feeding. What about you? What sacrifice and self-denial do you take as a leader to ensure that your organization is sustainable financially? Or you become you take away the work of your accountant or finance person, your CEO, you are the finance person, you are the what? And the difficult work that I know you will not pick is to be a guard. To have that, you need to have sacrifice and self-denial. Fourthly, the chicken will sit on eggs for another hen as well. This one is very practical. I'm not very shy to say, in West Nile, we don't love each other many times. We hate each other, especially when it comes to resources. A call comes, we'll be working with that newspaper under our armpit. Sorry, English is very difficult for me. Huh? We work with that newspaper or we want work with such an opportunity under our armpit, so that I don't expose it to the others, and I will apply alone. And even if I don't have the capacity, and we are denied. So, how do we look at each other? As rivals or complementary journey? You will notice that this chicken sits on her eggs for 21 days, patiently waiting. Even if they do not hatch, she will lay eggs again. You learn lesson from one thing, you say that one is useless. It is not meant for me. You're not patient. You just want it to be today and today and today. So sustainability comes with a lot of challenges, ladies and gentlemen. So you will have to have faith. You will have those of you who are Christians, Muslims. I know in the Quran there's faith, hope, and courage. She detects and fertilizes eggs and rolls them out. She will have to detect. This one is going to hatch, this one will not hatch, and then rolls them out. That means you'll need to be very sensitive and scanning. She abandons the rotten eggs and starts caring for the hatched chicks, even if it is only one. That is wisdom, consciousness, and realistic. No one touches her chicks. You dare, even if it is very small, it will jump. She gathers all her chicks together. Unity. Many of these organizations do not thrive because we are divided. We are divided just in a very small organization like that. Ladies, gentlemen, Lugbara, what we begin to give that. And yet, each of the team member you have there is a contributory factor. Takes you somewhere. If there are challenges, why don't you sit down and iron? As a leader, how do you give opportunity to your staff, even to pinpoint your mistakes? She cannot abandon her chicks before they mature. Mentorship is key. Today we are sitting here, tomorrow we will not be there. If we are not there, is Wesisnet going to collapse? If I have that in mind, who am I mentoring to take that up? While walking, you will never find the chicken making the young ones lead, but should be in front and lead. Therefore, leadership is very key. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all from me. Then that's all from me that I wish to share. The most thing I fear is questions. So when you're putting the question to me, you know that I fear.
Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to Pax. I ask him to sit wherever he likes, so you can sit in the middle, Pax. I've been informed that we have the refugee desk officer here from Office of the Prime Minister. So we recognize your presence this morning. Thank you very much for joining us. And if you know you came today, please just stand up and wave. Those who came today. If you were not here yesterday, and you're joining us today. Okay, thank you very much. The quotation I picked from here is RISE, that we are very strong and cannot compromise on governance and environment. Many organizations don't thrive in West Nile because we are heavily divided, and in West Nile we don't love each other when it comes to funding opportunities. We keep our cards close to our chest. And these were words of Pax. Now we will open this to Q&A. If you have any questions to Pax, please put up your hand. There is Yusuf, you'll help me with the microphone. We'll start with the lady right at the back, and then we'll come to Sheila, and then to my brother here, and these two gentlemen.
Morning. Mine is just a simple one, Pax, on transition. Because you talked about leaders being there and then the next time they're not there. What initiatives have you guys put in place? What initiatives are respective civil society organizations putting in place to start on a transition agenda? Because many of them are in these organizations for some time. So do we see transition mechanisms in place to open room for the next generation to come? Thank you.
Okay, we will take, and then you will respond. Pax, would you need a notebook and a pen? Or you can store it. Can we have a notebook and a pen? I am worried you may miss and all. Yes, let's bring the microphone here. We'll come back to you.
Thank you. I'm James. Hello?
It's
Thank you.
on.
I'm James Kumakech. Pax, nice meeting you again. And you inspire us a lot. I'm from Pure Record Lab. I just wanted to find out exactly what income generating activities RISE is doing as a means of sustaining its intervention, because that has not been quite clear. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a gentleman in the front here.
Okay, thanks very much, Pax, for the wonderful presentation and for seeing you again. My simple question is to achieve what you have presented from RISE perspective. Did you have to register a separate company in accordance to what they have said, an opportunity for NGOs to register pure business companies to run such enterprises, or you use the social enterprise approach, meaning it's a blend between even what the donors can support and maybe what the community needs, so that you get some residual income to sustain the projects, or pure enterprises, which is separate from the NGO. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at the front, and then we'll go back to Centenary.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Since you say you fear questions, I'll just add to these ideas. In 2019, you know, we had just gone through COVID-19, and there was a lot of problems. I want to marry this with a question that Liz asked yesterday, why northern Uganda is the way it is with all the investments. I think we are on the right path right now, because we come from a background where we know the problems. But now, to turn those problems into solutions is our next vehicle. For us at Globfoot, we've done similar things, and I can say that business is a bit different from civil society work. How did you prepare the staff? Because the legal regime that governs business is different from the legal regime that manages civil society. So you have to understand the business dimensions. When we are talking about business, we talk about business planning. When we are talking about civil society, we talk about strategic plan. So it's a whole different capacity area that if you as a leader wants to invest in, you need to capacitate yourself. So some of us started running a number of courses ahead of time to understand how we can run business, but with a social enterprise dimension. So I think I want to move a motion that this is the way to go. And to our partners, imagine you think about the financing mechanism available, because access to capital is another big problem for investment. This conversation needs to start, because if we want to invest in agro-industrial platforms, which are very critical for northern Uganda, because most of the people in northern Uganda are talking about price, selling grain as is. So if we have to go to value addition, we have to invest, then it means that we need to start thinking about investment capital. If you give me a project that does not even give me indirect contribution, how will that civil society organization find a mechanism of having little capital to invest in some of the ideas? Because how do you then secure financing for starting those income generating activities? These are conversations we need to start having and see as civil society, how do we go about that? Because the truth is, we have the budget lines with the very strict, this one for T, this one for that. So at the end of the day, the question is, where do you get that capital? So this question may not be just for my brother, but for all of us to have a conversation around that in order for us to prepare to invest and sustain the gains and transition our organizations to next level.
Thank you very much. We have Centenary and my brother, and we will take all.
Oh my God.
But let's keep it.
Good morning once again. I'm Nirunji, just in case the moderator wants me to lose my job. Good morning, Pax. This is, now that you fear questions, again, this is my contribution to your presentation as part of a representative from the private sector, but I also carry some experience on diversification in the humanitarian angle where I belong to promote social enterprises. One of the key things that I feel need to be emphasized is the issue of strategic management and planning. And I loved your example of the mother hen. If the NGO world wants to borrow our experience as the private sector to promote sustainability, issues to do with intellectual capital are very, very important. Everything that we should be doing in our strategic plan must ensure that we feed into the bottom end of the pyramid. And when I sat here, one of the things that is really ringing a bell into my head is that as the private sector, how do we leverage the support of the development agencies that we work with and partners to handhold the NGO sector to access capital? One of the things that we are doing as bankers is to ensure that we work with as many partners as there is to promote social impact. So issues to do with ESG are very critical, and as we speak, our regulator, Bank of Uganda, has standardized a framework to ensure that all the bankers in the land promote environmental, social, and governance principles, from the customers that we serve, to the staff that we work with, to the partners where you belong. It therefore means that all of us must come to this party. But as we come to the party, we again call on you to challenge us more. So before I leave this room, I will have a discussion with some of the development partners here to ensure that we have something that speaks to the strategic plans of the private sector, especially banks, to ensure that we come up with innovative financing models that support the NGO sector to access capital.
Thank you.
Number two, as I conclude, issues to do with promoting sustainability, again, blend so much with innovation. And I want to hear from you, Mr. Pax, that when you were starting this journey, how did you come up with a bigger plan and vision that enabled you achieve the milestones that you're proud of today. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is not an option. The donor world is focusing on so many other things globally, and we must, as Africans, take all these issues into our hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please wear your name tag so I can see your names. That's why my apologies for calling you centenary, because you don't have a name tag, so I can't. Please wear your name. It is a compliance issue internally. Before we go externally, let's comply internally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ochen Fred Bryan. I work for Concerned Parents Association. Thank you, my brother. Your presentation is very inspiring. But my concern is only on the governance. You have 7 board members, and always to get them to buy in that idea is a challenge. How did you manage to do that? Thank you.
Thank you. The Franklin here, and then
another one is we need to build strong partnership and collaboration. Still, I wanted you to advise, since you fear a question, kindly advise us on how best we could keep meaningful partnership and make collaboration of benefit to us as we continue to work further. Thank you.
thank you. Take the microphone to the lady in glasses. Please, you could also, as you speak, you say your name.
Good morning, members. I'm Lucy Akello, Executive Director, Uganda Change Agent Association. We work across all these regions. The presenter, thank you very much for that tips you have given us. I would like to know more really about the investment, because you mentioned in a broad term, and I'm happy to learn that you have a planning and investment committee as part of your board. So it would be good for you to single out like one investment where you people have undertaken and has been successful, so that we can learn from that. And then also another area, I was happy that you mentioned something about the hen, the mother hen that sits on other eggs and is able to manage it. As CSOs, most of the time people like working in isolations, and these days consortium partnership is the way to go. If we collaborate, we can achieve more. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a gentleman in the red tie at the back. Then the final one will be those will be the last two with their hands up.
Thank you. I'm called Dr. Yasin Jafar. I'm a member of the EU Youth Sounding Board. Pax said he doesn't want questions. I'm not here to question you, but I'm here to appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. 10 years ago, when we started 73rd Parliament, we came to you, and when your office is even just a one-room, when your organization is not very big, but you gave your time to us. When you gave your time to us, you gave us a lot of information, and you mentored us. 10 years, we're celebrating, next year we're celebrating 10 years of 73rd Parliament, where we have around 1,000 plus chairs, we have around 30 tents that we hire out. And this is an initiative of youth-led organization that you mentored very well. I want to thank you very much for that. 2, PAX is not a very selfish organization, I want to say. 2 years ago, PAX recommended us to IGAD. Right now, we are talking at regional levels. Right now, you see us moving at regional meetings. Right now, you see us flying outside. You see us going to Africa and so forth. It's because of PAX. What do we learn from this? As civil society organization, it's always important. How can we bring the grassroots organizations? How do we make sure that we bring together young people? Thank you very much, PAX.
Thank you very much. PAX.
Thank
I
you.
think he meant RISE as an organization and not PAX as an organization. You had that, eh? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The ED Rice, the presentation was really quite educative, but I would like to just kindly refer to the 2021 Civil Society Sustainability Index, a study that was carried out by ICNL and the USAID, where they mentioned that in the year 2021-2022, there was a deteriorating sustainability in terms of civil society. And they basically measured sustainability across about 5-6 areas, which I believe that as we go along, we can also look at them. I mean, sustainability is, in my opinion, not about income generating activities. I think it's more than that. I'll just share with you the dimensions that this index looked at. There is a legal environment, and then there is the organization capacity. I'm happy that my colleague has already talked about it. And there is financial viability, there is advocacy, there is service provision, there is sector infrastructure, and then the public image. So in my opinion, I think that as we go along, as we talk about sustainability, especially now that we don't know what the future holds for civil society, we see that donor funding, especially in the EU, is moving towards government projects other than that donor projects now. It's something that we also need to look at from this dimension that I've shared with you. And also, as the country really prepares for elections, we know that during this period, the period is always tense for the civil society. You'll have a donor here, and before you know it, the government will shut down their operations. So those are all things we need to look at when we look at sustainability. What is your image out there? The legal environment. Does the legal environment really promote sustainability in that way? I thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman near the speaker, and then you'll bring it in front to my friend from Nudipo, and that will be it for now.
Thank you. I'm called Kakura Emi. I work for Life Concern, which is based in Zombo district. I have one comment to make in line with the presentation of PAX. The comment is, in 2015, West Nile districts hosted a donor conference here in White Castle Hotel. On the donor side, it was coordinated by DFID under the focal personship of Dr. Ojara. On the local government side, unfortunately, I was in the local government leadership. I took up the responsibility of coordination. We agreed on 3 key areas of support to local governments in West Nile. I don't want to take the story long. My point of connection here is, in line with the sustainability lessons presented by PAX, may I request our partners who supported this conference to consider in the next move maybe supporting a donor conference with selected representations from civil society in northern Uganda, so that we can dialogue and see where and which donor or can support the business model for civil society in northern Uganda, and then we see how we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yusuf, please bring the microphone in front. And after that, we'll allow PAX respond to the comments and the suggestions that were raised.
Yeah, thank you very much, PAX, for the wonderful presentation. I'm called Dennis Odwar, and I work with the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda. I must say your presentation has been good, because there's a lot to learn from. And as non-governmental organizations, I think the issue of social enterprise and developing a business plan that can make an organization to take off is still at stake because of some dimensions that Dr. Chris has talked about. How do you generate resources so that you can kickstart a social enterprise? Now, we have an organization with a very streamlined objectives of what you want to achieve. And here comes the dimension of starting a social enterprise with a very clear business plan. How do you balance in between meeting the objectives and then the business social enterprise wing? I think this is an area that many of the organizations would want to learn, how you have been able to balance and the organization continues to work on well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have Pax respond to the comments. Okay. Please you could pass the...
Thank you very much. I'm Elizabeth Ongom. I work with the EU delegation in Kampala. A colleague mentioned EU funding is moving towards government funding. This is incorrect. Actually, the bulk of EU funding has moved away from funding MDAs and budget support and moved to funding other entities. I will not go into the details. And then someone mentioned that donors need to have a conference so that they sit and agree on maybe funding priorities. Believe me, donors speak to each other all the time. They have meetings weekly, monthly, and they map out even areas of collaboration and of streamlining. We share detailed information among ourselves on who's doing what, where, and what our plans are, just for information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's will be expunged from our handset for this sitting. It's noted. So let me please write. Pax is still here. We'll respond to some of this later. Let me give him to respond to the. It's on.
Yusuf, you take that mic to MP there because questions are hers. It was her presentation, but I have helped her. Let her answer these terrible questions, then I'll complain.
So the boss has delegated MP to respond to the questions raised.
You could start, then I'll backstop. Thank you.
Much obliged. Thank you, colleagues, for your compliments. That if you have not asked any question, please, we are available. Particularly, you will find a team from the organization here. During the breakaway, OT, or lunch, you can engage one-on-one. But also, we have open door policy that you can visit us. Just let us know, and we'll organize to receive you. I thank the colleagues who have added onto what I shared. I'll pick some. She said I should start. I'll pick one, then she finishes the rest. About how do I manage the 7 board members? This is a big number. How do I manage to have a buy-in? But I think it is all about how you package yourself. Do you have the issues that you make the board, your board members, and first to understand? If they have understood, then the direction that you are taking. If you look critical, I rushed so much of the presentation. There are issues that you need to pin down. I don't think, even if there are 50, as long as I have made my case very clear as long as the direction, they know that it is not plunging the organization into jeopardy, they will onboard it. So first, package yourself to convince them. How do we manage? I will only share that one as the B part of the one issue that I said earlier. The first thing that we did as an organization, before we go into program implementation, we try to test. For example, in livelihood, if you reach our compound, you'll find a lot of kitchen garden, which we feed on. If you see us, good, because there's a lot of green vegetables on our compound. So one question we asked one time, if we were able to do this, how can rice be a beneficiary? I had a colleague in Noya, the LC5 chairperson then, called Mr. Riam, who I asked if he could give us piece of land. The man said yes, 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 and the yes was many times. And just say, how many acres do I need? To cut the long story short, he gave us 20 acres. And we rendered another one 10. So to start with, we had 30 acres, on which we grew rice. Without mixing any of my words, that rice yielded very well. It yielded very well, and we got some capital. And we didn't eat it. We didn't distribute it. We said, okay, it is a good venture. Let's add the acreage. It went on and on. It went up to 150 acres. When we realized that now we have gotten some money, then in this process, the board was fully involved. We'll take them, they will go there and advise some of give business mind what. So when we got the money, and then we said, okay, how do we invest? They asked us. Then the management proposed to acquire a home for the organization. When we managed to acquire the home, land, in which there was only a structure, I unpacked the next strategy that I will be writing to all our donors. That we have managed to acquire this piece of land. Now, the next course of action is this. You give me rent for 1 month. You give me rent for 3 months. You give me rent for... What if you gave me that rent for 1 year? If that is very difficult, what if you gave it for 6 months? I'll put it into this, and it will take me to another level. Colleagues, there are those donors who listen. They listen, and they want you to be strong and sustainable. A good number of my donors accepted that strategy. Of course, some refused. I counted those ones that who don't want us to grow. Because if we grow, maybe we'll kick them out of business. That was my thought. But a good number of them accepted, some roofed, some did a number of things. So communication is key. MP, you speak the better English and the grammar, please.
Thank you very much, Pax. Comfort, maybe in 2 minutes you could summarize with the better English.
And grammar.
Okay, thank you very much. There were a number of questions. What strategies are in place for managing transition in the organization? I think that was the first question. So we have a staff capacity development plan, and that is every year we keep updating it to see that we have the right resources in the right places to steer the organization in different areas. But also we have a succession plan That was one thing we learned from a number of organization capacity assessments, that many of us actually don't develop the succession plans. So maybe it's one thing that you can also pick if your organization has not come up with that. What IGS? I think he has already hinted on one. Besides that, we have energy kiosks. Some of the IGAs are actually aligned to the work that we do. Energy kiosks where you get assorted products, renewable energy technologies being sold, plus added services. Some transport related business, but most importantly, align it to your resource mobilization strategy or your fundraising strategy. So that is the starting point. Start by developing the guiding document, which you can call a resource mobilization strategy, and you will have your priority list there. And you keep unpacking the IGAs as and when you get the resources to keep expanding the businesses. Did we register a separate company or use social enterprise approach? It's both. We have a separate company that handles some of the businesses, but we embed some of the ideas even in our project design and work with different partners. We have, for example, the energy kiosk started within a project. And then after the project ended, we have sustained it beyond the funding period. So that was an example of a social enterprise. Then we are implementing a renewable energy, clean energy related intervention. Then we have an ICT innovation center that we also set up with a partner. And now it's serving youth who go to learn different computer skills, but we also have income that is coming through to sustain the place. So they are kind of subsidized rates, but they help us sustain those kind of enterprises. How did you prepare the staff? Someone asked something like that. So before setting up a separate maybe entity to manage, you identify staff with the required resources. So we have people who have done business management and other related skills that you set up to start before you roll it out to have an independent entity if you still don't have enough resources to do that at the start. Oh, I should be winding up. Okay, hasn't he responded to these others? Strong partnership and collaboration. How do we do this? There's one thing I learned from our resource mobilization training, that it's not about fundraising, but it's about friend raising. It's about friend raising. And that's how the fundraising will come after fundraising. And one thing I also learned, that many of the development partners, the ones that give money, actually give money to people that they're attached to or know in those organizations. So how much time are you investing in fundraising so that the fundraising then follows? I think that is how I can summarize it. So there's a lot that you have to do as you do the fundraising. Isn't that it? Yes. I think I'll keep it there. In case you need us to interact more, we're available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before he picks the mic away, colleagues, that is it. It is not all that what we have said, like as I put a caveat. We invested to visit other organizations. As my staff, the board, and sometimes our beneficiaries. So before we ventured in all these things, we had to travel to learn. So don't just jump in and then have yourself crushed. And I want to thank you, MC.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to Pak Sakiri, the Executive Director of RISE Western. Let's clap. Let's give a better clap for Pax. Thank you very much. I've been made to... we have a representative from Uganda Revenue Authority. Please, you pass over the microphone so that he can introduce himself. I have not received the list here, so can we have our friends from We have Sewa Nyana David, who is a compliance office. David, thank you very much for, please you could stand up and they see you. That's the taxman. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And we have Sanyu Claire, who is supervisor, stakeholder relations, Northern Region. Thank you very much, Claire, for joining us this morning. Just to remind you, we are online, and the hashtag that we are using today is Together for CSOs. The other hashtag is Northern UG CSO Conference. And we, on X or Twitter, it is @CAS_Uganda and then @WesisNet. Please do follow us online, but also let's have more engagement online. We will then move to our next session, which will be a panel session, and I would like to invite Consulate, who will take us through the next session. Thank you very much for listening.
A very good morning to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to trust that we are moving on very well. We are going to the next session of our engagement today, and particularly it's a very important session. It's a panel discussion, and I'm going to invite my guests to take their seats in front here. I want to start by inviting Mr. Ngugi Elias, the protection officer from UNHCR. You can kindly come and take your seat. Mr. Ngugi Elias from UNHCR. Can we appreciate him as he comes over here to take his seat? Our second guest is the head of program governance and civil society strengthening program, Mr. Tassilo von Droste. Kindly come and take your seat. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We also have with us a gentleman from Plan International, and he is Mr. Patrick Adupa, the program manager, Plan International. You can come and take your seat. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We have with us, maybe she's the only lady among so many great men, Miss Elizabeth Ongom, the European Union delegation to Uganda. She's the advisor, civil society and youth. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm so glad to have you on this panel. And lastly, but not the least, we have somebody from Oxfam. Oxfam, yes, we have somebody from Oxfam, and if you're there, kindly, you'll be able to join us. We have not been able to get the person, but we are told that there is somebody from Oxfam, and we believe that if you're here in the house, you'll be able to join us on the panel. I also want to say here that yesterday we had a session of the regulators, and many questions came, and we want to say that before we end our panel, we'll be able to have a few minutes for the taxman, Uganda Revenue Authority, and they'll be able to give us a few things that CSOs have to know when it comes to compliance. That will be at the end of our panel. And if we do not have Oxfam here, I want to announce for the last time, do we have Oxfam in the house? If we do not have Oxfam, I will ask URA to come and take the last seat. Uganda Revenue Authority, you can come and take the 5th seat on today's panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about partnerships. We are talking about sustainability. And today, our topic is mainly about how can we work together. We have our partners, we have our CSOs, and there are so many issues that we are going to talk about this very morning. I want to say here that we are moving on very well, and I'm going to start with one of our panelists. I know that civil society organizations have so many challenges, I want to, from yesterday's deliberation, so many came out. When the mayor of Arua City came here, he did allude that many of our CSOs do not live to celebrate their first birthdays. And that is very true. We have so many issues that came out, and one of them is lack of funding. The other bit of it is that we still have issues of governance, that we are not able to handle issues of leadership in our CSOs. Also among them, and that particularly in our region, is the failure to collaborate and partner and work together. Many of us thrive on the notion that we can do our things alone. We do not need to work with others, and we have issues of working together, collaborations, and that was also identified in some of the comments that came in here yesterday. And lastly, I would say that many of us still have issues of compliance and sustainability. We start up things, but we are not able to drive them to the very end. And these are some of the issues that came out elaborately in our discussions yesterday. I want to start with the European Union delegation. Miss Elizabeth, because you're the only lady and I'm very proud of you. I want to start with you. What can CSOs do differently to attract and maintain partnerships?
Thank you. There are a couple of things. I think as we can already attest to some of the comments in the previous session, know your donor. Understand the donor that you are targeting. Read widely. Find out, is this a phone near me? Understand and try to find as much information about the agency you are targeting from the social media. Read about them, not only online, probably in the print media. If you can, some of the donor agencies have libraries and resource centers. Go there and try to find as much as possible. But possibly a few other points I put down also is that there's the issue of, I'll just talk a bit about some of the points we see from our side. As you know, the European Union and her member states together are the largest funding agency globally. So there's the issue of co-funding. This is one area that CSOs can do differently. You have to be able to have matching funding. In some cases, some grants may come 100%, but most of them, you have to match them with your own contribution, not in kind, but in cash. And a couple of other things I have written, but maybe I will, points that have already been mentioned of collaboration. You should be able to collaborate with others, be able to form partnerships with other CSOs, with local authorities, with organizations that are similar to yours. And even in terms of communication, you should be able to communicate very well with the donor that you are targeting, be able to communicate your thoughts, communicate your wishes very clearly. Many times donors are accused of being domineering, but I think it's the other side. It's beneficiaries that are not able to communicate their wishes clearly and very well. If you don't like what the donor is suggesting, why are you taking it? Why aren't you proposing what works for you better? Or what would give you a better edge? Or what would target your beneficiaries better? You should be able to communicate this well, verbally, and also in writing. So you find people among you that can write very well. But also generally, as has already been mentioned, you should be aware of what's happening globally. And these are some of the things that can affect you, affect your organization in getting funding. and affect your organization in accessing the kind of support you might be looking for. Let me leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before I move on to the next person, I just wanted to know from you whether you have examples of CSOs with whom you've had very good collaboration and partnership, so that others can learn from. If you have a few examples that you can tell us this morning that you have worked very well with, and perhaps some of the CSOs can learn from that.
Yes, there are. Some of them are in this room. Some of the cases of good practice are in this room, and so are some of the cases of bad practice also are in this room. But I think it's not fair for me to list them, because part of the collaboration really with the EU is aimed also to build the capacity, especially of local, what are categorized as national organizations. The finger pointing does not help matters. And we find these organizations at different aspects of their growth. And believe me, there is no organization that is impeccable, not even the international ones. If we are to start pointing out, you find 50% flaws, 50% strengths. But all of them, in our experience, have something that they have given to their communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Elizabeth. And I want to appreciate your very insightful comments over there. I'm now moving to UNHCR. And I know that many of our CSOs will want to hear from the UNHCR because you're prominent in this region. I want to ask a question here to UNHCR that from your perspective as a development partner, what are the key attributes you look for in CSOs before establishing a partnership?
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Moderator. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this conference for inviting us, and I think we are deliberating on very key issues, on matters compliance and sustainability, which is very important. And also, before I also answer you, I want to put clarification and disclaimer. The name tag I'm wearing is not my name tag, so it reads Paul Kenya, who is the head of office for UNHCR sub-office, but my name is Elias Ngugi. So don't get confused when you see the name tag. It's different from my name. Good. In my own opinion, I'll maybe just give a brief maybe of my understanding of the characteristics of a partner who would want to work with as UNHCR, and who I believe also other development and humanitarian partners would also want to work with. First of all, UNHCR, we are a humanitarian organization, we're not a development partner, so we do more on the humanitarian side of things. So we might have a different perspective of how we look at the partners. But for us, one of the key things is we look at a partner who will, or a CSO that aligns with our values, aligns with our objectives, aligns with our mandate. As you know, our mandate is mainly protection of refugees or forcibly displaced persons. So we want to see somebody who's doing activities that are aligning to our own mandate and also to our own values and core principles, which include issues like integrity. So you need to have integrity, which is, I think, is very key for any CSO. Yeah, if you're not, you don't practice integrity, if you have issues to do with financial malpractices, you're not compliant, maybe you're not registered, you don't file your returns, and probably don't even have a code of conduct of how you conduct your activities, how you govern your staff, issues to do with corruption, fraud. If they do happen, do you have systems in place? And if they do happen, how do you address them? Also, we want to look at a CSO that has a track record of what they have done, which is well documented. Because sometimes we find that, yes, you might do a lot of things, good things, of course, but you don't document them, or you don't report them. So you find when you want to make a reference, you don't find any information on this particular CSO. So basically, there's no reference. So it's very important, whatever you do, document it, and report it. So even if somebody was to Google your NGO or your CBO, they'll find information about you. Because when you, let's say, apply to be one of our funded partners, we'll definitely do reference checks. We want to see what have you done and with what achievements you made. So that, I think, is very, very important. Also on issues also of ethics, is very important for us. Do you have a code of conduct? Do your staff subscribe to a particular code of conduct or standard of conduct? Because we as humanitarians, there's some things that are very dear to us. Things like sexual exploitation and abuse of our beneficiaries. So we need to know, do you have such a system in place? In case your staff do sexually abuse or exploit the beneficiaries, what actions do you take? Do you have a zero tolerance policy on that? Also on issues of discrimination, because as we don't believe in discrimination, we believe in equality for everyone. So we look at also how do you operate in the organization? Is there any discrimination that you practice in the organization? When you take your decision in your organization, how is it? Is it all inclusive? Do you carry everybody along, as you design, as you implement your programs? Also, in terms of governance, what kind of governance do you have in your organization? Internal governance. Is it a one-man show or a family show? Because we know a lot of these NGOs sometimes you find they're just like family businesses. Find it's a couple running it. So how do you think in terms of governance such an organization would have? So we look at that. What kind of governance systems do you have in place? Do you have a board, and the board, who composes this board? How do you make your decisions in the board? Who signs the checks? And how is the money used? Is there accountability at the end of the day? Was the money used for a purpose that it was meant for? So we look at that. And we look at, of course, also we do monitoring and evaluation of your programs if we fund you. So we'll also come and check. You will verify your financial, we'll verify your activities. We'll also talk to the beneficiaries, because sometimes we know, what happens is you might find that you give a list of beneficiaries who probably did not offer any services or assistance. We do confirm, we check sometimes, we might do random checks, and you find that we tell you, no, we never received this assistance. But in your books, you recorded that assistance was given. So it's good to be honest and practice integrity. So these are some of the things I would say we look for. And just also to add, I think it's a good thing also to, if there are any issues that come up, raise them as early as possible. Don't wait till maybe at the end of the project. You just start raising that we have these issues, we have these difficulties. That's why we cannot implement the program and all that. So it's always good if it happens, raise it immediately, so the donor or whoever is funding your project is able to know, and you can be able to discuss and see how you can be able to probably address the issues. Because challenges do come. Sometimes you might design a project or program, then unexpected issues come up, and you're not able maybe to implement. So it's always good to do that. And also, we also have this problem sometimes with some of the partners that we work with. You find that maybe toward the end of the program cycle, they have some money which was left, and they don't want to return the money, so they just go on a buying spree, on a shopping spree, because they want to exhaust the money before the end of the project. So of course that will show something about you as an organization. So these are some of the things I would say I think you need to be aware of, put them into consideration, and it will put you in good books with the development and humanitarian actors.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before you go, I want to ask, how can you, UNHCR, support CSOs to enhance their capacities and their governance structures? Because I know you've worked with a number of CSOs, and I believe there are things that you're able to do to support the CSOs. What are some of those things? How can you support them?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a very good question. Yeah, we do have capacity building programs for CSOs that we work with, and we don't normally encourage them to take advantage of these programs, both physical and online. We have a portal for learning for partners, and they cannot subscribe to that portal, and they do the learning to learn more about all this of integrity, governance, all that, reporting, writing proposals and all that. So we have this resource for learning. And also we do one-to-one also mentoring. I can see some of the CBOs that we've worked here with. I can see YSAT there. We work with them closely. They are one of the upcoming and very good CSO that we're working with. It's a big NGO, and I see they're always traveling abroad and all that. I see, So we mentored them. We've been able to, to offer that kind of mentoring to them. And other than also the resources that we have, we are trying to also have, we encourage especially our big partners, especially the international NGOs, to twin with the local NGOs to build their capacity. And hopefully we can engage these local NGOs later, and they can take over some of the activities being done by the international NGOs. Because at the end of the day, as I remember this was mentioned yesterday, funding is dwindling and all that. And it's surely cheaper to work with the local NGOs than with the international NGOs. It's more cost effective. So we've been trying to encourage our partners who are international to build capacity for the local NGOs, so they can also involve them when we have when we provide them projects to implement on behalf of UNHCR. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Can we appreciate him? Thank you so much. And I want to say that there is help available. We can only find it when we seek for it. Thank you, UNHCR, for those very insightful remarks. I want to move to GIZ. Mr. Chasilo, localization is a critical aspect of sustainable development. And I want to know from your experience, what innovative approaches can CSOs adopt to strengthen localization efforts? Yes.
Does it work? Yeah. Fantastic. Yes, thanks a lot for this question. I think, localization means putting those that are closest to the issues into the driving seat. So that's a very strange sound now. Can we fix that, please?
Sorry.
Okay, good. So it means that at the end of the day, it shouldn't be up to the donor to define what the priorities are. It is up to you. You are the ones who know what the community need. You are the ones who know what the priorities should be. And then there needs to be an alignment. On one hand, Elizabeth said it, know your donors. Donors obviously have their own strategies. So you have to look at what are the strategies of the donors, and then you have to assess, okay, we have actually something to contribute to that specific strategy, and our organization responds to the need of people in, let's say, the district of Koboko or here. And then you have to see, okay, what can we bring to the table to reach the final beneficiaries? Actually, when you talk localization, we don't even call them beneficiaries anymore. We would call them co-investors. That's what is what the language is saying, so that you don't see that you put actually the donors and the partners on the same level, and that you say, okay, as an NGO, we are taking actually ownership. We're not just there because we want funding, but because we have a specific objective that we want to achieve, and we want to talk to donors how we can jointly do this. So I think it's not about like proposing one specific innovative approach to a funder. It's about finding a way to define a partnership to solve a problem. One approach that I find very useful in problem solving is design thinking. So if in your proposals, you show that you're not coming with a ready-made solution, but with a process to find a sustainable solution, then you're actually much more flexible in the implementation. So let's say your problem in Uganda, or the problem that you're working on, is you want to solve the issue of HIV prevention in your district. Instead of saying, okay, we're going to do the ABC, it's rather, we're actually going to bring together stakeholders that are knowledgeable about the problem, and we're going to try to co-create a solution. And we're going to use an approach such as design thinking, where we're going to brainstorm different approaches, and then we're going to test them at a small scale. So we're not going to use investments, large investments, But we're going to try to pilot small solutions and test them and select the one that is most successful in our context. Because one of the learnings that we have is that very often as donors we would fund a project and then we would realize actually no, we missed the mark. We were too convinced that we had the solution, but for some reason in the local context it doesn't work. So you as a civil society organization, instead of maybe necessarily saying, okay, that's the specific solution, you propose a process of how you bring your community on board to jointly develop a solution that is sustainable for that community. I don't know if that answers your question,
yes.
But that's a little bit how I would suggest to go about it, to be innovative and to ensure that we really localize solutions and that we're not coming with some ready-made plans.
Thank you so much. Before you go, one last one for you.
And
we are talking about what is your vision for the future of CSO development partner collaborations? And basically, how can both sides collectively work towards achieving greater impact and sustainability?
Wow, that's a very tough one. First of all, I think CSOs are very diverse. We discussed yesterday, we saw the article in the Monitor that says there's 5,000 registered CSOs. So CSOs are extremely diverse. They're at very different levels of maturity. And I think we're not going to have a discussion only with one network, but we want to continue engaging with different civil society organizations that are at different levels, and that requires different challenges. The same is true for partners or for donors. JZ is not a donor, by the way. No, we are funded by donors. We're an implementing agency, but we're not a donor ourselves. But what we try to do is to create platforms for these engagements to happen. This conference, for instance, is one platform that we're testing. So we tested it at national level, and we realized that actually if we do it at national level, we're leaving a lot of civil society organizations behind. So we're trying to do it now also at a more regional level to have these engagements, and not to do it only with GSZ, but also to bring important stakeholders on board. In the case of the West Nile region, UNHCR is probably one of the biggest funders of civil society organizations. In other regions, it might be the World Food Programme. But so there is not one platform, but we need to have a diversity of platforms that are created to allow for the engagement between civil society organizations and programs that fund them.
Thank you so much. Can we appreciate Mr. Tassilo for those very encouraging remarks? Creating platforms, and the platform that we have here today, we want to appreciate GIZ for making this very possible. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we'll be opening the floor for questions, so make sure you put your question down and we'll be picking a few of them and our panelists will be able to respond to them. I'm now moving to Mr. Patrick Adupa, Program Manager, Plan International. You've been in this business for quite some time, and I know you've worked with so many donors and you have achieved a lot. I want to know from you, in the context of the shifting donor priorities, what strategies should CSOs implement to remain relevant and adaptable to the changing development needs? I think that is clear. We are looking at what strategies can CSOs implement to remain relevant and adaptable to the changing development needs?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I think it's working now. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, it's working now. Thank you so much, Consulate. The changes in strategies is a bit critical, and is something we find ourselves at a crossroad at the same time, trying to adapt to these new strategies. But I think in line with the changing donor landscape, first thing first, the CSOs needs to maintain basic foundational mandate and visibility and track record, which UNHCR mentioned in the work they do. First of all, for instance, for majority of the CSOs in this room, well, local CSOs, and when you're talking about localization, the mandate, the purpose for which they were created. In most cases, we rush to register. We get experts to do for us the constitution, craft very nice purpose, mission, values. But then when it comes to implementation, we are far off in terms of what we are delivering. We are driven by the donor funding and the availability of funding, as opposed to being driven by what we want to stand for and what we want to change. So for me, I find that very critical, because if you have not defined what you want to stand for and what you want to be known for, like RISE as presented to us here, it becomes very difficult for you to stand when there are shifts in the wind, because you want to move towards where there is support. Like we have seen sunflower. During morning, it's where the sun is rising from. During lunchtime, it's standing straight. In the evening, it's bending to sunset. So with that, you can stand the wind. The second thing is that, and this is controversial, CSOs needs to move away from the comfort zone. We are too comfortable. Anthony mentioned it, just somebody mentioned, I think the mayor mentioned it. We are so much focused on software. And we say, like advocacy, holding government accountable. And Elizabeth asked a very fundamental question yesterday. For the last 30 years, there's been a lot of funding to Uganda, for instance. But poverty, especially in northern Uganda, is not changing. Why are we still poor despite all the investment? In the past, there was a writer called Zambisa Moyo who wrote, she used to work for the World Bank. She wrote a book called Dead Aid. I don't know whether you've read that book. Yeah. A lot of focus was on government failures, how the World Bank and IMF has failed. She touched little about the CSOs. People thought to correct the government failures, we could invest on the CSOs. But if you read that book, you find that CSOs are falling back into the same pit where governments have fallen. Why? Because we like saying we are holding government accountable, and yet the fundamental issues that affect our communities, the root causes of poverty, are things to do with education, healthcare, livelihood. But we are so much into human rights and protection and all of that. And because of that, we have moved a lot into changing policies and laws. Dr. Kello was mentioning additional laws which are coming up and how we can engage. So what? When we change these policies, so what? We leave it to government to implement. We have had organizations that are very good at developing strategic plans and leave it there for 5 years. 5 years down the road, you're reviewing a strategic plan which has not been implemented. But this is the work we have done, lobbying and pushing government to change laws. I think we need to start moving into dialogue with donors, dialoguing in terms of what we need to be funded for, like Elizabeth said. If you're very clear about what you want to address and what you want to change, don't go for money, which is not going to help achieve that dream. So the more we start tackling root causes of the problems, like poverty, issues of education, healthcare, the things that we can handle, that's when we'll start gaining legitimacy to attract donor funding to help us address change. Because at the end of the day, they are looking at impact. What is it that we have been able to change? What is it that we are able to demonstrate and attribute to our own actions and not the work of others? Usually when you're doing impact evaluation, the evaluators will ask you contribution and attribution. And those are very fundamental questions. The issues of attribution is very, very key, as opposed to contribution, because like Tassilo said, finding a local solution that addresses the very need, piloting something that will show results is very, very important and should be credited to your own thinking at design stage. But in most cases, because we're only into advocacy, we miss the big point, and when money shifts from that advocacy point of view, then we are left hanging. So I think we need to change that. But also to donors, I think we need to start recognizing evolving capacities. Elizabeth will tell you, you must have been in operation for the last 10 years, we need audited accounts for the last 5 years, or you must have handled this big portfolio of funding, for which many of the local CSOs cannot qualify. Now, until we start looking at the evolving capacities and change our approach and say, can we structure our funding to, and then also the targeting. Are we going to work with GIZ Plan International, who has 20 national offices in Europe that mobilizes for them funds? 51 developed countries which implements. Or we are going to look at transforming GIZ and plan into technical assistance organization that receives funding from this organization and uses it to build capacity of local CSOs to be able to implement. Because if you cannot fund them directly, then you need to find an intermediary that can help you achieve still that dream. But also for the CSOs, it's important that as we think about how can we lobby with the donors to adjust the conditions so that we can fit. UNHCR mentioned something very important, the issues of trust. Your organization should be providing public goods. And public goods means that you use the most fundamental principles and values, integrity, accountability, transparency, compliance. Because without compliance, the donors also, like governments that support EU, for instance, these are government regulations, so they want those conditions met. GIZ is accountable to make sure that the funding they get from EU is used according to EU guidelines. And when you go to the portal, the EU guidelines is a lot. For us who get money from EU as well, NORAD and other agencies, the guidelines are very clear. So if we negate on that, then we don't get the funding, and then you don't get supported. But because we have to support you to deliver, we are sometimes very tough. I have some of the partners support here, about 5 or 6 in these rooms. They know when it comes to accountability and higher compliance, that there's no room for negotiation. So compliance, self-internal compliance with your own policies and regulations, not just doing policies because you want to attract plant funding or GIZ funding, but also government regulations and then donor compliance are very, very key. This is some of the things we need to start putting in our strategy. But also the fundraising. First, let's maintain the little we have. We cannot say that we don't have money completely. Maybe Plan is one organization which is not so much affected in that, but although we are beginning to see the shift as well. If we lose the little we have, then we can't get anything completely. Because the Bible says even the little will be taken away from you. So better a bird in the hand than looking for the... So as we shift from being purely non-profit and thinking of starting to adapt some profit element, what preparation are we making to lobby with the donors so that when they are funding, when you see a call for proposal, it's saying purely non-profit. They're not funding profit organizations. So how do we structure that and let them know that, okay, given the changing context, we are beginning to bring in element of business development that incorporates some business aspect which brings us profit to generate income to run our system.
Thank you so much, Patrick. It came to my mind that as some of these organizations work with local governments, sometimes the expectations from the government side is too much. I believe out of experience, you go to a government entity and the donor has different expectations. The local governments have different expectations. I want you to share in a minute how has been your experience as you work with the local governments as we talk about effective partnerships.
Working with local government means planning with them, looking at the district development plans, the sub-county development plans, looking at their priorities. And for me, I find the best advocacy is jointly designing programs and implementing programs that addresses the needs of the local government. But the local government is basically led by politicians. So you find that the work of local governments, the chief administrative officer, who should be the technical implementing, who heads the implementing team, is normally overshadowed by politicians saying, can this be implemented in my community? So you find where the need is, sometimes because of political priorities, the needs shift. So the most important thing is, can we plan with them? Can we consult enough with the local communities to know where the needs are so that you are able to technically advise the local governments where the need is and where the resources should be going as opposed to where they want to put it? But above all, recognizing the mandates of the local government is very, very clear, because once we ignore it, that's where conflict starts. And then they say, we don't want this organization, this community, it's not helping us. All the accusations will start coming. But also involving local governments in supporting monitoring and documentation of best practices. They like saying we are going for monitoring support. Okay, you give them per diems and they go there. But what lessons are they learning from that? When they come back, what is it that they're able to change? Many years ago, we used to put all the line ministries, local government, Ministry of Health, Education, Gender, we take them to different regions within the country to go and learn from the implementation of programs supported by government itself, so they learn from their own failures. Now, when they come back in their heads of departments meeting or senior management meetings within the ministries, they're able to improve the implementation. But you find that where the monitoring is not involving line ministries and you leave it just at the local government level, the changes you want might not come because some of the budgets they use is also restricted from the center.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists this morning? Thank you very much. We have heard from their side. Questions for Uganda Revenue Authority, the taxman, will be at the very end. We have reserved 5 minutes for URA. We will have questions later on after we are done with our topic, which is cultivating effective partnerships with CSOs. Today we have heard from the European Union delegation, from UNHCR, from GIZ, and also Plan International that has been at the forefront of implementing so many projects in the region. I want to throw it back to you, my dear gallant participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to pick a few hands and our panelists will respond accordingly. Yusuf, you help me. To start with, let me start with this gentleman here. He was smiling throughout when the panelists were presenting. I will come to Dr. Stephen. I'll take about 5, then we go to him. We go to the blue gentleman, and at the end there, then we come to you here. So let's start with him. Let us be brief. If you go beyond, trust me, I'm going to cut you if you go beyond 2 minutes. So let's be brief so that we give time for the comments.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Kicheka Noah. I work for AFAD, NEBI. I have a question to Elizabeth. As we talk about localization partnership, there's this question of relationship, local actor relationship with the affected communities that hinders their ability to apply humanitarian principles in giving humanitarian services, for example, neutrality and independency. Now, I want to understand where you sit as donors in your discussions or in your independent reports. Do you still have this conversation that given the local actors' relationship with affected communities, whether political, social, and religious, do you still see this as a problem in terms of facilitating them with funds? Thank you. And I have a question to the URA gentleman, maybe that will come later.
You reserve that for later. Thank you. Thank you. Let's come to Dr. Stephen.
Yes, yes. Thank you, moderator, and thanks to all the panelists. It has been a very insightful discussion. Mine is just a question to all the development partners, the representatives, either Elizabeth or Tarsilo, that the big conversation in the room now is on sustainability. And from the point of an NGO regulatory angle, where I come from, what we see, and from our discussions with the NGOs, is that donors give them money, but this conversation on sustainability, or even having a percentage of that money being given to them to invest and get something out of it, is something which they're failing to do, such that even if money remained in a project, you're supposed to return it as it is. So the question is that in order to really support this whole agenda of sustainability, can the development partners really support this cause by saying, okay, out of, let me say, 5 billion we are giving you, can you put 20% for sustainability? Of course, it is part of the institutional capacity that is being strengthened, but I know donors give money for something else in that area. Train your staff, do ABC, buy equipment, that is institutional. But I'm requesting that can donors move to another level to really make this be achieved. Because if they do not do that, however much we talk in this room, they will not have the resources to have a seed to really kickstart this whole direction. Because you see, at the same time, we cannot also tell the NGOs, find a way to save money. It's like we want them to become corrupt.
Yes.
So instead of doing that, try and make it official that this percentage, please, invest it so it's there, start up something. Even those projects they want to enter into to generate income, let them share it with you. Let them not even hide it from you. Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll hear from this side. Let's move to this gentleman, and then we go to the back.
Thank you, Dr. Stephen, for asking what I had in my mind. Let me take us back a little to what Elizabeth yesterday. She asked a question that kept me awake the whole night. And
so you never slept? Wow.
And let me get to that question now. My name is Enacho Frederick Edmos from Pure Wish Foundation, Uganda, Lira. Your question was, what can civil society do to respond to the emerging challenges in their area? And in your presentation, you kind of gave us the guidelines, the criteria that the EU has for an organization to get funding. And I was relating to the question you asked us yesterday. There's this issue that has emerged in my area. I'm a CSO in that area, and I want to respond to it. And I come to you, but you really have your criteria, you really have your guidelines. That is not flexible to this emerging issue in my area. Yet I'm a CSO in that area, supposed to respond. So how can a CSO come to EU, come to GIZ, come to plan with a new emerging issue that has not been in their funding priority, so that they get funding to respond to that issue? This is now what I want to bring to you in response to your question yesterday. The reason is CSOs are facing a lot of issues in the local community where we are, but sometimes donors already have their mind fixed on certain issues they want to tackle, and they're not able to respond or to be flexible. And this goes also to localization that my friend from GIZ talked about. That for us, sometimes we feel frustrated as local organization because we see organizations coming from Kampala, bigger than us, implementing activities in our local area. We see you people giving money to them, not giving money to us. And this makes us feel incompetent. We feel somehow not able to respond to the local need in our area. Yet we know the real issue, but someone is coming from another region, another area, to respond to an issue in my area. Why can't you give money or support to this local organization to respond to the local need in that area? And stop giving money to organizations in other areas.
Thank you so much. Point taken. And the question is clear. Let's move to the gentleman in the blue t-shirt. And then we go to the other gentleman, then we come to the front.
Well, thank you. I also want to add my voice into what my other colleagues have said. It's like we're reading from the same page.
Yes, you can introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Geoffrey Udong. I work for GWEG. My point is related to the changing context, because I believe that by the time you're putting in a proposal and by the time you begin implementation, many things could have changed. For instance, you could be implementing maybe a GBV-related activity, but if you go to the field, you realize, maybe there's a shortfall from the side of the law enforcement authorities. But then now, if you try to maybe coordinate and talk to the donors, for instance, it really becomes an issue to adjust your proposal to suit the local context. So we shall be grateful, for instance, if our partners take into consideration the key emerging issues at any point of project implementation. And two, the key takeaway from this meeting should be that we should design collectively a much more sustainable strategy of the different NGOs or CSOs in this room. In my view, I think one of the core ways is the partners or the donors to have some form of core support to the respective donors or organizations. Because our interest here is that even if you give us the money, and at point A, the project comes to an end, we should still be pushed to continue, really. So in my view, I don't really think there's any danger of giving core support to the old organizations if they apply and they qualify to benefit from the resources that you have. And
Thank you.
And is it okay? Elizabeth noted that they usually have maybe monthly, weekly, quarterly meetings at that level, at Kampala level. Is it okay, for instance, to utilize the different NGO networks in the different regions? Like, for instance, we know a Northern Uganda contact group, where, for instance, if there's any opportunity that exists, they could use such platforms to send such important information so that the district networks, like, for instance, we have Gula NGO Forum. We have, I believe we have also West Nile, I don't know, but we have networks at the regional levels. So these networks will sit with their member organizations to also show interest, really. Because I believe together we are stronger. But if we go on one, it becomes a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Together we are stronger. Can we have the lady to balance the gender? Then we come to the gentleman. Yes. We are coming there. Don't worry. Members, let us use 1 minute each. I know we have so many questions. Those who can write on papers, I know people want to be seen talking. But we can even write on paper and we'll read them here. Please. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm called Asipe Jean Christabel, Executive Director, Seford West Nile. My question goes to Tarsilo. Yeah, you talked about innovative approaches. And as CSOs, we've been writing proposals and using our own experiences and what we think works. But in most cases, we get negative feedback saying our proposals are not so innovative. But on the contrary, when you see the INGOs coming on ground to implement, actually they implement exactly what we have in our proposals, but theirs is considered innovative. So I really want to understand, what does this word innovative approaches mean? Thank you.
Thank you so much. What does the word innovative mean? We will hear shortly. Can we?
Thank you. Sorry,
Yusuf.
I was next.
No, it was the other gentleman, but let me allow you in a minute.
Okay, thank you. I had quite a number of questions, but I think the taxman has promised you some incentives. I will keep them and bring them at that time. My questions will go to Team EU and then the GIZ. As we see localization becoming a priority in the country, especially that we'll look at local organizations doing work that ideally was meant to be done by international organizations. How can development partners and CSOs collaborate to ensure that localized interventions are sustainable and beyond the funding cycle? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we move to the gentleman and then we come to my people on this side are not happy with me, so let's move to this part.
Thank you. My name is John Daniel Andruga. I'm the Executive Director for West Nile CAD. Some of my points have been mentioned, but what I want to say is thank you so much, panelists, for giving us the guide. Localization is a journey, is a transition. I've learned a lot. The question to my brothers and sisters in the house is, how prepared are we? The guideline has been given. Can we go home and put our house in order so that we can competitively compete for these grants? Can we network? Let us agree that rice is better than CAD in terms of experience. Can we partner with such? Can we leave competition that I can lead at the end of the day? we may not have the qualified or the required documents. The issue of human resource development. It's a kind of request to the development partners or to our donors that we face, as CSOs, we face a lot of challenges in human resource development. The staff that we recruit, the personnel that we recruit, due to the limited resources, you find that we have invested in bringing or in building the capacity of this particular staff, but at the end of the day, because of the little pay, they move to the greener pasture and leave this organization that we have given our skills in. Can we really look into that issue? As CSOs, most times, actually we are renting. The inflation is there. Can we, or the donors, think about organization development?
Thank you.
Such that we are there to serve the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we come to you? Let's have these people on this side. Can we have the gentleman? Let's start with the lady, then we go to the gentleman. And I'm taking only 4, and we have responses.
Allow me step out. I was kind of hidden. I'm called Onzia Teopista, the Executive Director for SEPAD West Nile. I want to appreciate our panelists for the wonderful presentation. My concern goes to the presentation from UNHCR. I was a little bit disturbed by one of the phrases that he made, that local organizations are a cheap option to humanitarian operation and development. And I know that different individuals and entities have very different understanding of localization and local actors. And many times actually local partners or actors are being seen as a cheaper option to delivering humanitarian or development aid. I want us to rethink, even as a local partner or a local actor, you need capital investment. Many times local partners are being given very small money, but there is so much expected of them. And they expected to create an impact when what they are being given is so cheap, is so small, because they think they're a cheap option. And this is something that we really need to rethink. And the aspect of sustaining the local organizations, I want to agree with Dr. Stephen. I am happy that EU has started this year. We were through the STEPS project, we were able to get a 3% institutional cost recovery line, which has never happened. But can we even do better? Because this is what can help local actors to develop, to be able to continue to grow and sustain themselves in the long run. So we need to invest in local actors so that they can sustain themselves, so that they can grow, so that they can retain human resource that will continue to run. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we have him? Members, those who can write, kindly write. We have a few minutes. We want to have the responses. I'll take him, and then Dr. Stephen, the lady, and I finish here.
Thank you.
No, you're not out. Kindly, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To the panelists, thank you for guiding us on how we can qualify for funding. My name is Kenneth Massa. I work for Horizon 3000. Just like other partners, we are not direct implementing, but we support local organizations to implement funding cooperation for Austrian government. My comment is about how we can help the national organizations access funding, and especially to Elizabeth to rethink about the requirement of matching fund. Yeah, most of the national organizations, as you've heard, are struggling with the funding, and when there's an opportunity for call for proposal, that requirement in most cases pushes them off, even when they would be able to present a very good concept or proposal. So let's rethink about it such that we can enable them to access the funding. And also, if it is very, very hard that we cannot to do the co-funding, let it be in kind, because some of these organizations have facilities like offices. They can also collaborate with other partners to get spaces for training. This can be calculated and show that this will be the in-kind maybe support or contribution to the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have the lady.
Okay, he has already spoken my mind, because I was just looking at the issue of co-funding, the 10%, 5%. Sometimes we really struggle to raise that money, and that's the reason that in most cases we appear in the concepts as the co-applicants, and we know that the lead applicants, in most cases, we know they retain a good percentage of the money, and on ground we really struggle to implement. My name is Ropani Sauda. I work for PICOT.
Thank you, Sauda. Can we have him? Then we finalize. Let's have.
Yeah, this is Dickens from Lango Civil Society Network. My question almost just summarizes everything. The EU or the big donor community in Uganda gives money to the big organizations in Kampala, or what we call the Kampala-based organizations. These organizations come and partner with us on the ground. We implement, we account, we make the reports. The reports are submitted to you, and you conclude, work well done. Between them and us, who most of you, the donor community, says, we lack the capacity. Who has more capacity now?
Thank you.
And how best can we improve beyond what we say we lack the capacity?
Thank you so much.
The second question, which is also as well short, is, he has put my mind very straight away. If I have my reserve fund policy that I have and wants to put to you, but you always send us stringent conditions by the time of application, that does not give me time to tell you, I have this reserve fund policy for our organization development. At what point do we come to make that negotiation with you? Especially on that this percentage you're sending us, we are reserving 10% for organization development. Please, our donor community, if we do not start talking about reserve fund policy for supporting the organizations down, the issue of sustainability will be not taken up. It will be a rhetoric. Because we shall talk here for many years, year in, year out. Even the social what? Enterprises requires capital, which capital we do not have. And we need to start from there. I know many of you give such kind of funds to what we call the Kampala base, but when they come to us, they do not make us know that reservation or the reserve funds they have. Then we have to do zero accountability, because we have put on our walls transparency, accountability, integrity, and have nothing to do and left for us.
Thank you so much. Can we have the last person? Thank you. He has summarized it all.
Yes, thank you, moderator. Sorry I had to come back because there's one question I wanted to put forward before I missed this opportunity. there's this whole localization agenda, and the conversation is already all over the place. But as NGO Bureau, we are noticing a trend whereby a number of international NGOs are beginning to open an indigenous chapter of the organizations. And I think I am failing, I'm actually debating within myself, where are we heading with the localization agenda? If at all the same international organizations that should be spearheading and empowering the indigenous organizations are now rushing to the Bureau to open also an indigenous component, not even a separate organization in addition to their international one. And it's happening. And I have so many examples that because I'm the one who actually looks at these applications, I sign them. Now for me, that is a concern, that we may sit in this room, we may promote the localization agenda, but if the international NGOs are also now opening a component of the indigenous ones, then aren't we already failing this whole thing? Otherwise, we are going to end up with the international organizations wearing masks as indigenous organizations, hence failing the entire intention and the motive for the localization agenda.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate you for the questions. We have a few minutes to wind up with this session. Allow me read the ones that are written here. To UNHCR, you are restrictive in welcoming new local partners to work with you in the refugee community. You seem to have defined list of CSOs to engage with. Is that so? Why? To Madam Elizabeth, EU, on co-funding for CSOs, where do CSOs who are entirely dependent on donor funding with no income generating activities get money to co-fund? And yet the donor would want to see the contribution in the account before they give in their share. Grace, this is Grace from Grace from Peace and Development, Lira. We have a question here that is there a platform or a way for CBOs to get funding and grants directly than using national or international NGOs? If so, how? What are the current criteria for consideration for CBOs for funding as we talk about localization? Does UNHCR also support and collaborate with CSOs in conducting research? What long-term plan does UNHCR have to invest on CSO operations? We have a suggestion that we need to establish donor platform at regional level for CSO coordination and to strengthen localization agenda. From Comfort to UNHCR, what is the position of UNHCR on the localization subject beyond the current strategies mentioned, such as twinning with international NGOs and mentorship for the local NGOs? Can you dedicate some funding for the local NGOs to apply learning from capacity building efforts, since it is difficult for local NGOs to outcompete international NGOs through the calls for proposal put out by UNHCR? Plan International, Mr. Patrick Adupa, my question is about Plan International experience with localization agenda in practice. What are the key lessons that we can learn? This is George Otto from Pader. To UNHCR and GIZ, why do UNHCR sell off their vehicles? Why not donate to local CSOs? Mr. Tassilo had to laugh.
Same question?
Yes. So why not donate to local CSOs as part of sustainability strategies?
Who wants it?
And GIZ, can we listen to this one? GIZ gives all their vehicles to government, yet CSOs are never considered. Can GIZ revise their policies to include the CSOs in their disposition plans? They are part of the sustainability to the CSOs. EU, UNHCR plus GIZ, how can you make the shifting power and localization agenda come to reality? And we have this to Elizabeth You mentioned that donors do meet and have discussions concerning their funding needs. Do the donors consider regional needs and apportion funds to each region according to their needs? For instance, most donors choose to fund in one region and leave other regions wanting, yet they are also struggling. That is to EU. And then we have to the EU also, in case of funding opportunities, can local partners be allowed to compete among themselves instead of competing with international NGOs? And then the second last is from Lillian Boka. Should international agencies continue to implement activities that they should be able to build CSO capacities to implement in the face of the localization agenda? And lastly, this person has written an essay. The question to, just like Miss Elizabeth said, the question posed on what we as NGOs and CSOs do differently to respond to the emerging challenges despite all the support to communities throughout the year. The focus of CSOs and NGOs has mostly been in helping children, but also communities through provision. My question, what can we do in helping the community in parenting, given the rise in the number of street children? This is a specific question, and I want to give only 5 minutes, actually 3, because we have only about 10 minutes to wind up this session. I'm going to start because EU has so many questions. Miss Elizabeth, I don't know how you're going to handle it, but you have about 3 to 5 minutes to respond to those very many questions, and we move and we end with Plan International. Over to you, Miss Elizabeth.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your questions. One thing it shows is you have really been listening to us these 2 days. We consider only regional needs. Actually, the regions that shouldn't be complaining about being left out are northern Uganda plus Karamoja. Regarding donor funding, there is heavy concentration of donor interventions, West Nile, Acholi, Lango, Karamoja, and the rest of the country has much, much less donor support. The issue of localization, I'll leave it to my colleagues to answer. I'll jump to the question of Dr. Kello. The issue of INGOs opening local chapters. I think that one, it's good that you have raised it in this meeting. I think it really depends really on government to legislate on this issue. We have also, as donors, struggled on this when we are doing calls for proposals. We have sought guidance on a definition of local organizations, because when we ask for local organizations, we actually realize those who have applied are internationals through their local chapters. We have also faced this dilemma. I think the opportunity is now that the policy and the act are being reviewed. This issue needs to be resolved by legislation by the government of Uganda. We have, as donors, we have no say really on this issue. Lango CSO network, how best for capacity to increase, so that I think we'll talk about it in between. The issue of co-funding, I mentioned this earlier. Co-funding is a political issue. Let me state it here categorically, and we just bear it in mind. It is not going away. It's not going away, and it's not going away. We have put our cases very strongly as delegations from Sub-Saharan Africa in our annual meetings with our headquarters politicians and the commissioners. We meet them once a year. We'll meet them next in February. We have raised this issue, and they have made it clear to us it is not going away. They cannot invest in settings where there is no contribution. Now, regarding the co-funding in kind, unfortunately, Uganda does not have what are called standardized variables, which is the case for Southern Africa. The country needs to have, for example, standardized rates. Cost of bread is known. Cost of labor is known. Cost of housing is known. And these rates are standardized and published in the Gazette. And I think this is normally an assignment which is undertaken by the governments through the equivalent of the UBOS.
which actually allocates after having several longitudinal studies. Now, when you have fixed costs for different variables, then when you're doing co-funding in kind, you get that sheet and use those rates. Uganda does not have that cost. So we cannot have co-funding in kind for the current calls for proposals. I hope that is clear. But what we have done, we have tried to adjust and bring down the co-funding to 5% for local organizations. And if you pay attention, for internationals, it's 20%. They contribute 20% to 30% for the grants. Localization, let me leave that for my colleagues. And so is the issue of the negative feedback. I think that's for Tarsilo. Adjusting budgets, donors are inflexible. I said again, you need to know your donor, and you need to be able to communicate your needs very, very clearly. You don't have to be aggressive, you can be assertive. And tell the donor from beginning, this we have under budgeted, because before you begin to implement a program, review the budget again, check from the time you negotiated to the time you are implementing. It is possible that some costs have already changed. It may be 9 months after. Costs may have changed. Before you begin to implement, talk about it before you begin to implement. The challenge we have with local organizations, when they sign a contract, they get excited. I have to be straightforward on this. And you forget about difficulties, you go ahead and implement, and when you hit or crash seriously, after like 2 years, then you come back and say, I think we made a mistake here, but you have been implementing for 2 years. You said nothing. Again, it takes us back. We need to be open from before you begin implementing once you sign a contract. I hope that is very clear.
Yes, as you
but donors have, there are issues here which needs to be responded to. The issue of local actor accountability, I think I'll leave that for my colleagues. What Dr. Okello asked about sustainability. What I can promise is to re-discuss this issue at a political level, but that will be in February next year. But again, I bring it back to you that local organizations need to start something. Even if an external funder comes in to give you money, they will add on to what you already have. By nature, funding agencies, the EU, is not a giver of venture capital. Basically, you are asking the EU to donate to you venture capital to start a business. That is not going to happen. That is done by banks. The good thing is Centenary here has said they're going to explore to look at possible products that CSOs can also benefit from. Now, again on that issue of sustainability, the issue of allocating a proportion of the budget for social enterprises, it is on a case-by-case basis. This particular thing is highly unlikely going to come as a policy, and the EU will say blanket, we allow 10% for organizations to sort out sustainability issues. It's highly unlikely going to come. You need to start something. So when you apply and get a grant, you are able to add on to that to existing activities. You can actually allocate your own budget to boost that particular thing. But you need to start something. Some of your organizations have never done any business, and you want someone to give you a blanket amount. I mean, let's be realistic. This is not going to happen, not with the EU, that I know. And what CSOs can do differently, I think that is for you. But donors have their minds. No, I think the issue really is not that donors have their minds fixed on certain things. We also work within fixed budgets and plans. If we have laid out that in West Nile we are going to work on climate change, and it's already planned and budgeted for, and there's another emergency that comes up, maybe a rabies outbreak or something, it takes a process to make budget reallocations and budget changes. Because you have made an alarm does not mean that EU will respond overnight. Things don't work like that. It doesn't work like that for government. The EU is equivalent of a national government. It doesn't work like that. Let's be realistic, and we see how we can work within resources that exist. and within, the partnerships we have. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have UNHCR in 3 minutes. I hope you summarize as we come to the end of this discussion.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me? Yes. Yeah, let me go first. The question that was directly asked to UNHCR. Yeah, my sister Topista asked about. I talked about. She was a bit disturbed that I say that local organizations are cheaper. So maybe I need to clarify this. Maybe I didn't come out very clearly. What I meant is they are cost effective. What do I mean by this? When you engage probably an international NGO, the expenses are a bit higher because for one, probably they'll have a country office in Kampala, they have an office here in the field, so running all those offices. Probably they'll engage also expatriates, who of course the salaries are a bit higher. So if you look at all that, you find expenses are a bit higher. But a local NGO or CBO, probably let's say it's working in a refugee settlement like Rhino Camp, probably they'll open an office in Rhino Camp. How much do you pay for rent in Rhino Camp for an office? It's much cheaper. How much will they use in terms of accessing the refugees? It will be close to the refugees, so it's much cheaper. So what I meant is they're more cost effective. Not that they're cheaper. So don't take me a bit, it was not a negative connotation. Actually, it was a positive connotation, saying that we'd rather sometimes work with the local NGOs because in the face of dwindling funding, as we said earlier, money is not there now. Money is going less, it's becoming less and less. So you have to see with this little money, what best can we do with this little money? So that's why I said it might make more sense sometimes to engage with local NGOs who will be more cost effective. We'll use this little money to do the same work, unlike maybe we engage an international NGO. So that is what I meant. So I hope it's clear. I hope you understand now. Thank you. On the other issue of also to UNHCR was localization. Also, I would say we are really in support of that agenda. And as refugee officer is here, Mr. Solomon, he will tell you. And it's something we've been pushing a lot as the UNHCR to work with local actors. And recently we engaged a lot of CBOs, including refugee-led organizations. This year alone we engaged over 10. And we gave them some grants. And also building their capacity. I remember the question came about that we have a pre-selected list. That is not true. Because when we give out or when we issue calls for expression of interest for NGOs to apply, we look at all of them and normally have a criteria. Normally it's very competitive, I'll not lie to you. Over so many NGOs will apply. And of course we have an eligibility criteria, we have our scores and all that. So we look at all your concept notes, your expressions, whatever you've submitted to us, and we go through them. And we have a committee, not an individual who makes a decision, not an individual decision. There's a committee that looks at all these applications. So it's a very transparent and very competitive process, I have to say that. And that's why we say it. Of course, sometimes the local NGOs might be disadvantaged because maybe they don't have experience working in the in the refugee space. And that's why we talked about how we build their capacities, so that we can also twin them with these other organizations that have been working in the refugee space to get that experience also. So when they apply maybe next year or the year after, they'll say, I've worked in the refugee space for 2 or 3 years. So they get that experience. That's why we're saying we're putting these measures in place to build the capacity of the local NGOs. And that is our agenda, and we want to move that way. The other issue, I think, was on vehicles. Yeah, for UNHCR, we have a different system for vehicles. We don't own the vehicles. We lease the vehicles, so we don't own them. Before, we used to buy them, but it was said that it's more expensive to own and service them, so we lease and pay for them. So we don't really own them. So when a vehicle does a particular maybe mileage or number of years, we have to return them back to their owners, who normally auction them to get back the money. So that's why we cannot really be able to say we'll give vehicles, because we don't even own them in the first place. So that's why it's not possible, because we lease the vehicles. So I hope that's clear. But of course, sometimes we work with some NGOs, sometimes we give them vehicles with the right of use. We've been giving motorcycles or some vehicles, some of the NGOs, including refugee-led organizations, to be able to execute the activities for the refugees. The other issue, I think, for UNHCR was what? I think those were the 2 key issues that were addressed to UNHCR. And maybe just to add on the issue of innovation, I know Tassino will come in on that, but it was addressed to you. But still, I mean, innovation is, I don't know. Of course, it's a big word, and a lot of things go to it. But the thing is, you have to show that maybe you can do something differently from others and in a more cost-effective way, and also something that will have impact. And for us as UNCL also, we really value innovation. And even when we ask NGOs to express their, express the intention to work with us, we ask them how innovative are they going to be in the delivery of the projects, of the activities. And if I may just ask, I don't know how many of you here would know what is common between these three companies: Kodak, Yahoo. Anyone who might know any correlation between those companies? Kodak, I mentioned Kodak. I mentioned Yahoo. And maybe
They expired.
yes. Why? Because they failed to move with the time. So you also have to smell the opportunities and see how you need to readjust yourself. Kodak for a long time was a leading company in photographic film. But they could not keep up when they could not keep up when the digital photography came in. They failed to embrace that technology quickly enough. You know, or even Nokia. Nokia for a long time were leading the cellular mobile network. But when smartphones came, they were left behind. Nokia moved on. Yahoo for a long time was leading the online advertisement, but they could not look at the consumer trends. So when Google came in, they took over. Do you hear of Yahoo anymore? And I'm sure most of you used to have Yahoo email addresses. Now most of you have moved to Gmail for your personal addresses. Because also it's the same with the NGOs. You have to appear to be relevant and look at what's happening in the world. Things are moving quickly. You know, you have to, yes. So you have to look at that, smell the opportunities, and change accordingly. You cannot be doing things the same way you should do them and expect the same results that you'll, So I think something I wanted to finish with, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We want to move to Tassilo, and then we will summarize with Patrick.
Yes, there was a number of topics. So sorry, it will be a bit superficial, but innovation, sustainability, localization were all topics you had questions about. The first one, innovation. Yes, donors in general love innovation, but not for the sake of innovation, but because they want innovations to produce innovative solutions, different solutions. And the question for you as a CSO is, how do you get different perspectives into the development of your project? So at the design stage, who do you bring in? Do you sit there alone to develop your project proposal, or do you bring in people with different perspectives to solve that problem? Did you bring the right people to the table when you were developing your project proposal? That's the first step. And the second part is, obviously, do you create an environment that allows you to be constantly innovative? And I think if you address these questions, then you've already made an important step towards becoming a more innovative civil society organization. I cannot say anything about the concrete case where someone said, oh, we proposed a project, it was rejected because it was not innovative enough, but then an INGO got the contract. However, my suspicion there is that because donors are generally risk averse, they prefer to work with an organization that is already tested and that has already an experience in managing grants. And that's a very difficult one for grassroots organizations. So how do you actually ensure that you give the certainty to the donors that you are actually able to manage, in our case it's a local contribution or a grant in a way that is audit proof. And this is for us as GIZ, honestly, one of the biggest reasons why sometimes we have to reject organizations or why we cannot fund them, because we know that we would run into trouble. And then what we can do is still support them through direct procurement, but we cannot give them then directly funding. So what can civil society organizations in Uganda do? We have a series of online courses that can prepare you to manage contracts. So if you do that, you have a higher likeliness of being eligible. And then you would have, obviously, when you get a contract, you shouldn't do what Elizabeth described, which happens sometimes, that you're so excited that you sign just off without having a prior discussion with our financial managers. You need to really know what you are committing to, and you also have to be realistic. Can we do that, or can we not do that? Because at the end of the day, if you spend money and you cannot account for it, then there will be a difficulty. First of all, you will most likely not get another funding again. But secondly, then also there would be the question, okay, are you going to pay back that money? Can you pay back that money or not? So you have to understand, from the perspective of our perspective, we want to avoid all these risks. We need to make sure that you have strengthened your internal governance sufficiently before we can actually start giving you direct contributions and fundings.
Thank you.
Can I respond also to the car question, last but not least, yes, because that was a big question. So, you know, we obviously have a few cars that we dispose of every now and then, but this is not the solution to the civil society sector in Uganda. What would 3 cars help 5,000 organizations? So we operate here in an agreement with the Ugandan government, and the Ugandan government is the one that that would then receive, after the end of the project, the cars that we dispose of, and that's our partner organizations. We have 2 partner organizations in our case, the National Planning Authority and the Office of the Auditor General, and then they are the ones that decide who gets which cars, and they could potentially also hand them over to civil society organizations. But honestly, how would they take a fair decision with this amount of civil society organizations? So potentially it's possible, but it is that every car that we buy is basically, at the end of the project, will belong to the Ugandan political partners, and they then take that decision. So it's not up to us, and it would also not solve the difficulties that the civil society sector has. Last one on sustainability, because that was a question that Dr. Stephen Okello asked about. Can we not allocate a specific amount? I don't think we can allocate a specific amount, but we can do more in supporting civil society organizations in developing social enterprises. And yes, we cannot provide venture capital, but what we can do is we can maybe fund, you know, some assets that would allow them to generate income in the future. So we did that, for instance, with Salama Shields. We bought a few beehives, and once they have beehives, they have bees, they have honey, and that honey will continue to obviously produce income even after the project finishes. So yes, you can do some smaller productive investments in the context of the support to social enterprises. And I'm very happy that this afternoon you will have also a presentation from Joyce Tamale, who runs a project for developing social enterprises. So every year right now we support between 10 and 20 CSOs in developing social enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Patrick in 2 minutes, as we've run out of time? You'll use 2 minutes to speak, and then we just have 5.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Consulate. I'm going to give you 2 or 3 examples, one from Plan, then 2 from other organizations. For those who come from Langwan, actually, you knew about an organization called Christian Children's Fund. If you are talking about localization, let's reflect on what Christian Children's Fund used to do. Goes to a community, gets communities, organizes them, they form a committee, start a project, they go to Stephen register. Those days the registration was 514S something. And they continue to operate. Many of them have continued to operate up to now, but takes a lot of time in capacity building. The second example of localization is, we all know ActionAid. When ActionAid started in early 90s, it went into so much capacity building for CSOs. And one example is TASO. We all know TASO. I don't know how many of you know that TASO was started by ActionAid. But TASO now is bigger than ActionAid in Uganda. When ActionAid went to the local chapter, which Stephen was talking about, ActionAid found itself competing with TASO in funding. So that's the localization. But what does that mean? It means that we should be prepared as CSOs to do the hard work. For Plan now, what we are doing is we have taken the CBO approach. We work with national NGOs, but we also work with CBOs. So CBOs, we don't care at whatever stage you are. What we do is, once we have selected and identified you, we take you through the process of making sure that you have regularized your registration with government. You have met all the legal requirements, URSP, URA, and all of this. And once we have gone there, we start to look at your governance capacity in terms of the operations of the board, program management, financial management, and all of the strategic planning, human resource management. Because the effectiveness of your organization and for you to be able to sustain it relies on the effectiveness of the board operation, but also the management staff, the leadership of the organization. And then once we know that you have worked on these policies, you're on the right track, we give you funding to test your abilities to implement and deliver results with impact. And this is where we have a lot of problems about the quality of your staff, the quality of the management, the funder syndrome, the conflict in terms of what was meant for community and diversion of funds to areas which were not pre-planned. And so we work a lot around that. And then once we have done that, we want to be sure that you're able to sustain your operation. Sustainability starts right from the design stage. An example, we are working with the FAD on providing access to funding to poor community, like vulnerable households who are on the verge of marrying of their daughters because they want dowry. So to prevent them from marrying girls because they want the dowry, we provide an access to capital which can allow them start their own business. Initially, we were buying seeds because they thought if they do seeds, they have coffee, they have Irish potato, whatever, or rice, they're able to generate income from the agricultural, what they call agribusiness. But if AFOD doesn't provide seeds on time, then they say, oh, you provided late, sunshine killed it. So now we said, instead of giving them seeds and for promoting funder syndrome, dependent syndrome, let's make the cash available. Come get the money at the time you want, buy your seeds, produce, sell, and bring back the portion of it so that other communities can also get. So even if the funding ceases now, that component will continue to run with AFAD. So these are the sustainability or financing models we need to start thinking about. Because if I give you money for setting out an office, you're going to pay electricity and run that office. But if I give you a sustainability mechanism that focuses on program approach, you're able to continue to sustain that program and find out to manage your own operational excellence and all of that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Patrick. Members, can we appreciate our panelists? Thank you, and thank you very much. Before you take your seats, we have only 3 minutes for URA. It's not dictated that they get 3 minutes. We've run out of time, and they were supposed to be here yesterday, but we don't want to miss out what they have prepared for us. I'm going to ask you to give us the key things that CSOs need to know to ensure that they comply with URA in 3 minutes. The key things, I know there are some changing trends in URA. You could also just summarize that as we go for our break. Thank you.
Thank you, Consulate, and to the Civil Society Organization, West Nile Chapter, for allowing us to talk to you. Civil society organizations, like any other taxpayer, there are 4 key issues that you are supposed to do to be a very compliant taxpayer. The first one and the most important one is registration. Are you registered for all taxes applicable to you? You are gazetted for withholding tax. Are you registered? You have employees. Are you registered for pay? You get funding. That is, you getting revenue or income. Are you registered for income tax? That is one. The second one is declarations or return filing. Now, return filing goes beyond just filing a return. But are you filing the right return? You have consultants and you're declaring them as employees. Are you filing the right return? No. You getting revenue as funding or donations, and you're not declaring an income tax return. Are you compliant? But also, filing the right return. Are you filing it in the right time? Now, there are different timelines for different taxes. Income tax, if you're operating a substituted year, like most of the civil society organizations, January to December, have you filed the return before 30th June, after the end of the year? If you're operating a normal year of income, July to June, have you filed the income tax return before 31st December? Our monthly returns, have you filed it before 15th? It would be unfortunate to the donor to hear that you were penalized for filing a return late. It means you're going to use whichever money GIZ is giving you to pay for penalties, which is not good. The other one is payment. Are you paying the right tax in the right time? Coincidentally, the due dates for filing the returns is also the due date for the payment to be made. Beyond that, you incur interest. So if you are not paying in time, there is a cost. And this costs you, it costs the party you're intending to help with the donations, but also the donor will not fulfill his goals. The last and the most important one is provision of information as and when it is requested by the commissioner. I said it is very important because at some point, the commissioner will require you to provide information to make a tax decision. And you take your time to bring them, or you don't even bring the information requested for. A tax decision is made, and you want to object to the tax decision that has been made. Now, the tax decision can be a rejection of a tax clearance, a rejection of an application for exemption for income tax, or an assessment was raised and you wanted to object to it. The same information will not be allowed at objection, at that, but you also struggle with court if you did not provide information. So those are the 4 key things a taxpayer is required to do to be compliant. The other issue that the moderator requested us to talk about, they are key developments in the tax environment. I will start with the, I don't know whether anyone of you has heard about the IDI versus Uganda Revenue Authority case. Any? That is a FAD 2. We have been having issues with CSOs and other entities which are contracting people to do short-term works. You call them contractors, whom you usually pay and withhold 6%. Now, from our side, wherever the contract period went beyond 3 months, okay, we would require you to declare pay as you earn. However, it was decided by the court that we cannot just based on the period one has been paid or has served on a contract to call it employment. There are other things we need to look at to consider one employed or working as a contractor or a service provider. I thought or I expected the civil society organization chapter West Nile to have shared the same ruling with the civil society organizations here. If needed, I can share that after this submission. The other development is about we are currently running a tax waiver campaign. We are waiving interest and penalties for any taxes that were outstanding by 30th June 2023. Previously, during the COVID period, we had the same setting where we waived all the interest and penalties that were not paid by 30th June. However, we observed that it's only non-compliant taxpayers who had not paid their taxes who benefited from such. And management thought it wise that we extend a waiver, but this time, penalty and interest is only waived when you have paid the principal tax. And this waiver will go up to 31st December 2024. When you pay your principal tax, penalty, and interest that accrued by 30th June is paid. The other development is on the requirement to submit audited financial statements when you're filing your income tax return. Previously, one would file a return and do not attach accounts. Right now we are saying when you're filing a return and your revenues are above 500 million, you are supposed to attach audited accounts to that return. Now, audited accounts means they have been certified by a CPA. Lastly is about the stakeholder management office that we have opened. Unlike other regions, the West Nile region has opened the stakeholder management office where you need to take all your complaints. If you cannot, take them to the tax officers. We have an office which handles stakeholders, and it is led by Miss Claire, whom I moved with. And in interest of time, I beg to stop here as I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I've admired the way the taxman speaks slowly and calmly. I'm going to request that let us write the questions down. We are going for breakout session and for a break tea as well. Let us put the questions down with your name and your question. And I'm going to ask him to be available. Even those of us who can consult him. And can we see Madame Claire? Yes, she's there, stakeholder engagement. During our breakout session and our breaks, we will be meeting these two. Be available, and our CSOs can ask you one-on-one. Let's have those questions. We'll give them, and they will have a chance to respond to them in later sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in appreciating our panelists for this morning's session. Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth. Thank you, Mr. Ngugi. Thank you, Mr. Taslo. Thank you, Mr. Patrick Adupa. And we want to appreciate the taxman, especially for giving us his time. We can now ask you to take your seats. I'm going to ask Bernard to lead us what we're going to do next. I know our tea is ready, but we want to move out and then go for the breakout sessions at once so that members can have their coffee as they'll be for the breakout sessions. Can we appreciate our panelists once more? Thank you so much. I want to now invite my colleague to take it over from now.
Thank you very much, Consulate. Break tea and breakout. Color white, you'll pick your tea from the poolside and you'll head to your breakout room at the Asian restaurant where you were yesterday. And you will be under the tutelage of James from Wesisnet. And then color blue, you'll pick your tea from the restaurant and head back to the boardroom where you were yesterday. And you'll be under the tutelage of Sheila. Where is James? That is James. That's Sheila. And then color green, you'll pick your tea from the registration area and you'll head back to the conference room here where you are yesterday, and you will be under the tutelage of Yusuf. This is a breakout session guiding notes. We'll have financial sustainability, harnessing potentials for diversification of financing options for CSO. The facilitator will be Dennis Warom, who is the CEO of Headship. And then we will have strengthening CSO compliance with existing legal and policy framework. And the facilitator will be Noah Kicheka, who is the human resource manager at AFAD. And then finally, we will have strengthening CSO. This is repetition. Okay, I have errors. This is repeated, but then I will give guidance to the last breakout group. It will be strengthening compliance with existing legal and policy framework. Yes, this will be done by Mr. Jack Duck John, the Executive Director of Youth Social Advocacy Team, YSAT. So this is how we will run. You'll pick your tea, move straight to the room, and we'll report back here at exactly 12:45 for the plenary. You're invited for tea. Thank you very much and enjoy your tea. The prayer is valid for the whole day, the morning prayer, so it still works.
check. Yes, members, I think we are going to start. By names, I'm called Warum. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's do it the way we did yesterday. The other side. Yes, members, let's converge here. Yes. Not to waste much time. I think we are to start, and here we are only going to share like experience. We are going to be guided by these two questions, and one of the questions is how can CSO sustain partnership with development partner and donors? Then question number 2, what should be done differently by CSOs and donors or development partners to strengthen partnerships and collaborations? So it is just going to be like a experience sharing. Like I said, my name is Warom Dennis Paul. I work with an organization called Help Disabled Children Excel, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of that organization. Help Disabled Children Excel started in 2013. And our first donor has been our local government. I know some of you may be wondering how we started getting funding like from the local government. Our local government started supporting us right from 2015 up to date. Actually, even this year, maybe by the end of this month, we are going to receive another funding from our local government. So I'll be sharing with you some of those experiences on how we can sustain partnership with the different development partners. What partners likes many times, as I was doing my work, one of the key things have been being compliant. Many times, when you come into partnership with maybe any other development partner, you sign what you call agreement, then there is work plan and the budget, which is always in place. So donors or any other development partners would want each and everyone to comply with the set rules of the maybe the partner, then complying with the approved work plan and the budget. And many times as CSOs, you'll find we are doing our work, but at times we tend to disregard some of the policies, and at times we don't even follow our work plan and the budget. And that really is not good to donors or any other development partner. Another thing, donors or any other development partner is so much concerned with reporting. We implement activities and we are aware that maybe by 30th or 15th of a particular month, we are supposed to share reports with the different partners or any other institution. But at times, you'll find we fail to do that. And that makes it hard for partners to continue with us. We have been partnership like we had this JZ, which is supporting this program. I think our partnership started with JZ in 2019. Then we had our local government. Since 2013, they are still supporting because we are complying with what they want from us. Then at times, as we are implementing, you will find you are given excess money. And many times, as organizations, you'll find us picking that excess without even informing the donor or the person who gave you that money. We spend, and when you're now giving accountability to the donor, they become surprised. How did you begin to spend this without letting us know? It actually happened to us in 2021 when we received some funding from one of the development partners. But because of what we did, when we shared with them that this is the money that is left as balance, so they were motivated and they gave us more projects. So discussing change with maybe with our partners or donors is something very key. Then another thing is commitment. As an organization, sometimes donor or development partners may want some information from you. And at times we tend to take our own time to respond to the donors. And yet they also need that information to support them in doing some other things or to report to their other donors. So really, that really makes them not happy with us at times. Because on the other side, they are also being demanded to comply. And yet, this way we are delaying. And that really makes them unhappy. They consider you as a non-compliant partner. At times, they end up even withdrawing before. There is seeking for advice, or partners or donors' advice. Many times, you may be having 10 different donors, 10, and they're all funding. But the other one may delay to fund your activities, though you have already signed agreement or contract with that donor or the development partners. So sometimes as CSOs, we tend to make mistakes that, since we are also receiving funding from the other one, and it is delaying, we have activity A. Let us maybe from this pool, we pick to support in the other activity. That is very dangerous to our development partners. Once that one is done, they may leave you away because you are now taking their money to fund something which you did not even agree on with them. Saying thank you to a donor is another very important thing. We have been implementing different projects, and maybe you have come to maybe close out of the project. As NGOs, to really motivate the donor, it is very important to say thank you, write a thank you letter to them. That really motivates them. And as you are writing, at least you should be able to explain to them that because of your support, we were able to achieve this. So that is something very important. Donors, they really like seeing results of their work being seen. And many times people only implement activities the way it is in local government, that we did ABC. So the so what is not there. And once the donor realizes that maybe the funding is not bringing any impact, you'll be surprised to see the donor, oh, thank you so much for the wonderful work. Maybe this time we may not consider you because they're seeing that money or what they have given you is not causing any change in the community. So as we are doing our work, we should focus on results. And once result is being seen, then donors, they also feel happy. I think people should not be surprised. We are aware that NSF is not a donor, but we also receive funding from NSF to support some of our activities. And how did we do that? Because of the results. They came, saw our work, and they gave us 15 million shillings, NSF. So let's try as much as possible to focus on the results. Involving donors in meeting with the different beneficiaries. I really like this. We did this with one of our donors, and that brought another project. Now, as I talk, 2 weeks ago, there is a project that we are implementing with with another organization, Advance. We took a donor to one of the project sites, talked with the beneficiaries. So we were so happy. We saw the donor even starting to mobilize another resources to support that school that we are working in. So it is very, very important to really engage or to invite donors to have meetings with the beneficiaries so that is able to document or see the change that the project has brought. Second last, we know that as CSOs, there are others who are doing advocacies. And at times, in our advocacy work, the way we do it, it is in a different way, like confrontational, where at times we are misinterpreted by government. And we are quite aware that government is really very key stakeholders, because without them, at times it is very hard for us to achieve. Because as we are advocating, they are the ones to really take action. Because we may bring out different issues that are supposed to be addressed, and you as an NGO, you may not really address it if there is no political will. So let's always have good terms with our local government, and in our discussion with them, we should bring out issues that they are also, you also need to explain how really it is affecting our people, but not just things are ABC. We want this. That can't really work. So as we are doing our work, let's try as much as possible to have very good relationship with the different stakeholders. I want to tell you from the experience, the 10 years experience now in CSOs, because of all these that we are doing, as I talk now, our organization have started a vocational training center. We did not even fund. There was even no funding, but we were supported by GIZ to develop business plan. When we came out of the business plan, we started seeing support. Church came in, gave us the whole facilities. The whole of this house is yours. 4 room blocks is yours. Now, materials that you need, actually even the government also came in to say, okay, we are now going to support you with some funds to really support in buying some of the materials that you need. So that good relationship is something very, very important with us. So what am I saying here? As we do the work, let's be compliant. We should have committed team, committed staff. This one here awarded us one time motorcycle, because our staff, they were always really active. That donor had so many different partners they were supporting, like GIZ, our plan. But because of our commitment, whatever they want, we are providing. Anything they want from us, we are doing it. So we are just good to go. We never knew we would have a bike, but right now we are having it. It was not part of the project, but an award because of our hard work. Be a trusted organization, transparent and accountable. Let's try to avoid things that brings in issues, seeking advice, and having good relationship. So those are the things that I really wanted to share with you in order to sustain our relationship with the donors. I thank you so much. Yeah. So maybe from here, I don't know if there is anyone with a question or would like to share a similar experience.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I picked interest in the NSSF funding, the 15 million that you benefited from NSSF. 15 million, right? Yeah. Was it, did you write concept to them, or was it part of their responsibility, social responsibility, which probably you identified and you're given? Or if there is any other funding strand somewhere, please, it is a moment also share with us so that we get to know about it. Thank you.
Mine is not a question, but just experience sharing. I just wanted to reinforce some of what you have said, which can be encouraging to some other CSOs, particularly CBOs and NGOs who are struggling to sustain their organizations, how to relate with the donors. I want to pick from, I know one of the major issues we struggle with is getting funds and sustaining them. Earlier on, when we shared the experience of Rice West Nile, I remember the lady who gave the final answer was saying, when you are going to mobilize resources, you don't start with fundraising, but friends raising. That's exactly something I used to teach in the university when I was in Arua here. I used to teach in Bugema University. By then I was not in civil society. But a year or two later, I went to the civil society. I was picked to go and raise an organization which had issues and was losing. It had lost like 1 or 2 donors, and the image was going down. And my biggest task was, how do I bring back the confidence and build. We were blessed to have GIZ who came and picked us and gave us capacity strengthening project. But many of our members, even us, were complaining that these people are not giving us money. Only these capacity building, these working on policies, they don't see tangible cash coming in. But we're like saying, you people, let's first of all organize our house. Let's organize our image, which is very critical if you are going to attract resources. Okay, I'm glad the one who has just been speaking was part of us. We did it actually together with them. He was part of our board members, and let me tell you, to cut the whole story short, it was a bad time during COVID-19 when a lot of disruption was done. But one of the key, apart from developing several policies, which are, internal control system tools, which GIZ helped us to develop, the key document they helped us with was also developing a strategic plan, which we all know is a very critical document for resource mobilization and strategy looking forward. There are people who are saying, but we don't see money in what they are doing here. We said, no, this is a tool to bring money. We don't have to have money in the account whatsoever. But at the end of the day, when we develop and finish our strategic plan and these policies and so on, a donor came. We had about 5 months of negotiations, trying to look at us whether we can fit. And our organization jumped from receiving a usual 100 million project of funding for a year to now like a 3-year project worth 1.3 billion, above that. All of a sudden, but we would never qualify if we had not done what? We had not organized our room. So that support they gave us was very, very critical. Sometimes we want money in volumes. And when someone says, I liked what GIZ, Mr. Tassilo said today, that in reality, they're not a funding organization, they are not donors, but they work with us to build our capacity, making us more capable to generate our resources and be stronger and better. And that's exactly what happened to us. We were able to raise much more funds. What is interesting that there are some donors, we wrote to them some years, some 2 years back. They had not funded us, but now they are asking us to put in big proposals of billions again here and there. So the point I'm trying to drive home experience here is that doing these things they were talking about here, organizing ourselves first and adhering to the donor requirement will make us move miles. Let's not ignore them. Let's take them positively and it will make us move.
Thank you so much. Maybe gender after her, you?
One of the biggest issues that small organizations are facing is the same thing that one lady talked about. A lot of these international organizations, when they come to us, they think we are the punching boxes. They want to give us little funds, but do the heavy work. The big question to you as you lead in the discussion, what should we really do? Because when you see someone giving you funding without, apart from the GIZ, which is institutional capacity development, but I'm talking about activity funding, where somebody gives you specific activity funds, but expects you to implement that project. Are these organizations taking us to be corrupt? Are they bribing us? Is that bribery to be corrupt? Because by all means, activities have to be implemented, but with no activity, with no transport, with no salaries. Nothing.
It is noted. I think the next person is you. After, I'll bring it to you.
Thank you. I am Musa Kenya. I work with Volunteer Action Network. We are a 1.5+ decade old. We are based in Gulu. And my take is just an advice and also sharing some bit of experience. I think CSOs, we need to change our mindset. If we need to tackle this right away, from the experience of VACNet or Volunteer Action Network, we are intentional to any projects that we do. We don't write anything in our proposals that we have a sustainability plan that is not applicable, and we don't do or take actions. And from the word go, we have never viewed the development partners as donors. We have looked, or we see them and we engage with them as partners, not donors. The moment you have a mindset that carries along a donor and the receiver, it means you're always going to be begging. But if your mindset is about partnership, it's about what are you bringing on the table and what are they going to contribute to. I think if we change that, it will inform our policies, our programs, and everything, it will start moving. Two, colleague, we need to understand that we need to diversify our sources, and everyone needs to find you working. A lot of times for such organization, we wait until when a partner will come and tell you to do each and everything. So if you're not moving, no one is going to move with you. So for me, my take is mindset change.
Members, I request we take at least maximum 2 minutes. Yes, just 2 minutes maximum.
Well, for me, I have two issues. One is for us to adopt new innovations. We need to graduate from old systems to new systems. For instance, on financial management, we know that most CSOs or entities are moving away from handling hard cash and are moving to electronic fund transfer, for instance. If, for instance, you're doing your planning and budgeting and the rest, and you interest your donor that, you know what, to promote accountability and transparency, we're going to graduate from this level to this level. There's no donor that can really refuse such a system. And for us as GWG, that has really worked. And then also too, the aspects of sustainability of the impact of our work. If we have community structures that we know will last even after the end of our projects, there's no way, for instance, the impact of our projects will not be felt even after 10 or 15 years, even if a specific project ends. So we should really invest heavily on our community structures for purposes of sustainability.
Yes. Okay, I'm coming. Let me finish with him. I come. Then I think you will be the last, because there is no time.
Thank you very much. I also respect the protocol sitting. I just want to give my questions about young organizations that have started. You know, many people begin organizations, the expectation is so high. And sometimes you find even the people whom you begin the organization, sometimes they're those who you come with, who have too much expectation. Maybe when we begin NGO, we're going to begin driving the cars, we're going to be doing this. So this sometimes when those things are not met, you find people are already jumping out. But the question is, can we be present as we're building? Because you cannot build the organization today, tomorrow you want to be like the one that has grown. There are challenges in the sector, so my advice to most of us who may have been new into this, one thing is, let's put our house in order. Because that is the point. Let us put our house in order, and also let us be patient and persevere. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the contribution.
Thank you very much. Mine is a contribution. What I've seen is, if you want to maintain the relationship with the donors, one, me, I work with Faraja. But this case, if you're not faithful with a small, because in most cases, you go ahead and sign a contract that you want to do an activity. So I don't think that when you sign that contract and they don't give you transport or salaries, then you complain. But I think it is the best way to maintain your donor, because what you do with that small activity, they have funded, it can give you another opportunity for another funding. Thank you.
So, she's going to be the last person. Oh, okay. Maybe she talks, and then I'll bring it to you, Tesila. He's going to be the last.
Thank you. I just want to add some two on the list. Yeah, one is communication. I think communication is very key with our partners, especially emails. Let's just look at simple things. They will expect quick feedback, but at times we take time to respond. And yet probably that information is needed to take a decision. We have experiences where partners have told us within 48 hours, you must be able to respond to an email. So that is just one thing, but also sharing updates. It might not necessarily mean waiting for the reporting schedule, but giving them updates so that they know you're on course and things are moving on well. If there are any changes within the organization, it's good to communicate it in time to avoid surprising the partner at the last minute. Then taking action on some of the recommendations made. For example, if a partner visited and recommended some actions, we need to act. If there is a due diligence that was done and there were some areas noted for improvement, take it up. If there are some gaps that were identified and which are within your means to correct, it's good to do that so that they see you working towards cleaning up your house. Thank you.
All right, I think we are moving to the last person. I'm really sorry to, but take not more than 30 seconds, kindly.
I also think that it's very important to keep the documentation, especially in a story form. Most times when we tell our stories, people get us, they feel the empathy, they understand the depth of where we are coming from, and that makes an impact. Normally when we speak out the story, and also the beneficiaries, the stakeholders share out the story of where you've come, what you've done, and implementing the impacts that you've tried to work on, it really makes a donor more interested in where you're going, and then where will you want to go to, replicating the story to another place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Keep story, maybe documentation story form. Then the last, Tesilo, I think you're the last. Yeah.
Okay, 30 seconds. Just what I wanted to say is the most important aspect is actually this communication for us, that you come forward if you see a problem. You know, donors are not here to cut your funding, but they really want to avoid any further problems and risks. And the earlier you alert them about a problem, a difficulty that you have, the better it is, because then you can find a solution together. So don't assume, communicate when you don't know something, and when you feel that you're running into a problem. So that's, I think, my main advice. And for us, we don't have any struggle in working with you to strengthening your structures and to start whatever level you are. But for us, it's important that you give us an honest assessment of where you stand, and that we have this close partnership that is based on integrity and on sharing a joint vision, and then also to tell each other frankly what the situation is, because that is for us fundamental. The worst experiences, we have them when problems are swept under the carpet. At some point they come up, and I can tell you we then end up in much more trouble than we would have had originally.
Thank you so much, team, for the wonderful contribution. There has been a question. I'm happy that we only had one question. That's about NSF funding. I remember saying we receive some funds from NSF, National Social Security Fund. Most of these, actually the private sector, MDS, they have what you call corporate social responsibilities. And many times, as CSOs, we don't contact these people. So NSF had Tosh Award, and that Tosh Award, they only give it to 5 organizations in the whole country, per region. But I was happy when we really reached out to them. We were selected for Northern Uganda. and they gave us that money. Let us continue to contact them. Others are just contributions, like we need to learn how to raise friends, not just maybe proposal. Many times we shall be waiting for calls, and it may even delay to come. And when you apply, at times you even end up missing that funds. So the only way to go, I remember during the plenary, someone said, let's try to look at the strategies. What is this other organization doing? So we reached out to them. We had the story shared by ED of NGO Forum, the way they had that discussion with the development partner. I think that was not called for proposal. You can wait in vain. So let's continue to reach out to them. Then another important thing which was raised here was that sometimes you will find other development partners coming. They give you a lot of work to do, but what they give cannot be compared. The funds they give cannot be compared to the quantity of work given. This one here, to me, I would say maybe before you come into partnership or before you start an activity, it is very important to have a meeting. You have a round table meeting with the development partner. And you look at the activities that you're going to do vis-a-vis the cost. Where you find you cannot manage, don't just hurry or rush into those activities, because when you continue to do it, it will really cause you sometimes problems. So let's do that. Okay. Yes. Great, thank you.
hurt nobody. You only live once, they told me. You can't be mad at me. I can just be cheap. Even though I got my own CD, maybe even on TV.
Hello? 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 Thank you. That was a very nice music. It is music of our generation. I am not part of the Gen Zs. I'm part of the traditionalist. Not even the millennials. Do we have all the groups back, all the colors back? Yes. Now, do you see this handsome gentleman here? All the questions you wrote to URA, hand it over to this handsome gentleman. All your comments, questions to URA, they will have an appropriate time to respond to all the questions raised. Those who did not sign on the consent form, please do so. The consent form, please sign. And also, if you did not sign yesterday, please make sure you sign on our consent form. There are those who did not register. So if you missed out yesterday, please go back to the registration desk and ensure that you register for yesterday and for today as well. So let's wait for, which color is out? White. White here, blue where? Where is blue? So it is blue missing. Okay. They are not compliant. And that is very bad. If you don't comply, chances are high you may not be sustainable. So I so far have 2 to URA. Consulate, kindly help remind the last group. Let's give them 2 minutes. So instead of you interacting since you've been discussing in the group, I'll request the DJ to play the same music he was playing. So please, give us back that same music. Some of us, it's nostalgic and volume. That volume is okay.
Only time I drink before it is when I wanna drink before it. And usually when I wear a suit, I leave with not one but 2. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. You only live once, they told me. You can't be mad at me. I can just be cheap. Even though I got my own CD, maybe even on TV, there ain't no change in me. I can only be me. Though I might be on TV, cause I got my own CD. All you will ever see, same OG. I used to be the main one clubbing, but now I choose to stay at home. Most of my friends still thugging, this time the G's were grown. I'm thinking about my future lately, whatever that may be. But now it's clear to me, I can just be cheap. Even though I got my own CD, maybe even on TV. There ain't no change in me. I can only be me. Though I might be on TV, cause I got my own CD. All you will ever see, same OG.
Hello, y'all. This is the Timberland coming to you one more again. You see, people say that we changing, but I think it's the people that are around us that are changing. You see, we ain't trying to hurt nobody, but people trying to hurt us. But you know what? I'm just gonna keep being me. That's all I can do in this lifetime. Check it.
Day after day, I continue to be.
Hold me, Timothy. That's all I can be, baby.
Day after day, I continue to be.
I continue to be. Yeah, he's still that.
Same OG.
Check.
Even though I got my own CD, maybe even on TV, there ain't no change in me. I can only be me. Though I might be on TV, cause I got my own CD. All you will ever see. Show me something real I need to know. I need you completely. Come on closer, baby. Our love is taking over. Got to let it in. Ooh, I need to feel the heart of you. I need to reach the very deepest part of you. Can I touch you, man? Touch you deep inside. Can I touch your heart the way you're touching mine? Can I touch you, man? Touch you deep within. Oh. Can I touch you, man? Can I touch you?
We were waiting for the last group to arrive. So we had to enjoy music on your behalf as we wait for you. So we will have 3 minutes for each of the group to present. And we will start with color white. So in 3 minutes, please, you will present what you discussed in your group. And if there are any reactions from the other group members. So let me invite Team White to come and make their presentation. Let's clap for Team White.
Thank you so much. Let me have the white flyers shine. Kindly. Oh, there they are. Thank you so much. So our topic was exploring potential with the localization agenda of development partners, what it means for CSOs, and how CSOs can harness the opportunity to increase funding portfolio. My name once again is Karen Maria Birunji, and I represent the bankers. And I am also part of Nurture Africa Network and a Ecological Christian NGO. What is localization? It's something that we had earlier on tackled yesterday. And to us, it is basically shifting power to the local actors where aid, transformation, or activities happen. So we refer to the Humanitarian Summit that happened in 2016, and that was the grand bargain, that acknowledged and recommended that localization is a must. In that summit, it was agreed that 25% would largely focus on localization. And there are key parameters and focus areas that were agreed upon. And I can just quickly give you a snapshot of what transpired in that meeting. Things to do with direct funding, partnership, transparency, recruitment, advocacy, and promotion of local support were basically pillars that were instrumental at championing localization. Ladies and gentlemen, why is localization beneficial, and why is it very critical for us to give it ponder views and thought? It promotes transparency, efficiency, buy-in, because it happens where the activity is. So you can imagine if the affected people are taking leadership at owning decision-making and implementation, buy-in is easy, but it also becomes very, very easy for you to effectively monitor while promoting efficiency. We additionally looked at stakeholder management. If the big people have resolved to have 25% go to localization, then our theme of compliance comes to actualization. We also thought that it's important as stakeholders in the room to think globally. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that it's now an e-world, one world across the atmosphere, across the spheric space. It's therefore important that we promote localization for global thinking. Collaborations and interventions. Again, by us embracing this baby of localization, it therefore means that our knowledge gaps, technical capacity, knowledge familiarization, experience sharing, and skill set is spread across, giving us an opportunity to collaborate effectively and build synergies for strong partnerships. Transparency and accountability. If we embraced localization, it means that we are promoting equity. And promoting equity usually gives birth to transparency and accountability. We looked at issues of specialization with a fit-for-purpose agenda. You want to handhold babies who speak the language that you understand best. And that shall happen at where the rubber hits the stone, at the center where the activities are actually implemented in the communities which we serve. We also thought about capacity building for sustainability, just as the workshop theme and agenda is. Let's build capacity and ensure that the activities that we are coming up with do not die with us as implementers, but continue to shine and thrive in the communities where we are. What are our recommendations as Team White? We thought of the following. One, we must walk the talk. For all the things that were agreed upon in 2016 in the Grand Bargain Summit, we should be champions. We should knock on doors of whoever is taking lead at this to ensure that the talking does not only stop in the workshops, in the conferences, or in the summits, but actually comes to reality. So the issues of ensuring that 25% that is supposed to go to localization must not only be theoretical, but be practical. We thought as strategic thinkers that, can I become your moderator? Thank you so much. As Team White, we thought that chasing the political will is not only a dream, but is an action point of you ladies and gentlemen in this room to ensure that everybody that we need to understand that the 25% must come to materiality and actualization happens. Let's engage the stakeholders, let's have the meaningful conversations, and let's take leadership at ensuring that whoever needs to understand this not only understands it, but implements it. We also thought that it's important as team players to work together. We agreed as members that by the time we leave this workshop, we need to thoroughly understand who works where, what are they doing, and how best can we be able to leverage the synergies for better interventions. So you need to understand who is taking leadership in Gulu, Lira, and the entire Western Nile region to ensure that the consortiums that we want to set up are beefed up with the right technical capacity, not in terms of health, not in terms of competition only, but rather look at partners for like-minded objectives and synergies. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, the team felt that it's high time we took the localization matters into our hands. Be the change we want to see. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are wearing the same color, so we can moderate comfortably together. I got that right. Eh? Thank you. So can we have Team Blue came last. So can we have Team Green to present? It's threatening to rain, so I think we're also experiencing the change in temperature inside the room. Let's clap for them as they present.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Warom Dennis Paul. Then I also have a sign name. This is my sign name for those with the hearing impairment. So whenever I'm among those with the hearing impairment, this is how they call me. Yes. Yes. So here we are to talk about how to strengthen partnership with development partners and donors. And what I'm going to present has not been from me alone, but a contribution from different members. One of the ways said there is need for like being compliant. We need to respect donor rules and regulations because these donors or development partners that we are working with them, they have their rules and regulations. So there is real need to respect. We also have to stick to the approved work plan and the budget because as you come in to implement, we are always given our budget and the work plan. So that's something we should stick to without causing any unnecessary change. Then there should be timely reporting. Sometimes when you're implementing our activities, you will find you are supposed to report maybe on the 15th. But that 15th, to some of us, we take it up to 30th. And yet that donor also has a back donor the other side, who is also demanding for the same information. So that's under compliance. Then we should also discuss any change with the partner or the donor.
Not just as an organization, you sit and say, now let's do this the other way. That one is not okay. Because when you're not compliant, the donor may end up running away. Then two, commitment. Sometimes the donor may communicate, send to you, may need an urgent information from you. But you may take 1 week to provide that response, which may become irrelevant. So we really need to be committed, seeking for partners or donors' advice. If maybe there is something you want to change, or you have been given a lot of money and you have some balance, you would like to spend it in other ways, kindly seek for the advice of the development partners or the donor. Don't just do it alone as an organization. Then we should not forget to say thank you. As we move on with our project, sometimes we forget. We don't say that. It motivates. Yes, it really motivates. Then we should focus on results or change. All these donors, they want to know whether the money they gave you is really causing some change in the community. Many times, I'm sorry to say, sometimes we implement like the way it is being implemented in local government. What are the activities that you participate? Oh, we did this. That's all. So to us NGOs, I think it is a bit different. We need to look at it, the results, and you communicate the results. It makes the donor very happy. We gave like an example of what happened in other places where we took donors to certain project and was really impressed. Because of that, the donor was also motivated to bring in another project, which was good. Then I also gave an example that because of the change, NSF doesn't give grant, but HE was awarded. NSF, National Social Security Fund, they gave us award of 15 million because of the change that they saw in our community. Donors meeting with the beneficiaries is so much encouraged because it helps them to understand how really your beneficiaries' lives change as a result of the project. And sometimes the beneficiaries may also come out with some other challenges. Donors may pick it up. And because of that, once the donor picks maybe the challenges, it will still be implemented by you. It will bring another project. Maintaining good relationship with the different stakeholders. Many times as we are doing our advocacy, we tend to use it in a confrontational way, which is not the case. So everything that we are doing, at least we need to work together with our stakeholders, even the government of Uganda. Let us not leave them out. Because once you approach them in a very good way, they will equally come in to support you, to help you achieve what you want. I gave an example of the support that JZ gave to HE. JZ supported HE to develop a business plan. But that business plan transformed into starting a vocational center, which we did not even contribute any single coin. But the church came in and said, okay, now this is a very good cause. Let us give you the facility. So right now we have a very good facility like the blocks. One full classroom block of 4 rooms, which has been donated for free. Other stakeholders started coming, even still the government. And we're going to receive some government official even this week to support that center. So because of the good relationship. Friends building to develop trust. We have our Nebu District NGO Forum. Nebu District NGO Forum, according to the executive director, I think it's not according to me, according to the executive director, that forum was going to be no more. But because of friends raising, good communication, contacting other development partners, NGO Forum received, it said 1.3 billions, which has never been before. So it is because of that good communication and friends raising. Then we should always communicate to donors. Let us not only wait for time for reporting. Many times we wait for the 15th. Like I said, okay, the donor will say by 15th you report. You can keep on sending the update, and that donor will be so happy. And then lastly, someone talked about documentation should be in story form. We should share stories, not just a lot of informations, which really may not be so key to the donor or the development partners. So members, with this, I stop. Thank you so much.
Can we clap again for Dennis Warom? Dennis said I got a quote from Dennis that we serve a very thankless community, so we should be thankful in all that we do. If you get money, please say thank you. After every event, please send a thank you letter or a note. It helps. These small gestures are very good in keeping this relationship. Let me now have the last group to share with us what they learned or what they discussed in their group. Let's clap for him as he comes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last group. Ours was very interesting. You hear you all needed funding, but we were worried that you were not branded well. We were struggling to kind of see. We gave ourselves a challenge in the group to see if a cameraman takes a photo and with nothing, and then it's posted, how many of us can be identified? Me, huh? Someone is saying me. I can see 20 years is there. Rice Westnile is there. UNHCR is very bold. So first caveat I want to say is in our group, we're looking at harnessing digitalization for fundraising. That's visibility and branding. And we said, no one knows you if you go to any platform. That was the first discussion we talked about. So you should be very proud of your brand before someone else is proud of it, right? That was the first message. Members also learned about a few questions. First of all, how many of us in the room has a digital face? How many of us updated that digital face that they were here in this conference? How many of you did that? I did, and NSSF liked it. How many of you did it? NSSF in the room. Yesterday I did, and NSSF reacted to that because I tagged them. How many of us did it? You can see the hands are not there, but we need the funding. But no one knows you, right? So that was one question. What about the platform you are in? Are you only on Facebook or X? We also discussed the power of these different platforms and what they serve. Facebook is for showcasing, telling the people this is what I do. But also there's funding there. X is where you can get the partners. LinkedIn is the professional boardroom for everybody, right? So how do you engage with such? And then what content do you put there? We're fearing social media a lot because people think we're being censored. But if you're communicating about your niche, will someone follow you? But if you're there ranting and attacking, then definitely you will have attracted so many followers in a negative way, right? And then who are you targeting with your messages? So those were key questions. And the group learning were as follows: that digital space is great and we all have to be there. So members validated the importance of the digital space. We noted the need to develop data protection to safeguard our interactions with the media. We realized many of us are not guided by anything. We just post anyhowly, whichever we want, which is risk for many of the donors in the room. So if we want to interact with social media well, we need to come up with a data protection policy in our organizations. We also use media mostly just to advocate rather than selling ourselves. That was something that came out very clearly. You see someone going online and he's just talking about the bad thing they see rather than noticing the good things that they do. And it becomes very difficult to separate you. And local actors do a lot and they don't publish. Yeah, someone already mentioned it. Can we take our work from offline to online? And we had a sharing from one of the INGO in the room that for them, they no longer release calls. When you approach them, they will just go online and search for you. If they can't find you, that's the end of the game. So how can you have a digital space that can market you? And these are the recommendations we have for you in the room. One, brand yourself. Just like we were sharing in our group before, if you come to this space, make sure that when you leave, they can say, yes, you were there. Create a niche. What are you good at? Because we are 5,000. How can you communicate that niche in all your platform consistently? And that's what the INGOs are good at so much. If you see UNHCR, they will be putting all photos of displaced people, whether you like it or not, because that's what they do. What about you? When do you do that? You don't, right? Exactly. For you, you don't, because you don't know exactly where you stand. Once you identify that thing you stand for, then you share it until we are tired. And that is your niche. Select the right tool. Sometimes we communicate a good message in a wrong platform, and no one hears about it. We have colleagues who share that they've been in social media for so long, but they didn't get funds. Probably you might be using a wrong platform. So you need to get the right tool, and you need to get the right target audience and the right message. Map potential websites and monitor grants. One of the powerful things that INGOs do, and they didn't tell us, is that they know when USAID is going to release the call in February 2025. How many of us in this room knows it? We, I don't want to call us the local. Which name can I give us? How many of us know that the USAID BHA is going to release a call? You only wait until Masikov or GIZ calls you and say, hey, can we go together? You don't even know you're going together for what. Is it? Can you map those websites? No, there is a UN portal where you are supposed to register. You know when UNHCR is going to release the call. You don't register there, you will see UNHCR is not doing competitive bidding. Point blank, no? If you register in UN portal, you will see all UN agencies, all countries. You can just filter it, Uganda. If you want, you can even go by sector, livelihood, and you get all this call. If you want, go by settlement. Am I right? Exactly. But we don't know, and we complain that there is no funding. So that's the power of social media or the media in our group that can help you get money. Yeah, we talk about that. There's another one called Fund for NGOs. It's also free, you can go. There are 3 levels. One for free, another one for payment. The payment is premium. So that's where exclusively you get. How do you get that? If you write a proposal, you put institutional capacity, $1,000, you use that $1,000 to go and register, you are sorted. Rather than going to say, beside the proposal, give me another money, again for going to register. No. We have poor budgeting. Let's make sure we budget communications in our work, right? Document more and publish. Include com in your budgets. And our message is, before this year ends, can you be findable and fundable? Before this year ends, can you be findable? And thank you very much. My name is John Jal.
If only there was a way we could clap digitally. We use emojis. Let's clap for this group. Thank you very much. You must have a digital face. I think that is critical, but also be findable, and then you can then be fundable. They must first find you for them to fund you. I think we are talking about organization branding, but also sometimes it goes back to personal branding. There are people who, if you nominate, have you been in a community meeting and they say, the one who should handle our finances will be Bernard Loom, and people start, Did you hear that? And then they begin to murmur. Now that is your brand in the community. But if they say, can we have Christine manage our finances? And you see people nodding. They'll even raise up their hands. You think they're making another contribution, but they'll tell you, I got up to agree that Christine should handle our finances. And say, gentlemen, also you, what did you have to? No, it's the same. I agree with them. Now that is your brand in the community. So as we look at organization brand, let's also focus on our individual brand, because when you get out to represent the entities, some people look at you as the entities, so we must be mindful. I have been reliably informed by the hotel that lunch is not yet ready. So we're going to use the next 5 minutes. Is that bad news or good news? We're going to use the next 5 minutes to have Uganda Revenue Authority. What is the slogan of URA? Well, let's have URA as we develop Uganda together to give us, to respond to the queries that were brought in. You can sit or you can stand. Which one do you prefer? You want to stand? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Those who have asked questions and those who have decided that they will follow us at office. Our tagline is developing Uganda together. Ours, when I say ours, it means URA and us in the audience. The first question came from Ronald Nebi NGO Forum. Does URA consider donor funds a taxable income? If not, why ask for income tax return, especially if you are not running an enterprise? Question 2 was, yes, some project or organizational staff offer consultancy, but that may be at individual capacity. How would the NGO be the one to be taxed? Ronald also asked, in order not to be taxed for income, NGOs need to, okay, it's a statement. In order not to be taxed for income, NGOs need to have income tax exemption. How does an NGO qualify for income tax exemption? I think I'll start with the last one. Exemptions for income tax are established by the Income Tax Act. For NGOs, it's under Section 21, exemption of income to charitable organizations. So if you are, the activities you're doing are charitable, you qualify for an exemption. However, that exemption is not automatic. You have to apply for it. URA reviews your records, then they decide whether to exempt your incomes or not. A few things that we look at in order to give you an exemption, if you are a charitable organization, is whether you're actually a charitable organization. We have seen entities or NGOs, civil service organization, which in their structure or in their registration, they claim to be charitable. But when you go deep to analyze what they are doing, they are actually not doing charitable work. So where we find that, your exemption will be rejected. Donor funds, are they taxable? Taxable income is any income, it's either business income, employment income, or property income, but we allow you for expenses. Whichever remains is taxable income. So you would ask, what is then taxable income for an NGO? An NGO runs a business, okay? though it is charitable in nature. So, where you're not exempted, you don't have a certificate exempting you from income tax, what you have is taxed. Okay? Some project, okay, this is about consultancy. When I talked about consultancy, I did not mean consultancy done by NGO staff. But there are some NGOs which contract individuals to do some activities. Okay? These are the consultants I was talking about where we withhold 6%. And the 6% applies to the NGO, not to the person. At a later stage, we shall require this person who provided a service to file their returns, pay tax, but also enjoy the 6% that the NGO withheld from them as a tax credit. Now, that takes me to another question of someone asked me to define what principal tax is, interest, or penalty. Now, when you file a return, for example, pay as you earn, whichever tax that arises is the principal tax. But when you file this return late, it attracts 200,000, which we call a penalty. Interest, like any other interest, for example, you have picked a loan, you charged a cost for using the banker's money, which is interest. For URA for government, where you declare a tax and do not pay it on time. On time means if it is a monthly return, by 15th, it starts to attract interest. You're starting to incur a cost for not paying on time. That is called interest. Another person, Peter, inquired, what kind of contracts or agreements are eligible for stamp duty? All contracts are applicable for stamp duty. All contracts. Okay, the moderator is having issues about stamp duty. Stamp duty is a charge you pay, is a charge established by the Stamp Duty Act. It's usually paid on documents, usually documents. And those documents or those instruments which are applicable or where stamp duty applies are listed in the Stamp Duty Act. One of them, like I stated, contracts and agreements, checks, promissory notes, etc. Another person asked, URA follows up a person and keeps adding bills on people who have paid 6% withholding tax. Where do they get the amount they charge on people? Is the question. The other one is, when you explain, they don't respond. I'm here to respond. 6% withholding tax, especially on services, is not a final tax. Okay? However, we have some items which attract withholding tax as a final tax. When I say final tax, it means when you pay withholding tax, there is no any other tax that is required to be paid on that income. The 6% we are talking about here, you use it to offset your tax payable for that period. For companies, they have a tax rate of 30% on chargeable income. Now, if you compare 30% and 6%, one is bigger than the other, okay? For individuals, we all have those tax brackets, and when you compute to the maximum is usually around 40 to 30%. It is also higher than the 6%. Therefore, where one has incurred the 6%, or where you have withheld 6%, the person from whom you withheld can only use that withholding tax to offset tax payable for that tax period to which the withholding tax relates. The other question is, how does URA appoint tax agents? And is it legal for CSOs to collaborate with tax agents? And how can one identify this is a genuine tax agent? This is Mr. James Kumakech. Thank you for this question. There is a committee established by the Tax Procedures Code Act that receives applications for all individuals and entities which wish to be tax agents. This committee verifies their application, looks at their qualifications, and appoint those who are eligible or who qualify to be tax agents. Does a CSO, can a CSO collaborate with a tax agent? If you think the human resources you have cannot ably represent you in tax matters, yes. If you think they can, no. Therefore, it's a choice. If you have able accountants, if you have an able accounting section, you don't need a tax agent. If you think they may not be able to represent you, you need one. Now, there is a difference between a tax agent and an auditor. Okay? How can one identify that the tax agent is genuine? On our portal, there is a list of all gazetted tax agents. You go on the portal, there is a section where you will find agents. You will get the domestic tax agents. Okay, I'm on the last one. How does URA support CBOs with compliance issues? Very important question. One of the ways we help them is by attending such forums. We talk to them about the tax. The other one, we engage them one-on-one, teach them, update them with anything that has come up as far as tax is concerned. We send reminders. The reminders can be reminding you to pay or to file. We also send advisories. If we find anything wrong or wanting in your return, we advise you on what to do. But most important, we offer CSOs exemptions. We offer them tax clearances. We help them to certify suppliers. We also give them refunds where applicable. Where applicable. We handhold them, like trainings, to their staff. If they have issues, they come to our office, or we visit them, we train them on what needs to be done. There is only one other question I did not respond to, and I think I already answered it, or we handled it with the person who asked it. Thank you very much.
The key takeaway is where applicable. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. And it is applicable to give you that clap, sir. We will have the presentation from Dr. Joyce Tamale, and then we will have the plenary after lunch. By that time, lunch will be ready. And the keynote presentation is on beyond donor dependency, building on sources of financing through exploring potentials for social enterprises and business. What opportunities exist for CSOs to build social enterprise? You will allow me to invite Doctor, who is here with us. The time allocated for this is 30 minutes, and thereafter we'll break off for lunch and have the Q&A after lunch. Let's clap for her as she comes to make her presentation. I think we'll be running on PowerPoint, so the technical team, I think, will guide us on that. Doctor, you're most welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm super excited to be here at this conference to have a conversation on a subject that I really, really love. And I've been given 30 minutes. That's not a problem. But standing in between lunch, hungry stomachs, I hope the brains are here with me because I'm going to tackle a topic I would say to me is very exciting, but most importantly, it's a new conversation around how we raise finance for our civil society organizations, our NGOs, sustainably, but also looking at the private sector as the future. So I hope this comes handy in our conversation, and I hope by the end of the 30 minutes, and also taking note that URA has just left this podium. That's a question I usually get. So we will be able to dialogue well, knowing that we've got some conversations around taxation, but also getting the fear out of tax. I've been there, I've walked the journey, and I hope that fear will get out. The way we did, getting the fear out of finance. So taxation is just a fear, but it's something we can ably manage. So thank you so much, GIZ, for inviting me. And my conversation today is largely around change, mindset change for civil society organizations. And why mindset change is going to be adopting social enterprise as the game changer as we do localization, resource mobilization, because I've done it for quite some time and I believe it's doable. So my name's Joyce Tamale. I have been in the civil society organization for 20 years. I have initiated social enterprises. I have led some of the organizations that started social enterprises and thrived. I also serve on boards of some of the NGOs that have done good social enterprises, and therefore I believe I will be able to share ably this conversation to inspire your thinking, but also ignite the way you might be able to start. I always believe in starting small and then going to another level. So as we start, let's think about the hot stove cat syndrome. What does it imply to us? I know as civil society, as NGOs, we know some of the struggles we go through at individual level, but sometimes it crosses to the organization. So the hot stove cat syndrome begins with the fact that majority of us have tried a side hustle. If not 100%, being a Ugandan, being an African, we always try to do some side hustle. How many of us have done a side hustle? By show of hands. At least we have 50%. If you've never done a side hustle, anyway, you're coming, you'll do it one day. Now, I just want one person out of my minutes to use 1 minute to share with us what scared you most, or what scares you most around your side hustle business. Any bold person to share with us? Even if it closed, it's okay because we learn from mistakes. That is school fees you paid. So what is it? Yes, madam. I hope they can hear you.
My name is Annette Lekuru. I work with Feminature Uganda. So when I started my side hustle, one of my biggest fears at the time was time. Because pretty much 20, okay, not 20, maybe around 14 hours a day, I'm working with the organization. And so I was asking myself, how am I going to get time to do the other side hustle? So for me, it was a very major issue, even to date, because our space moves so fast and we have to keep track. And many times, like for some of us who are already parents, there's also that responsibility, you know, to be with family and nurture them. And then that is also a hindrance. So you have to split your 24 hours, of which 14 are already doing the work that pays your, monthly salary, and then the side hustle bit of it. But also, this is being very real. So in our space, particularly here in the region, people of my nature starting a business, many times the go-to perception of the people we work with is she has taken organization money to start her side hustle. So that is another very big fear that for me as a person, that also kept cropping. In as much as it is very clear, you do your consultancies, but people expect those consultancies to be for the organization. So that is another very big a fear that I encountered. But also in terms of even access to finance, because most of us are salaried, and that before even I started the side hustle, most of we just rely on the salary. And very few organizations, I tried getting a loan from Stanbic Bank. They sent me away.
Okay.
So even that for us becomes a challenge. Now in the space where we're talking about diversifying sources of revenue for the organization, if as an individual you're not even able to raise it for yourself, how are you going to use this? Start thinking, how am I going to do it also for the organization?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause for being bold and sharing. Now we are putting it in the perspective of an NGO. Quite often in our boardrooms as NGOs, we desire to bring in extra revenue because that's a dream. And when we listen to entrepreneurs, we admire. You just see the end without knowing the journey they have trekked. So I would like to bring it to perspective because we cannot separate individuals from the company because individuals make the company. And so if we don't know what people have burnt their fingers with, you introduce something and they are like, it won't work. So if you're in the boardroom, you're the ED, you're the head of business development, people just nod or out of respect don't want to argue with you. And when it ends, they will stand in small talks and say that can't work. And it has happened to quite a number of NGOs. So we start by saying, let's forget about what happened before, where you burnt your fingers. There are always businesses that can work and they can thrive. And an NGO can start thinking the same. And I'll tell you why I think this is the best way to think about our resource mobilization. Controller? So if you reflect on the macroeconomic space, what is driving this whole game of thinking about social entrepreneurship? The macroeconomic space is driving the agenda. If you look at the population growth in Uganda, we anticipate to be 200 million people by 2040. That is what UBOS produced. So if you look at 200 million people, the land is not expanding. Cities are going to be 10, and even the 10 cities are not yet developed. The roads are not yet developed. The problems continue. And so who is going to come and solve our problems if the countries where we would run are also facing the same problems? And that is where the whole conversation on localization is going up. So localization implies a lot of things, raising money locally. But you also know you can't raise all the money from CSR, because the guys we are going to do CSR, they're also running enterprises, and we can do the same. So, I mean, you look at the climate change financing, 240 trillion annually is available for climate financing. We do have the same problems. Recently, I was a judge on the Total Energies, what do we call it? Challenge grant, challenge something. So we had about 20 young people coming to pitch before the jury. And I saw fantastic young businesses coming up. And those that won are running small social enterprises, because that was the catchword. And you realize that the guys who won, one got 14,000 euros, another one 7,000 euros, but just saying, I got a water hyacinth, and then I built, I don't know what, small little things that an NGO can design, and you are able to create a business. So let's just open up our minds and say, what is it that we can do and make a business out of our thinking? I don't know what happened, but I think you adjusted my controller, so I will have to rely on you. So the Uganda Civil Society Organization, the civil society environment. Yesterday you read that Monitor newspaper. Majority of us, I'm sure you did. If you didn't, on Monday rather. If you didn't, I received so many WhatsApps from people triggering me to this conversation, because they know I promote civil society, I promote social entrepreneurship. But just seeing the collapse of the NGO sector, whether it's true or not, it's just a scare. Now, what do we think about here? You look at what I've been saying. By 2019, we were 14,000 NGOs. And by 2023, we are dropping to 5,000 NGOs, those that are compliant. 64% of these NGOs are closing. And it's not news. We know what is happening. So why is it that some are closing? Why? The environment is fragile, stringent compliance processes like URA, government, etc. is not going to change. When that comes, you usually get triggered to start thinking different. Some organizations I'm going to share with you thought about it 20 years back. They read the NGO Act, understood it, and they moved faster than all of us. Those that didn't interpret it got stuck. When the DGF was withdrawn, others closed. Some that were smart enough remained alive. So we are just picking, and this is what GIZ is saying. Why can't you learn, pick ideas, start? If you don't start, nobody's forcing you, but you may start anyway. So, Section 46, subsection 1 of the NGO Act encourages NGOs to participate in economic activities as long as they benefit the company and its objectives. I was one of the blessed companies that I learned about it in 2010 when I joined one of the organizations. I'll share with you. And I was like, why are these guys making us do business when we are pure NGO? And yet we have a full budget. But these guys, I think, in their wisdom, they had already anticipated a calamity that could befall. And I was into the thick, as I'll be able to share with you. So if you design your own model of raising revenue using social enterprise, you will remain calm. You set your agenda. It will never be a lot of money at the beginning, but it will be able to give you some peace if a project ends. That's what we are promoting. You start with small. It can keep on the lights, electricity. It can buy for you stationery. It can pay for 1 or 2 staff salaries. Start from there. Because even the foundations we are running to started the same way. Just building an enterprise spirit. And I keep saying, once you do it for the NGO where you are, actually, everybody will have to retire one day. So when you retire, what will you do? Be in bed and die quickly? or you use the skills you learned in enterprise to start something and be enterprising. Okay, proceed. The African narrative is gradually shifting from aid-led solutions to enterprise-led solutions for developmental societal problems. This is a research on social entrepreneurship that was done by British Council. If you think about Britain right now, it was the largest economy on charities, the largest in the whole world. Charity had big budget in the British government. As we speak now, it all collapsed. As we speak now, they are really having a big budget on social entrepreneurship. How did this journey come alive? It's because they realized they were not able to defend just giving money, ban it, and there's nothing to show. So this is not going to be new to us. We may not feel the pressure right now, but the pressure is real and it is coming. Please proceed. Can you adjust my, whatever I gave you? It will be able to push. Okay, so I would like to move forward and share what the journey on social entrepreneurship looks like. We did a research as Capital Solutions, the company that I co-founded and I'm running as a CEO in 2019, just to get a feel of how is the social entrepreneurship in Uganda? How does it look like? So when we came up, we noted that pure NGOs that were saying, personally, I have a desk where I'm running some consultancy, some little sales were up to 34%. Yeah, they were up to 34%. The private sector that are coming up and saying, I'm a pure social enterprise, were 37%. They were 37%. And so we said, why don't we start this conversation forward and build the social entrepreneurship conversation. In 2023, as you may be aware, some of you, we have a social entrepreneurship forum, and we just did numbers to check what is happening. 56% of the social enterprises are run by men, and 44% are run by women. So if you look at the SME sector, the small, medium enterprises, 90% are men, 10% are women. Still, it's not balancing yet. But because women are more inclined to solving societal problems, you realize in the social enterprise space, women are coming up big time. And so this is the best way, because you know GROW is coming with 200 million. It is targeting women. Women's businesses are not yet there. So who on earth is going to access that money if we have not prepared the right mind, the right people to solve our community problems? So what does social entrepreneurship imply? Why are we talking about social entrepreneurship? Now, when we talk about social entrepreneurship, I tend to believe anybody who started an NGO, anybody who is running an NGO is a social entrepreneur in quotes. What is missing is building something that can be profitable. Because already we tick off the boxes. You had capacity and willingness to develop, organize, and manage a social business. And it stands on 3 legs. 1, you're solving a societal problem. That one, every NGO ticks it off. 2, innovatively. Some are innovative, others are not, but majority are innovative. Now the 3rd is profitability. How do you turn around your NGO to at least be able to make some bottom line? It's not easy, but achievable. Why would your NGO be interested in starting a social enterprise? Why are you pushed? Why would you even dream about it? Why would you even think about it? Can I hear one male, one lady, just within a minute to tell us why are you driving yourself there? Is it because it's a new vibe? Is it because somebody else has done it? What could be the main reason? A gentleman and a lady. Yes, I can see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you. Social enterprise in itself gives you the confidence and strength, resilience in whatever you want to achieve as you
Okay, repeat that. I didn't hear it clearly.
Thank you, Doctor. Social enterprise in itself gives you the confidence and to be resilient regardless of challenge you encounter, and drives you to achieving your goal.
Resilience and achieving, driving you to achieve the goal. Thank you. There's a lady right here.
Good afternoon. I'm Phoebe from Farage Africa Foundation. I think what would drive our NGO to start a social enterprise is for sustainability. That even in the absence of donor funds, there is still some income coming in to run the organization, paying salaries, doing also the long-term projects. So it's more of sustainability.
Thank you. I think all of us, if there's one question they will ask you, will reply and say sustainability. Though sometimes financial sustainability is not well interpreted by everybody, but the goal is financial sustainability. Gentlemen, you are burning to say something. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to say, it's also walking the talk. For instance, it can also inspire other people learning from you to also become enterprising.
Thank you. I think also walking the talk is critical. Some of us, you're like, yes, I've done quite a lot of things. What is it can I give other people? But you can't give what you've not practiced. Because once you talk about it and you fail to practice it, people will say she's what? She's not real. As somebody asked some question last week when we had an NGO forum training, somebody asked a facilitator, but you're a Ugandan. Are you sure what you're saying is practical? I remember that question to somebody. But what we are saying is that, yes, it is. It depends on the power of grit that you're going to demonstrate. Proceed. So why would we start social enterprises? Majority of you have already raised their points, and I would like to mention that you need to be alert because I move fast and I also want you to move faster like me. So you need to overcome single donor dependency and also the grant starvation cycle. No NGO will tell you you've never gone through a grant starvation. Grant starvation means, yes, you are dealing good relationship with a partner, they've given you money, but guess what? There's a window, 3 to 6 months, things are not yet working, you haven't signed a contract. Are you going to terminate all employees that would be able to implement the follow-on? What would you do? Because even if you have the money in the buffer, people will be bored to come and sit in office and wait for the payroll. You would rather have something that is enterprising, that is exciting. They come in, do it for a period of 6 months, 1 year. You're able to pay them, but it's exciting for them to keep coming. That's why social entrepreneurship is extremely the best thing to put in your organization. Market-driven approach. When I'm talking about social entrepreneurship, when I'm training, I always say, there is nobody who has put a market for you. That you've made baskets, you've weaved the best dresses, and somebody's going to buy them. You actually demonstrate and set the market for yourself. Social enterprise is market-driven. And I'll tell you, because we did exactly that, in Uganda, everybody buys because you've intrigued them. It's about behavior change. You need also to do this because it helps you to achieve financial resilience and sustainability. I can see very, very familiar faces within here of those that we've trekked this journey on financial resilience. Because if I'm able to sell and somebody is willing to pay for my service or product, why wouldn't you have financial resilience? Why would you wait to beg for somebody else who also did the same in their space and for you just waiting to? Then create a what? A conversation of win-win. You need to grow a business with a purpose. When we are designing social enterprises, we deliberately converse with you and say, what is your passion? How is it related to what you're doing? It might actually be totally different, but at the end of the day, there's something that will come and connect with it. Something like Teso Joy is a bakery based in Soroti, and the NGO, which is called something Foundation, they run a Teso Joy. It's not related to what the foundation is doing, but the third objective of the foundation is about economic and improving livelihood. And Teso Joy is doing it, making big sales. They're on the high street on Soroti Road, and they make good sales in a month. So if others are trying to do and survive, Why can't we start thinking the same way? Uncertainty is about funding. It's a reality to all of us. Continue. So where would this business modeling be coming from? From the charity, traditional charity, we are designed to achieve social value, period. That's what the usual board members want. What is it are we doing? Who are the beneficiaries? What social value are we bringing on the table? On the business traditional, their agenda is financial value. And that's what Shell Uganda is to know, name it. Now, if you have listened carefully, there's something called ESG, environmental, social, and governing. Every corporation must address and report what you have done on ESG. I serve on the board of KCB Bank, and we are supposed to report on ESG. When you make a profit, how much of that has gone back to environmental, social, and governance? Now, it's a right time for all NGOs to have a conversation with corporations, if you know how to package your value proposition, because you will take it there and they will listen than before. And then the middle, which is now bringing all the pressure globally, is the social enterprise. Why? They want to achieve measurable social impact alongside financial return. Social enterprises are starting to thrive, even High Innovate, NGO, High Innovate, NSSF. If you don't have impact shown and you're just showing profit, they will not give you the money. So that is something we need to consider. Proceed. Now, I would like to share with you some examples of the social enterprises. Initially, I would not talk with confidence. To be honest with you, 6 years back, I would not. Right now, I am extremely proud. I talk with confidence. Even when I'm sleeping, I say it works. This is it. GIZ has worked with 10 NGOs last year. Last year, they birthed or supported and enhanced 10 social enterprises from the NGOs. We have about some here. Kindly put up your hands. We can celebrate you. Yes, I see the two. Thank you for taking the bold step. And I was also pleasant. Once those two, I also found them in another space where they were able to get some seed capital. Had it not been the journey they took with GIZ, they wouldn't be in that space, which I also mentor. And they were able to get some seed capital. So that is a fantastic way to go as an NGO. You cannot sleep, just keep walking. I worked with an NGO that I told you 10 years back. I served for 10 years, not 10 years back. I served up to December 2018 as managing director, director of finance initially with Uganda Health Marketing Group. And we moved this country to make NGOs realize you can make sales. What were we selling? Sexual reproductive health products. It worked. We bought a building. Really, it works. Just only that I can say, it saved us, we were youngish, but we worked. With a social enterprise, you put in a lot of energy for you to realize, but eventually it pays off. There are quite a number here. All these are members of the Social Enterprise Forum, but there's some organization called TOMS. I benchmarked a lot with it. When I started Capital Solutions, I intentionally started a social enterprise. And in the process, it birthed 4 other social enterprises. One time I was giving up in 2020 because COVID was on our head. And when I kept saying, if I close this, it will have an impact on this. Tell you what, today as I speak, I pushed through the 4 social enterprises. They are all alive. Each of them is employing not less than 5 employees, and each of them can borrow its own way. It can sell its own products. Now, that's a story for those who will go into our next BSSN project with GIZ. But I would love to share with you and say, just get the grit on, and eventually you'll cross over. It can work. I think I will not dwell here. Can we proceed and I share now? Here, these are the 10 NGOs of, thank you. These are the 10 NGOs of GIZ that they supported. You will see the logos here were birthed. Because why? You can birth a social enterprise and you run a hybrid model. NGO Sewoka birthed Tamarind Investments. And there are reasons why you need to think that way. One can start as a desk in your NGO, start building it, nurture it, and eventually when it grows on its own, you can register it independently, but almost 100% owned by your NGO. So that will bring in the legal component as well. So these are some of the ones they birthed, and they are very, very strong. Teso Joy, Tamari, Chao, Star Durable. We have Volunteer Action Network. They are running Lucky Girl pads. Things they used to give out for free, they are selling them now. And I think really, when Musa comes to Kampala now, he comes with a boot full of pads. And we buy. I religiously give my church. I buy from him an invoice and he sells. So before, he never used to think he would be selling. He was like, why are we selling? We give them to the poor girls. I'm like, no, you can do a total market approach. The poor ones continue giving free. There are those you can give subsidized, but there are some of us who can buy full price. And therefore, we support the business. Continue. Now, this is a story I deliberately participated in and personally taught me how to behave as a social enterprise. The land and the building belongs to an NGO, but we had not thought, because I remember when we were trying to buy land, somebody said, no, let's go to Ntinda and get a bungalow and get an office. We stop paying rent. The chief of party was Ghanaian and said, guys in Uganda, is that all you can do? Let's buy 2 acres of land from Ntinda, go for a loan, work hard, pay and put up a building. I remember that. At that time, I was still a director of finance and investment, went for the land, and this is the story, and the rest is now history with all the pharmacies that the company has. Calamity will happen anyway. Nobody will tell me you're just going to walk on hot water. When the tough times come, you have a fallback position. And so UHMG had the same. Continue. Forward. I've been the board chair for 6 years until 2022. I drove Forward directly into thinking social enterprise. As I speak now, they have a hybrid, Speak FM. If you've heard about Speak FM, it's in Gulu, and it's the radio for Forward, 100% owned by Forward. Started in 2012. I'm happy to see that it even has a building in Gulu. Yes, I call it a building. It's not this big, but it's a building in Gulu. Then there's something called Imara Women's Center. That's a huge project, $7 million, and I think they have moved to about 40% of that raised. It's a big, big space going to be in Kasangati, and Forward has demonstrated it is possible. And remember, Forward is for women. Now, if women did it, I can see we are more men here. Why can't we did it? Surely we can, isn't it? Yes, we can. Sometimes we're just sorry to ourselves, but yes, we can. Proceed. One example is Tekoma. Tekoma is also a baby of GIZ. We supported their best in Soroti. They were also struggling in 2020. When GIZ approached us, we worked with them. It was a tough exercise, 2 months tough exercise. By the time they came down to say, we can produce moringa, I take religiously moringa powder. It's a fantastic product. Just take it in hot water, take it in tea, you will tell me the results later. I think I can demonstrate the results. So you take moringa, it's very, very good for hair, for skin, for weight management, name it. So this product is available, it's called Aicha Moringa. And so Tekoma is selling and they're able to make revenue beyond grants. Think about it. The next one is one that also we birthed last year. That is Sewoka. I'm proud. The energy this lady has is for World Cup. She will be talking sometime later. But you see now this, it never used to be there. She never even to think. Sewoka does children born outside marriage. How would they think of a product? This is a nutritious product. They have a lot of things. I will not speak through them, but what I'm happy about, they're able to sell. She's able to fly and talk about her products in Tanzania and other places. So really, there are results that you can demonstrate. Just start, the rest will be history. Because if you have to rub shoulders with private sector, you have to speak the same language. Continue. Let's skip this because I have 2 minutes to close. There are challenges that you as civil society are facing, and I just wanted to highlight them once again. Mindset change. Most of the CEO, the EDs of NGOs I engage with, I coach, it begins with a mindset. It's a struggle to even believe you can design, you can birth a product and service, sell it, and somebody buys it. It's always a struggle. We need to move you from the comfort of a grant to a comfort of doing business for good. CSO organizational culture of being laid back. Now for me, my culture at CSL, if the meeting starts at 7:30 and you're not there, you tell us why. And it's not me to speak. You'll be torn apart by your colleagues. It's a culture of laying back. If you have to drive business, you got to behave like the business you want. Limited business acumen skills. As leaders, can we demonstrate the business acumen? Let's not let staff drive us, starting with you. Monkey see, monkey do. If you're going to wake up at 10 a.m. and you want staff to be in office at 7, what are you telling them? It starts with me. Tight CSO work environment in Uganda, I think that one is not debatable. We have no option but to move faster. Otherwise, you'll be killed. So when you're starting and sustaining a social enterprise, there are things you have no option but to do, because we have done them and that's the best way to go. So proceeding on is the 5 tips that I want you to walk away with. One is basically starting by saying, I am going to start my own business and I will make it as an NGO. You know, it's that intrinsic ability for you to say, I can do it. If you say, I am not, you're not going to do it. Talk to yourself and say, as a CSO, I am going to do it. That's the voice I want you to create today onwards. Move your mindset together from Arua. You're going to go back, dialogue with your colleagues, brainstorm with your board members. There's a lot of business you can do. A lot of business you can do. For me, I'm a business-minded person. Whatever I see can be business. You need to map your mission. Now, if you're going to run a social enterprise, map your mission. What is your agenda? What exactly do you want to drive yourself to? The gentleman who shared about a vocational institute, if they did not start, the opportunity would not follow them. Let's start today and move forward. But the most important thing, you're going to make your money. I make money sometimes. Mm-hmm. Because you start small, but with the trust that it's going to grow big. Continue. Now, these are the 3 P's. When you're running a social enterprise, you're proudly saying, I have a triple bottom line. Isn't that amazing? Triple bottom line. What does triple bottom line mean? You're going to make economic growth, which is profit. You're engaging people in the society, but also you're caring about the environment. That triple bottom line conversation is what impact investors are looking for. When we present people in the deal room, we call it a deal room, the impact investors there are looking at what is your triple bottom line? What is your business doing? Like Tamari juice, like the stud durable pads, you know? What has worked in the civil society is the approach to supporting the sustainable development goals. Every business you're going to build, tag along a sustainable development goal. Speak the language that will what? Replicate the international space. You focus on your social lens, overcome sole dependence on grants and eliminate the begging mentality. Last year when we were in Kigali, a foundation invited many of them like this, people they had funded for 10 years. And the foundation said, anybody, we have given money for 10 years. And remember, this was unrestricted money. People used to get $100,000, $200,000 for 10 years. So the donor invites all of them in the same room. I was lucky to be in the room. And he said, you know what, beginning 2024, our policy is changing. If we funded you for 10 years plus, we are going to stop funding you. So we can also build others. People, I was embarrassed to even be a Ugandan or an African. It was a fight. People some people stood on top of contributing on top of the table. Like, how? How do you even leave us? You would have told us 5 years back. It's not acceptable. Like, no, you're not going to drop us. You had never seen that. So the donor had to hide, wasn't even able to come for dinner because it was bad. Everybody wanted a piece of them. So this is the donor, the begging mentality. Because if they had some money, possibly they would just negotiate and say, kindly give us 1 year. The rest we shall figure it out. You need to use local resources. Like for our companies, we shall use local resources. They are cheap, they understand the local context, and then we can be able to go to another level. Okay? So I think this is the last one. I would like to thank you. My job was to shift the mindset, to trigger the mindset, to allow us to go back and rethink ourselves and our NGO models by saying that social entrepreneurship is a calling. When the calling comes, pick it up. When you see an opportunity, you take it up. Focus on providing a solution for humanity. Wealth will be a byproduct of that solution. Embrace failure, don't fear. Growth and comfort don't coexist. I thank you very much for listening.
Let's clap properly. This was surely the new vibe. Thank you very much, Doctor, for the presentation. For those of us who are bald, they said Moringa works. So that may be our next attempt to ensure that we will have questions after lunch. Yeah, those of us who are in that category.
It works.
It works. Yeah, I will start today. Two key things. Grant starvation circle is real. You see, the time when you don't have money, that is when URA is pressing the red button, NSSF is coming, all the arrears and stuff like that. So I think, you said calamity will happen anywhere and anytime, and we saw that happen. The key takeaway is if you have to rub shoulders with the private sector, then you must speak the language. I want to apologize that the chairs blocked some people from reading some of the slides that were below, but we'll try very hard to see if we can avail you with the slides where possible. So that's my apology. We're breaking out for lunch, but before that, there's a very executive communication from GIZ that if we don't get it now, we may never get it. So let me invite my good friend here to, in 2 minutes, give us the executive communication, and then we break off for lunch, and we'll come back for Q&A after lunch.
Good afternoon to you all. Nancy Labol is the name, an administrative specialist with the governance program based in Gulo Hub. I'm here basically to share more details on the logistical note that was sent to you all by the host organization, WESISNET. This applies mainly to the CSOs that traveled from outside Arua. From the first time we locked eyes, knew you and I would be the truth. And since then, you've lied to me, I've lied to you, and we made it. And I'm thankful, so grateful for everything we have. So beautiful, so beautiful. Is what we understand. No, I
It's okay if you're coming with me. Decisions when you're mad. talk to when me and my girl was having problems. You used to say it'll be okay, suggest little nice things I should do. And when I go home at night and lay my head down, all I seem to think about was you. And how you make me wanna leave the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Think about her and you know the things that come along with you. Make me the one I'm with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do. Baby, don't come along with you. Make me. Baby, don't go. Baby, don't go. Baby, don't go. I understand. Just chill. Baby, don't go.
It's such a shame, but I'm leaving. Can't take the way you mistreated me, and it's crazy, but oh baby, it don't matter whatever, don't faze me.
I don't believe you wanna leave like this. I don't believe I just had my last real kiss. I do believe we'll laugh and reminisce. Wait a minute, don't bounce, baby. Let's talk about this, man.
Well, I'm bouncing and I'm out, son. I gotta leave you alone, 'cause I'm good, holding down my spot, and I'm good, repping the girls on the block, and I'm good. I got this thing on lock, so without me you'll be fine, right? All my pride is all I have.
Pride is what you had, baby girl. I'm what you have.
You'll be needing me, but too bad.
Be easy, don't make decisions when you're mad.
The path you chose to run alone.
I know you're independent, you can make it on your own.
Here with me, I had a home.
When time is of the essence, why spend it alone, huh?
The nights I waited up for you, promises you made about coming through. So much time you wasted, that's why I had to replace you.
That makes a cat nervous, the thought of settling down. Especially me, I was creeping all over town. Thought my tender touch could lock you down. I knew I had you, as cocky as it sounds. The way you used to giggle right before I put it down. It's better when you angry, come in, I'll prove it now. Come here.
Stop playing, you gave in. I gotta leave you alone. 'Cause I'm good, holding down my spot, and I'm good, repping the girls on the block, and I'm good. I got this thing on lock, so without me you'll be fine, right? All my pride is all I have.
Pride is what you had, baby girl, I'm what you have.
You'll be needing me, but too bad.
Be easy, don't make decisions when you're mad.
The path you chose to run alone.
I know you're independent, you can make it on your own.
Here with me, I had a home.
When time is of the essence, why spend it alone, huh? People make mistakes to make up, to break up, to wake up cold and lonely. Chill, baby, you know me, you love me, I'm like your homie. Instead of beefing, come home me. I promise I'm not a phony. Don't bounce, baby, console me. Come in.
Nothing you can say to me that can change my mind. I gotta let you go now, and nothing will ever be the same. So just be on your way. Go ahead and do your thing now. And there's no one love you, and I need you, Nelly. I love you, I do need you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you. Even when I'm with my boo, oh, you know I'm crazy over you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you. Even when you're with my boo, you know I'm crazy over you.
I met this chick and she just moved right up the block for me. And she got the hots for me, the finest thing my hood has seen. Oh no, no, she got a man and a son though. Oh, but that's okay, 'cause I wait for my cue and just listen, play my position like a show star. Pick up everything, mommy, hitting, and in no time, I bet I make this with her mine. And that's for sure, 'cause I never been the type to break up a happy home. But it's something about baby girl, I just can't leave alone. Tell me, mom, what's it gonna be? She said,
You don't know what you mean to
Come
me.
on.
I do. All I think about is you. Even when I'm with my boo, oh, you know I'm crazy over you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you. Even when I'm with my boo, you know I'm crazy over you.
I see all out and you looking, I never say a word. I know how thought I can trip and I heard about the girls. No way, hey, Nelly gon' fight over no day, hey, as you can see. But I like your steez, your style, your whole demeanor, the way you come through and holler and swoop me in his two-seater. Now that's
is jumping, jumping. Boy say he got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Last weekend you stayed at home alone and lonely. Couldn't find your man, he was chilling with his homies. This weekend you going out. If he try to stop you, you going off. Got your hair done and your nails done too. Out there in your business shoes, you and your group all laying at the hottest spot tonight. You're gonna find the fellas rolling in the Lexus trucks and Hummers. So we say he got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and they pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends, 'cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and they pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends, 'cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Boy say he got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Call your boys 'cause tonight you're not gon' stay at home. She tell your girl she ain't coming tonight, you going solo. Cut her off when she talks some noise, you know you got the right to get your party on. So get your hair cut and your car washed too, looking like a star in your Armani suit. You need to look your best 'cause you're turning heads tonight. You're gonna find a sexy chica that's gon' dance all night if you wanna. We say he got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends, 'cause it's 11:30 and your club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends.
You tell them to be back in 5 minutes. I'm done. Hey, what?
It's Kels from Chi-Town, Japan via satellite. Come on, y'all. I had her singing. America, get your. She had me singing. To who may need to know, met her on the floor, sliding down the pole, wanted her for show. Both our hands were up, drinks was in the cup. She showed me some love, so we left the club. Now we up in the Humvee. She's so hot, she's kissing on me. This is a girl of my fantasy. After the Remy, we were doing a thing. I had her singing. She had me singing. I had her singing. She had me singing. Now I don't know about you, but I would like to give it to nice honeys while I'm chilling by the pool. Red bikinis and some pump heel shoes. Who could think of any damn thing cooler? We at my crib, so it ain't no rules. I'm but naked, sweat socks and house shoes. 100 bottles of Chris in the cooler. I'm frozen thanks to Jacob the jeweler. One day without me and she's shaking like a fiend. Now tell me what's R&B without the R. Singing.
I know you're itching all over here, trying to find a way to go into my situation, but you should know this. It's all good to be cool. Taking care of my kids are fine. I got it and he's all mine. So you should know better than to think that you could ever put it down like that. It's good, love it, I got it. If I need to hear it, I got fire. Put you on the best of it. Show it, run home to me, bud. And he know whatever he wants somewhere. And he knows the perfect place to come get it. And he knows that every woman is in me. Hello, hello, hello. You just let me, babe. I got some brain.
Hey, we have a panelist here, and he will tell us how the lunch was. How was the lunch? Tell us your experience with the hotel.
The lunch was very good.
Wow, what was so peculiar?
Malakwang was so peculiar.
That was not malakwang, that is pasted sukuma wiki.
Can we get seated? There's a small committee at the back there, so we'll wait for you to give your committee report, then we start. Welcome back from lunch. It was good food. I enjoyed it. I hope you also enjoyed. So we'll get back to Q&A. When we were pausing for lunch, there were already hands up for Dr. Joyce to respond to some of your concerns. There are people asking if you should do this within the entity or you should create another entity to do this for the entity. So I think Doctor is here to respond to your questions, to your concerns, to your comments, and we will start right away. Yusuf, I would request that you bring the microphone to Dr. Stephen. His hand is already up. Then we'll move to. Okay, Dr. Stephen is here. That is that is what Dr. Stephen. So let's have Dr. Stephen. We'll have my brother from Navy, and then.
Yes, sir. Thank you, moderator. And especially, I want to thank Dr. Joyce for this presentation. I'm from the NGO Bureau, so for me, it was a very glad moment to just listen to someone.
Can we increase the volume of this microphone, the one they're using for?
Yeah, so I'm saying I was extremely excited to listen to your presentation because when the NGO Act was being reviewed, I was one of the advocates for that section 46. And the intention was very clear to really help the sector. But of course, from your presentation, you have brought out some things which, of course, I fully agree with. The first one is that if you see from March 2016, when this law came into force, up to today, that's a period of around 8 years. But how many NGOs have taken advantage of that section 46? You see some of the organizations you are mentioning there, like UHMG, for them even, I think without the law, they had already moved. And you correctly picked them as a good example because I know what they went through. There was a point they were swimming in all these donor funds, then they reached a point where they hit really at the bottom without any single money, and they still survived because of that. So for me, my biggest concern is that the NGO sector is in a comfort zone. Because if you just conduct an analysis of how many NGOs have taken advantage of this on their own, without even you running after them, the percentage is so small. It can be even 1% because a number of them are comfortable. I have had an opportunity of talking to some executive directors of some NGOs, but I just see the look in their faces that they are comfortable. They know they will always get that donation. It's like they're on a list that they don't have to worry about the future. So you talked about the mindset bit, which is a fact, that their mindset has put them in a comfort zone. But you have not told us how they can come out of that. Because is there a way to really give them a wake-up call? So for me, I think that is something that you may also have to respond to, because so many of them are truly in a comfort zone. The next thing I wanted to also bring out is that amongst the things you're talking about there, you did not bring out the unhealthy competition within the NGO sector. It has played a very huge role in affecting even the funding and even the future of so many of these NGOs. That if only NGOs can come out of that competition and start to see how to support each other, all those things you're actually talking about will help. Yesterday, I think they were talking about when someone sees a funding opportunity somewhere, they would rather hide that information for no one even to ever see it. So I think I request you say something about that unhealthy competition in relation to this. But of course, the last one is a question not only to you, but also everyone in this room, is the impact of what is being learned in this room. For the 3 days all of us are going to be here, there's so much information, including this one of yours. It's very vital information. But I can tell you that everyone's going to walk out of here, go back to their normal lives in their offices, and yet the hope is that there are supposed to be so many beneficiaries out there. The issue is, how do we ensure that we don't lose this information just for this room? Because the people need it are thousands out there who have not had the opportunity. Because we're around 150 in this room. How I wish more people would benefit from this. Because this presentation of yours is what the people need. But how are they going to actually benefit from it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for your wonderful presentation. My name is Ronald Fairoth from Nebi NGO Forum. My question straight is, you showed us some wonderful project, initiated by Forward. And I want to ask, after how long did you initiate that when you've already been in an existence? You never know. Anybody in the house here might say, well, we have been taught today, we are going. But sometimes it takes some time to build the capital, build the knowledge base. That's one thing. And two, there were these 10 organizations that were supported, I think by GIZ. I wanted to know their kind of background. Are they CBOs, NGOs, or SMEs who are supported? Because I had not known if GIZ supports that kind of initiative all along. And then, are there other donors willing to support this kind of enterprises? And lastly, you had asked earlier on, what makes us fear sometimes to go into social enterprises or enterprises fully? From the rural places where we come, where there are limited business opportunity, let me call it, the greatest challenge we've been facing is, it's not an unhealthy competition, but let me call it so, for lack of better words. People steal business ideas. If you have a good business idea, but you have very little capital, someone out there comes with a bigger capital, blow you out, and that's the end. That's something we have suffered a lot from. Thank you. How do we safeguard against that?
Thank you. How do we guard against people stealing our ideas? Yes, him.
Thank you. I'm again James Komakech from Medical Lab Nebi. I wanted to find out whether is a social enterprise the same as business enterprise? Then number two, assuming you intend to register this enterprise, between company limited by shares and company limited by guarantee, which one is the best avenue that you can take forward? Thank you.
Okay, give it here to, yes.
Thank you so much. Doctor, thank you for the presentation. And of course, for me, it was almost speaking a language that we're supposed to discuss after lunch.
Is it still possible to get
But
more volume on that microphone?
Oh, okay. I thought that I might be mindful of post-COVID issues. So, Doctor, I wanted you to give your comments about corporate governance. Of course, one of the issues that many social enterprises battle with setting up right systems. And I had a chat with one of our babies, Lucky Star. And the question I was asking them was that, what are their fears for not penetrating the Kampala market? And I was giving an example of myself, because you already have a ready market of divas that can even spend beyond 1,000 shillings. And their concern was, of course, capital and concentration. So they preferred to start with the northern region. But as you can see, these are issues to do with corporate governance, because we must be those people that dream big. We may not necessarily have presence in Kampala, but who are you getting to bed with to ensure that your products are in Kampala? Number two, I will be able to add a voice to Ronald's submission, the issue of stealing ideas. Again, it's about knowledge gaps. Ladies and gentlemen, Fatuma was here yesterday. You must be able to cover patent rights for intellectual capital. Because the issue of giving birth to an idea and implementing it may have different birth dates. But how good are you at promoting the intersection between the two? That is when your idea will forever be grateful for you and your great-grandchildren to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This gentleman, and then the lady at the back on the same line.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. It was nice and marvelous to me. You talked about
Your name, sir?
Baguma Joseph from Bunyoro. You talked about mindset. And on that issue there, on my side, because there are people whom we deal with, more so, I'm a disabled person. And when it comes to mindset, on my other side of my colleagues, sometimes it takes time. A question. As you said that you have been doing this activity in different regions, I don't know whether you have ever come to Bunyoro also. I may have not known yet, but I usually hear for Wode. But in Bunyoro, we have never benefited from that. Is it that it is from other regions only, or even Bunyoro is part of it? Then two, the entry way, how is it in terms of maybe registration to become a member? I would wish to know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yusuf, pass the microphone at the back. If you are able, please stand so that if you can stand, you please help us stand for the sake of the photography.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I would like to address myself to Section 46, one of the NGO Act that provides for economic activities that CSOs can engage in. I believe that CSOs are guided by the legal documents that they have. For example, the Constitution, Articles of Association, and the likes. If the provision of the CSO's Constitution does not provide for economic activities as one of its objectives, would that call for amendment of the NGO's Constitution, or the NGO Act provision now can permit it to do so? Thank you.
Thank you. Some of the landmine may now go to Dr. Stephen. Yes. But please, let's have this gentleman, and then we'll cross over to... Yes.
Thank you, Doctor, for your wonderful presentation. My name is Wang Boniface Innocent, Africa Network for Change, Uyang. About the entrepreneurship that you have urged us to be in, I am looking at how do I try to strike the balance between the beneficiaries that have already benefited from a project say, for example, the beneficiary for African Network for Change are already into piggeries, and yet the organization also would look at it as one of the most viable entrepreneurship. I look at it and I seek your comment on this. Would it not appear like the organization is finally rivaling with the beneficiaries? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I like that idea. Do you know that the National Enterprise Corporation, NEC, also has a private security company, but it is government? Let's move to... Let's have George, then we come to this side of the room. It's government, but it has a private security company.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. My concern is about filing returns and compliance. I want to hear the experience from those organizations already engaged. How do they manage the compliance, especially with the URA? Because it looks like we shall have two entities in the same organization. I want that clarification.
Thank you very much, George. Yusuf, let's come to this side and we'll take the last. We have those two ladies and then MP.
Thank you so much. My name is Luisa Namahela from Lira, Nokapat. I would want to pose my question to you. You talked about the challenges that the CSOs face, especially when starting a social enterprise. And one of the biggest challenge is that the capital financing. Now, I don't know how you've managed. You talked about getting a loan from the bank. Can you easily share your experience from getting a loan from the bank to start, to act as a capital for starting your social enterprise? And then, is it really advisable for us as CSOs to start as a social capital based on a loan from the bank? Thank you.
Thank you. Pass it on to my friend from Moyo.
Doctor, you've heard that I'm from Moyo. I'm Judith. Partners in Community Social Action. Thank you so much for your presentation, and we've really learned a lot. This is a point where we have to rethink, and are we sure we shall put fully on your shoes? Amidst all the social ventures existing, the challenges, how are you moving on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have Comfort and then Stella. Let's start with Comfort and then Stella. Finally, Stella, and we'll get back to Doctor to respond to. Comfort is in front. The MP for Rice, the manager program for Rice West Nile.
That's better. Otherwise, people might mistake me to be a member of Parliament. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that marvelous presentation. My question is on enterprises that are related to food products in terms of the certification to assure quality for small enterprises. How can they get certified? Maybe by UNBS, or is there any other lower level entity so that they can have their products marketed at bigger scale, supermarkets, and penetrate other spaces? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have finally Stella, and then we'll get back to Doctor to respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm an alumna of FORWARD, that is Forum for Women in Democracy. We have one challenge as women human rights defenders. I've not heard in your presentation you partnering with other women-led organizations, for example, FIDA, FemFort, Akina Mama wa Africa, and so many. Why is it that women, and are not growing up fellow women. We are not coming up together to socially do enterprises. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's now have Doctor respond to the questions that have been raised.
Can we start with Dr. Stephen to cut out what he had to respond to?
Oh, yes. Let's have the microphone. The NGO Act, Section 46. $102, eh?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks, Doctor, for allowing me start, and then you will complete the rest. So, but of course also, I had said something yesterday about the changes in the section, that it's important that everyone gets a copy of the 7th edition of the revised laws, because now we are drumming Section 46, and yet I'm sure it has changed. It has either dropped by 2 sections or something like that. So I'm requesting everyone in the room, please get a copy of the NGO Act, Chapter 109. Now, there are some questions that I wanted to respond to. Someone was asking mainly the procedural bit, how they can go about this. And I think the moment you want to take advantage of Section 46, and also the ones who have come to the Bureau to consult, the advice we have given them is that first thing you need to do as an organization is that the management of the organization has to analyze and assess the different opportunities out there. Like the doctors told you, there are so many arenas you can try there. My advice to you is that please don't go for trial and error. Like you wake up and find yourself in the middle of something. Yeah, because I was in a meeting on the 9th of November with the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. After I told them what I'm telling you now, they actually confessed that for them, they did not even do an analysis. They just felt, I think this business is good, we can try it. So I think for every NGO in this room, the moment you want to take advantage of Section 46, please let your management first do a thorough job. Let them conduct an assessment and analysis of different options out there. There are so many opportunities, but unless you even conduct research and know what can we actually achieve, because someone was asking about loans. You may go and take a loan for something you have not even analyzed. Before you know, that money goes to waste and you're in trouble. So the first step is that let the management prepare a report for the board. Now, the moment the management is done with that, proceed to the board and present that. Say that we have conducted a thorough assessment. We feel, let me say, our Consulate Foundation, we feel the best business venture to go into is here. Because of everything. And by the way, it involves a thorough analysis in terms of figures, in terms of requirements, and how to sort out everything. So the moment you can convince the board, then the board has to approve it. But then after the board, you don't stop there. And that's where now her question comes in. Remember that the board may approve, but it's not still matching your internal governing documents that are with the NGO Bureau. Because tomorrow, if NGO Bureau found you out there, and yet your documents are reading something else, or even your certificate, something else, you are still going to have an issue with the NGO Bureau. So the next step is your board has to, if let me say an AGM is not nearby, they have to call for an extraordinary general meeting to present it and say that now we as Consulate Foundation, we feel we need to take advantage of Section 46. So you present it to the AGM, and once the AGM approves, it means then it has a bearing on your internal governing document. So after approving the business venture you want to go into, then immediately let the board also have an amendment, a recommendation for amendment of the Constitution to add a provision in your Constitution that shows we want to go into, let me say, actually all the examples she has given. We want to go into farming, we want to go this for the purpose of Section 46. and how you're going to do it. Now, the moment you do that, it means now the organization has also taken a decision to amend the internal governing document. Now, after you have finished your part, it means the next step now is to involve the NGO Bureau. Write to the NGO Bureau and apply for review. Review means you're telling NGO Bureau 1, we have decided to take advantage of Section 46. Here is a copy of our amended constitution, but also we want it reflected in our permit to show that we have this component there. In case someone wants to give us money, but it's not appearing, then it has to appear there. So NGO Bureau number 1 is being notified, because I'll tell you that someone is going to find you running a business venture and is going to consult NGO Bureau. Are you aware of this organization? So you need to bring NGO Bureau on board by submitting to them a copy of your amended constitution, then also requesting that your permit is reviewed to add that component there. Now, the moment you finish that, don't straight away go and start operating that business venture. There are other licenses and clearances and certifications and approvals you need outside that. Because we do not want you to go, and you see, we do not want you to go out and start saying, we have notified NGO Bureau, yet tomorrow you're going to have a problem with UNBS. You have not talked with the URA about taxation issues. You have not, assuming you want to open schools to generate more money, you have not spoken to Minister of Education to tell them, I want to open a school, charge these fees, but also I'm doing it for the sake of Section 46. So that last stage is extremely important. Otherwise, if you skip it, you are going to run into trouble with other stakeholders outside the Bureau. The Bureau is your regulator, yes, but there are other stakeholders you need. Because I'm sure that all the examples that Dr. Joyce has given of all those entities, they have gotten some clearance, some wherever they should be cleared, so that either their product is put out there in the market or something like that. So I think those are the steps which it is very important. But also, before I forget, the last bit in relation to someone asked about audit issues. The advice I can give is that if you want to take advantage of Section 46, please open a separate department for it. If you mix its issues together with the one of the NGO, then you're going to end up in a mess. From the time your board approves and your AGM gives you the blessing, please, if possible, open a separate department and start it there and run it so that your documentations, your filings for that are really put aside. I will always give the NGOs one example of BRAC. BRAC came to NGO Bureau around 2008, 2009 to register. They were coming from Bangladesh. They told us in Bangladesh they were already doing this. They had a microfinance component that all of you are aware. When they started operating, they came as an NGO. But the moment they were out there, they mixed the operations of the NGO with that of the microfinance. Now we started receiving complaints around the country that BRAC is fully operating. It's just profit making. There's now no NGO component. And by then, that's a danger NGOs should be careful with. You are going to take advantage of Section 46. It's going to start doing so well. Before you know it, you're going to abandon your original passion of the NGO. You are going to say, this beneficiary, I think I can pack you for a year. Let me first focus on the profits. So that is also a danger. So what happened in BRAC is that people started complaining. RDCs and all these district officials that, please, is BRAC registered with you as an NGO? We said yes. They said no, but BRAC is fully a profit-making entity. We summoned them to our offices. Their first reaction was, no, we are an NGO. We are doing this to just to raise resources. We are plowing back whatever. So we told them, okay, can you share your documents with us, but also want to visit your offices? When we looked at their documents and also went to offices, everything was of the same. No separation of anything. But I will tell you that our final resolution to BRAC was, please separate the two, which they did. But right now, all of you can see, the other component they separated is not a full bank. And it was because they now took it in a separate direction that was putting money, yes, into the NGO, but for the growth and the sustainability of the NGO. So my advice to all of you is that please separate that component from the rest of their NGO work. Otherwise, the NGO is going to suffer the moment you start doing well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think this was very important information and also guidance. Back to you, Doctor, in 8 minutes, if you can respond to the issues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen, for your responses and guidance. And thank you all for the questions. I think it's a learning journey, and we continue to learn and sharpen as we move forward. One of the things I want to put forward is the fact that there's nothing we can do without building sustainable institutions. Whether we like it or not, whether we hide our heads in the sand, or whatever you will do, it will catch up one day. So the earlier you start, the better. The good news, the provision is given. And as babies, you can start stagger and you will walk eventually, because there's nobody who's going to hold you that don't fall. You will just learn. You pay school fees and you learn. So starting from that point, where Dr. Stephen mentioned, unhealthy competition amongst the civil society. I'll combine that with what Stella ended up with. Truth be told, I came from the women's movement. And being a chair of Forward, remember I had worked with a company called ASC in my early days as a finance manager. So I know the women's movement in and out. There is no other space, maybe they are there, within the NGO sector that is as competitive as the women's movement. Others even, can ill talk about others in front of some donors. So we know that for a fact. So this unhealthy competition is not going to take us anywhere. What we would love to promote is collaboration, and that is coming up more with the private sector. Because, everybody has a niche. Even when you are in the women's movement, there's a better niche that you play better than somebody else. And I always draw people into that, because you can't do everything. So just to respond to you, Stella, I've supported Akina Mama Africa to defend a business case to their board because they are Pan-African. They wanted to buy land here and a building in 2022, and the board was refusing. So the ED reached out to me. We did everything. We made a business case. Now they own a home in Bulindo. Yeah, so that was a case we put forward, and we showed that it was going to make money. So I've supported Kinamama. When it came to FemFort, because I started with Jackie Civ Fund, CivSource, I supported their business plan, and so she also recommended FemFort. I've worked with so far 55 NGOs that belong to women's movement to support their social enterprises, to start them off with business plans, and also show them the way on how you can start small and go to another level, including Women Defenders Network, some lady called Brenda. Last year I was supporting her. So I do encourage them to collaborate. Pick out your niche. Like Forward, you can't be everywhere. I always tell Forward that be the best in leadership in women, and you leave other spaces for others who play better. So those are Ackford. I've also supported them on there. They have a big land which was going to be stolen by somebody last year. It is based near in Bukoto, and it was abandoned. So last year we worked with them to see how do you make such 1 acre of land based in Bukoto. Why do you leave it empty? Imagine in Bukoto in the center 1 acre. And so we've worked on with them to start a social enterprise. So we are working one day at a time, and what I'm promoting is collaboration. Instead of you doing everything, do what you do better, deliver it, and let somebody else deliver, and then you come into consortium to deliver a bigger program. So I think that is something I would love to encourage the partners in the room. Cut out your piece, do it so well, and then let others, you can collaborate with others on a bigger project. So that will kill the unhealthy competition, because that's what we did in the family planning space when I was still leading UHMG. We started what we call a family planning consortium, whereby the big guys, I would call them the big guys, UHMG, PACE, PSFU, Maristops, we invited all of them. We gave them space at UHMG, and we started collaborating. Guess what? There was a big project that was coming in, and they all agreed UHMG leads. And with the PACE became a sub, yet they were international, and it worked for 5 years. So I think at the end of the day, just positioning yourselves and say, what can we play better? We are good with government and private sector, the rest were good with clinics. So we didn't go in the clinics, they played the clinical part, and that's it. So I think that brings in more money, brings in more friendship, and at the end of the day, we all get a big pie. In terms of information collected here, you've learnt a lot. And I know conferences are super good. We take notes. There's a gentleman who called me when I was entering and said, oh, I met you at a cellar. And I don't know who he is. I will not make you stand up. And we met at a cellar. You ignited me. And then I'm like, did you start? He said, no. We're about to start. So I told him, why not? Yeah? So if you're here and you see me, please stand in your bed tonight. Wake up and write. One thing you're going to do after these 3 days. Check yourself after 1 month, because that paralysis of not starting is what is going to kill many NGOs. When GIZ brought its partners, Elizabeth told me she didn't sleep all the 5 days. And I told her, why are you not sleeping? She would come with a notebook. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. As we speak now, see where she is. See her products, because she decided to start. Now, the paralysis of the comfort of NGOs that my salary will come. If you wake up one day and somebody removes these chairs, you sit, that's when you're going to learn. Because they're not going to notify you. That bad angel will come and remove the chair. As you sit, your legs will be what? Up. And when your legs are up, you'll learn. So I'm not going to say much, but you're going to wake up and do something from the lessons you've learned here. Then you'll thank me and GIZ later. Ronald. 20 years, when do you start? My proposal is, there's no time for you to start. Some people start right from onset. And they say, for me, I'm starting an NGO, but it will have what? A desk, a commercial arm. Some people start from onset. Others wait to first put their foot forward, and then they start later. So it depends on the organization. If you want to start now, you can start. If you start 20 years later, it is also okay. But it depends on the mindset of the board and management. For me, I always say the fish rots from the head, because we can hear beeping the assistants and so on, but also the board comes and just takes coffee the whole day. And the decisions made are not really private sector. So we should also start from the board, check your board, check the management, and we see whether we are not going to move. Because a decision you want to pass today in private sector, money is here on a table. Then you're saying, bring this paper. We'll discuss it in the next board meeting. Then the year ends. What are we talking about? So for me, when you're choosing board members, also check who might move you forward. One of you here said when they ignited their social enterprise, they made sales, they got some seed capital. The board said when the person was proposing to register the NGO private limited by company, 100% by the NGO, the board members called and said, where are we going to get from? Why don't I take 5 shares? You take 10. So even that, be mindful of the people you have on the board. Because they can now start seeing money coming in, appetite what? Goes up. So we also need to be careful on that. So the time to start is now, whether you're 20 years, whether you're 0 years, whether you're 15 years, start now. You'll make mistakes, but all I can say, just create a chair, put a volunteer, let somebody wake up every day thinking about that enterprise than waiting for you to do it end of quarter. Do it every day. Let people report, and you'll see the change. And that's what happened. The guy who is running one of my social enterprises came as a gate man from Soroti. I got that guy from Soroti. He was my gate man. 4 years later, as people were mangamaring him, they educated a what? For him, he was stayed on the job when I spotted him. Today, he makes all the sales for me. So sometimes it doesn't need even what? A degree. It needs passion, commitment, and being there for the business. Stealing ideas. Of course, in business, if you go down in Chikubo, you will open your shop today, your neighbor tomorrow will bring your products. But do they close? They don't close. Now, in business, one of the things I've learned, competition is inevitable. Now, once we know that there's competition, the point here is that how do I make competition irrelevant? That is the only thing. How do I make competition irrelevant? I master one thing. Like I know there's an NGO I was supporting in Nairobi. They run a hotel. And when they were starting their idea, because they used to have land in Karen, and then they started building, but they said, we want to try business, and we want to start a hotel. I told them, hey, hotel business is very competitive. But then I told them, what you're going to do is to focus on good accommodation. You see, a hotel is big. You can do conference, you can do restaurant, you can do many things. Focus on one thing. Focus on accommodation, target NGOs, because you know NGOs better. That NGO is making good money. They said their occupancy rate is now 85%. 85% occupancy rate in a hotel is extremely good, because even at 50% you can break even. So when you master and you reach 85, it means you're doing the right thing. What did they do? They got the right skilled. Somebody said you start a business which you have no idea. Why are you starting business you have no idea about? It will collapse. Start something you have an idea about, love follows, and commitment. So they got the guy who was working in Serena and they used him into their hotel. Cleanliness. In a hotel, when people enter, they start with cockroaches, I don't know what, appetite goes under. So they focused on cleanliness, went marketing. Two things. Now they are breaking even, they're doing well as an NGO. Remember, they are running a hotel in Karen, Nairobi. So that was one idea they picked on. So let's start things that we have ideas on. If you don't, at least get somebody who is skilled, find a way of compensating them on a commission basis. And then you'll thrive. Because guess what? All this world is managed by the private sector. The board I sit on, I'm a treasurer on a board called Humentum. Humentum is based in the US. The day we had a meeting, our international board meeting, is the day when Trump won. And then the investment advisor of Humentum came to speak to us as board, because we give him our investment, and he said, guess what? The investment for equity shot up that night. All companies shot up. Why? Because for them, when they saw Trump coming to be the president, they just saw money. It is a capitalistic mindset. All the investments in equity went up, tripled, I don't know what. Now, for us, we don't think that way in the NGO. Forget, people are there to make money. So whatever they design is capitalistic, but what we are going to play when we make money now, we come back and solve our what? Community problems. There's so much money out there. Everything we deal with, all these, you can design this. Who tells you an NGO cannot be in charge of a factory for books? The only difference is that you're doing these books and the profits you're plowing back are going to help your social agenda. But when you're running this business, run it separately, not with your NGO 8 to 5, you're closing and Sunday you don't work. In the private sector, people work sometimes every day, and sometimes they don't leave office until 7. I'll tell you, that's what we used to do in UHMG. I was MD, and 5 close NGO conversations, people, I could see them driving out, chief of party, I don't know who. And now the general manager of the private sector was walking into my office. And we would start conversations, profit, sales, I don't know what. Now, how ready are we to do that? It is possible. Knowledge is social enterprise, same as business enterprise. The only thing that matches them is enterprise, isn't it? They're all enterprises. They're innovative. Now, the business enterprises focus on profit. Don't tell us other stories. For the social enterprise, we are combining the head and the heart. The head and the heart. If you're running a microfinance like BRAC was, the difference between BRAC and possibly DFCU Bank, BRAC focuses on people below the bottom of the pyramid. They support and pass on their loans there. And DFCU will say, oh, no, we'll be not making money. So you remember everything you do, bring your social goal on the agenda. The Social Investment Fund I started in 2020, right now, I was happy to see government passing yesterday the Microfinance Act, saying that the maximum interest should be 2.8%. And I use my microfinance social impact gives a 2% right from onset. I used to do 1%, and the board moved us to 2%. And the point here was, how do you make money? For us, we charge 10%. I was like, no, you guys, even 2%, you make money. So my social investment fund is growing, and we're at 2%, and now they've capped them at 2.8. Let's see if they will close. They are not going to close. They will not close, but they will still remain making money. So I think business is the way your mind turns and the way you think about it. So the difference is that I would like to advise personally, from my own experience, you register as a company limited by shares. Simple. I'm not even going to debate about it. This whole agenda limited by guarantee sounds good. Yes, go. But when you reach where the money is. I'm assuming you guys are investors. If you register by guarantee, where am I benefiting from as an investor? There's no meat, there's nothing. Yes, impact, fantastic, but even limited by shares, make impact. So you have already an NGO, and now you want to register another guarantee. So it is already a guarantee as an NGO, isn't it? You just have an NGO certificate. So this is cutthroat business to feed you and continue doing good. Do for shares. And the person who mentored me into social enterprise saved me the same. I was going to register Capital Solutions limited by guarantee. And then I was in the middle of saying yes. When I called her, she's based in London, she told me no, buy shares. My heart went to taxes. What am I going to do? Guess what? Back to what Dr. Steven says, right from onset, your accounting is the determinant for your taxation. We get grants, we get invoices, and we manage, and nothing has come to our end. It's that cutthroat, the separation principle that matters. And I think that one we can go into the details, but register by shares. Let the NGO own 90% or 99%. Look for a second shareholder. Now debate with your board. It can be the ED. It can be the board generally. I mean, just choose. Because now you are allowed to register a company with one director. It's acceptable at URSB. Now, once you have a director who might be vaccinate, for example, and that vaccinate, you choose a name that is going to be behind. When it comes to shares, vaccinate takes 99% and choose another minority shareholder. And you move so that you get big money. And that will respond to this question of, do I start a business? This was Louisa. Do we need to start with capital in terms of loan? I would say no, please don't. And who is going to give you a loan when you're starting up? It's even a joke. There's nobody who will give you a loan when you're starting up. It's next to impossible. Why? I would like to encourage you to start to save as an NGO. Please create a savings account from today. Whether you're going to throw 50,000 or 20,000, I learned a business must have a savings, just like a human being. If you didn't know it, now the NGO must start. People are going to ask me, now where do we get the savings from? You're going to get it. Because the way the UONET did, and they bought that building in Tinda, they were also at the crossroads. And the ED was struggling at some point. So when she came, I said, but you're a brilliant lady. You can do consultancy. Guess what? They bid for a consultancy in Southern Sudan to work on women economic empowerment policy. They were fortunate to get it. They went, worked. It was busy, it was hectic, but they were able to get their good dollars. And that's when they bought the building in where? In Tinda, where they work from. Had they not gone that extra mile to sell all the knowledge you guys are seated on, and Makerere University is getting a lot of consultancies, why can't we do the same and get $50,000 in, and we start from there as capital? When you have your own capital, then eventually people will be able to give you some loan, to give you some more seed capital. Are we together on that? Not starting on a loan. Loan will not take us far, and nobody is willing to give you a loan.
Doctor, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Yes, sir. I think, yeah, I'm actually almost done because I was merging. Then Boniface mentioned something to do with balancing between beneficiaries. Last week when I was talking to some partners of the NGO sector, they were also stuck in between. They wanted to do some social enterprise, but they also wanted to do it in agribusiness. But the beneficiaries they have are also doing farming. So my proposal here would be, you know, in every business there's what they call value chain. There are people who start at the beginning, others are in the middle, others finish the value chain. So when you're choosing any sector, let's choose where you play best. If you're already having beneficiaries who are farmers, don't go and create a farm. Are you the best at farming? You might be the best in coordinating the value chain, maybe looking for market, maybe you create something after them. Because you'll have a lot of supply, and now you're going to do the value addition. Example here is UNFO. UNFO is one of the partners GIZ supported last year, and they were also a network.
So they were like, but we are going to repeat what our partners are doing. We told them, no, let's sit together and rethink. What I can tell you today, they went into exporting what their members were producing. They sent out 10 containers of those products. They now have a hub to add value, and they are making money. They are what? A national association. Had they thought, no, we are not going to repeat what our members are doing, they wouldn't make that money. $250,000 from the exports they made. So for me, that was something very positive. And then Judith, challenges, and how can we be moving on? I think moving on starts with a mindset. If you've been lucky to be here and you come from an NGO, the first thing you do when you go back, call for a meeting to brainstorm. All business ideas start from brainstorming. You'll be amazed, even the most quiet person can bring an idea, and that might be the winning idea, not the most talkative. Give everybody an opportunity to share their ideas. And when they give them to you, go back again and collaborate and remove, start scaling down until when you come to your top 3 ideas. And you'll be able to get some business. And finally, George didn't know that GIZ was doing this kind of business. I would like to mention to you that, yes, they never went, I think, maybe public, but I think as part of their capacity strengthening for civil society, they went and chose some of their partners. I think it was competitive as well. And I had good news that they might also be coming back this year to get some more 12 partners. I don't know how they do that, but those can also be walked through that journey. The journey is intense. You must be able to give it time to think and collaborate and make sure that your business venture goes to another level. And I'm happy to be part of it because Capital Solutions is the partner they work with. So I can share that we can be able to support you, and also that closes in the compliance, because within the whole training, we support the filing of returns, we talk about taxation, and we enable you close all those gaps that are disturbing majority of the civil society. Thank you very much, and back to you, MC.
A big round of applause to... You see, I was struggling to stop her, but, you know, it was just new ideas coming. The key takeaways is, please do not pack your beneficiaries once the enterprise is successful. NGOs, let us get out of this paralysis that money will come. And finally, to those of us who sit in boards, let us take coffee responsibly. Thank you very much, Doctor. We've come to the end of this. Another round of applause to her as she goes to sit. Members, I have a request. We're supposed to end at exactly 5. I am requesting if you can add me 30 minutes today's session. Is that okay? Is that okay? The eyes have it, isn't it? The eyes have it. So thank you for giving me the 30 minutes. We'll work within that time. For those of you who did not sign on the consent form, please let me see you by show of hands. If you did not sign on the consent form, please, let us put straight the consent form. It's for all the times you're here. The consent form, and also if you did not register, please, we will give you the form so that you register and sign on our consent form. Again, the conference is organized by WESISNET with support from the Civil Society Support Program, which is implemented by GIZ, and it is co-funded by the European Union and the German government. We will have a breakout session, and allow me to now invite our consulate who will take you through that session. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Can we appreciate Bernard for the wonderful session? Thank you so much. We want to move to the last session for this day, and it's a breakout session. I want to say so far we are moving on well. I have a few announcements to make. One of them, there are people who came late. How many of us came after 8:30? I know people don't want to show that they came late, but be sincere, because you missed out some information. We are going to have a networking event this evening from 6 p.m. It's something like a get-together, and we did say that you should come dressed casual smart. What's casual smart? Someone said they came in a suit. We have councils in the house. It's allowed. You remove the suit, you fold. That one becomes casual smart. So don't worry about that, because when I say casual smart, someone say I came in a suit. Should I go home to change? No. Just throw the coat, the jacket, and the fold, and you become casual smart. So we are going to be here starting at 6 p.m. We're going to have a get-together, but before we have that, we're going to have a market walk. We have our social entrepreneurs here that we've been talking about. There are people who have products to showcase and services. We will start by walking through the market space and seeing what they have to offer. And then after that, we now start to, the gear we keep on increasing the momentum. And I want to assure you that we have a barbecue, we have a live band. How many of us love Congolese music? Yes, at least a good number. I'm part of that. And also some other music. If not only Congolese, we have variety of music. I want to say that we'll have a live band, and this event will start from 6 p.m. up to 10 p.m. You'll be in time to go back to your hotel, wherever you're spending the night at, from 6 to 10 p.m. So I want to encourage that don't fear. When you said you allowed the 30 minutes, I thought that was good enough. We can still go towards 6, and then we transit to the casual smart. Is that okay? Thank you so much. So we're going to the last session of the program, and this one is a breakout session. Do we have our leaders? Yusuf? Yes, Yusuf is right there. Can we see him? Those who don't know him, he is going to be one of the leaders. Sheila, can we see you again? Sheila is right there. And James Onen. Yes, James is there. Those are our coordinators for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to quickly just read the leaders of the 3 breakout sessions. And we will start with breakout session 1. The ones are the whites, right? Team White, can I see Team White? Yes, thank you. Team White, in this particular breakout session, we are looking at financial sustainability. We've been talking about social entrepreneurship, and I know Doctor has really tickled so many positive things. Even as I was seated here, I was already thinking of ideas. All of us, I believe, I believe we have so many ideas and products and services that we are thinking about, and this will energize us. So we are looking at the main topic, financial sustainability. We are harnessing potentials for diversification of financing options for CSOs. So subtopic for breakout session 1, we are looking at beyond donor dependency, exploring opportunities for own source of funding. And breakout session 1, establishing and financing a social enterprise, the Tamarind experience of Center for Women and Children's Reintegration. Sewoka, Miss Elizabeth Aliano, Executive Director, Sewoka, can we see you kindly? That is the powerful lady doing great things, shaking and moving that region. And Lyra, that is Lango region. She's going to be the facilitator for this breakout session 1. All the members, Team White, your facilitator is Miss Elizabeth Aliano, the ED for Sewoka. And I'm going to give you your questions. I'm not reading them. You'll go through them. Breakout session 2. And still, we are looking at beyond the donor dependency. Our subtopic, for breakout session 2, managing leadership transition of institutional sustainability. And this one will be facilitated by Ms. Jean Asipe, ED, Community Empowerment for Rural Development, CEFOD. Ms. Jean, can we all turn around and look and see her? She'll be the facilitator. And CEFOD that she heads started in the 1980s. And we are in 2024. It's been a long journey. and how do we manage leadership transition for institutional sustainability. I believe that will be a very good group to want to hear from her. And the questions are here, the team leaders will pick them. Lastly, we are exploring the potential market and opportunities for cooperation with private sector organizations. This is called corporate financing. This is what we've been talking about. And we have Ms. Birungi Karen, Insights from Centenary Bank Award. Can we see Ms. Birungi Karen? Can you stand up for recognition? Some people may not see you. Yes. Yes, this is Birungi, and she'll be the facilitator. And this is those who are in session 3. You'll move there, and she's from Centenary Bank. Members, ladies and gentlemen, those are the 3 breakout sessions. Our time is now, we are about 27 minutes after 4 p.m. We will give you about 45 minutes. Is that enough? I want to hear from you. We can have 1 hour, because at 6 we are still here, so there is no going home today that we need to rush to go. So can we have 1 hour for this? We will be here at 45 minutes. I want consensus, members. 30. Is 30 enough for us to go through this? So members will be back here at 5 p.m. We'll be back here at 5 p.m. We will have our 3 minutes presentations, and then we go for tea, then we go for the market walk, and then we transit into the nights, into the endless programs in the night. So I want to ask the team leaders kindly come for this. We can move to our breakout sessions. Know your facilitator, know your coordinator. Kindly, coordinators, come and get this and go to your groups. We know where we are seated. Let's use the 30 minutes. At 5 sharp, we will expect you in the venue. Thank you so much. DJ, over to you as you play some music. DJ, kindly, thank you. Breakout session 3. Breakout session 3 remains in this venue. Green, Team Green. Members, breakout session 3 remains in this room. Let us use the space here. Thank you.
I'm walking away.
People, come nearer. Yes, it is. Just come nearer. Isabella, why are you running away from the men? They want to be near you. Financial sustainability, harnessing potentials for diversification or financing options for CSOs. And our subtopic is beyond donor dependency. How do we explore opportunities for own source of funding? And we want to explore the potential market and opportunities for cooperation with private sector organizations. And I am supposed to share with you insights from Centenary Bank. But before we share insights from Centenary Bank, what is your view on that topic? What is your view? What do you think we are supposed to look at in this theme and subtopic? Corporate financing. Because if I immediately start by sharing my experience, you will end up being biased with the private sector. So I want to first understand, what are your views? What do you think? Yes. Yes. What are we looking at? Of course, corporate financing is a bank jargon, but just look at it. Just look at it from a sustainability perspective in your own humanitarian nexus. Exploring opportunities for own source of funding in your perspective. How do you go beyond depending on donors to ensure that you have some money on you to run your activities? Isn't it? So what are the ideas? How do we explore the markets? How do we get into that space? We need a rapporteur before we even proceed. Who can volunteer? Why are you already sexualizing the role? Man, I don't know. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. So, how do we go beyond the comfort zone we are in to ensure that we are sustainable? And as we open up our discussion, I want to also be able to share with you that Centenary Bank in 2022 opened up a foundation as well. This is about sustainability as well. So we have Centenary Group of companies running independently and Centenary Bank as one of the subsidiaries. Just like the model they were sharing about BRAC activities. Why? I don't know if I don't see anybody that has been there quite long enough that is aware of Centenary Bank's story. So Centenary Bank started in 1983 as a credit trust. At that point, it was basically a social mission perspective. It is until 1993 that we became a fully fledged commercial bank to run as we are running. It therefore means that social enterprises take baby steps. You always have flexibility and time to twitch as and when you feel you're ready to run entirely as a profit-centered organization. But it begins by you thinking big. So after 40 years, which we celebrated last year, we are now going back to ensure that we implement the activities in a bigger way that we saw, or our shareholders saw back then in 1983. So currently, Center Group Foundation largely focuses on corporate social investment as the Centenary Bank arm, which is a subsidiary of Centenary Group of companies, runs the profit-centered business where I work. So that also reflects on what she was sharing, Doctor, that you need systems. The people running the non-profit making arm should be separate, and then the bankers who we are that look at profitability are also separate. Then within the model, you also have people like me who are in charge of the NGO sector that have a blended approach of looking at things, such that we make the objectives come out, that they understand how to make the money, but they also have a balance to blend the making money approach to the humanitarian angle. So that is what technical capacity building is about. Eventually, when our Centenary Group of companies takes the levels that we want it to take, then those of us that have the blended approach shall be in different environments, most likely at strategic level. So we are still hand-holding our baby. And that is what you need as an NGO for now. that as you're having that energies, that dream to set it up, do you have the capacity to run it? Those are points of reflection. And after a doctor's presentation, you also want to understand what are your technical capacities and competences in the areas of focus that you're in currently. Because that is where the ideas stem from. Are you doing advocacy? Are you doing livelihood support? Are you doing gender? There's so many things, environment, such that you can be able to come up with a business case that makes money. So what are areas of focus, ladies and gentlemen? I don't want this to become a one-man's show or a one-woman's show, because we shall be biased. We shall end up all thinking like Centenary Bank. This is a bank, this is a baby that is 41 years old. Now you and I are social entrepreneurs whose birthday is today. So we must wear the same shoes. Yes, Robert, any ideas? Okay, I'll start with the one. Your name first? Oh. Do you want the mic or your audio enough? Okay. They won't come. What did you say your name was? Okay. Griffiths, thank you so much. And before we go into the next participant, or the member giving us their ideas, when you mentioned that, Griffin, something again sparked my mind. In 2018, we wrote a concept for refugee financing as a bank. And it was typically for social mission alignment. We did not want to make the money then, because there was no money to make anyway, immediately. But the whole point was we wanted to be amongst the partners that would build a sustainable journey for persons of concern in this country. And because of that, we sit on committees and so many key dialogue sessions that contribute to ensuring that the refugees in this country, where we are number 3 in the world, can be able to live sustainably much after if the donors pull out. So today, we are running the strategy as one of our business niches. You can imagine how long it has taken us. Women, same story. Today, Centenary Bank is again amongst the lead financial institutions that are implementing growth project. But when we started serving women, it was about gender empowerment. We did not even have startup capital as a bank to give to the women. Today, as we speak, the bank is one of the leading implementers for promoting economic transformation amongst women. So many things. Today, we are also exploring climate financing, renewable energy, same things. So you can see it's an intertwined model that we have the normal lending business. When you come to the bank, you have loans officers that will serve you. But above all, we have apex teams where we sit at head office to think beyond the normal lending. And when we leave this room, you want to have such conversations. The social enterprise perspective. Yes. Yes. Same story. Yes. Yes. Because the models grow. No. We started as a credit trust. By then, it was Centenary Rural Development Bank. The people started by contributing money at diocese level. Those that were alive then, I have relatives who still have their membership cards. They are share contributors. The dioceses picked money from people that were interested in the concept. It was started as a social mission enterprise, where they would pool funds and get lending facilities at a subsidized offer. When it grew and outgrew that level, because the regulations in this country, it started becoming a microfinance institution. In 1993, that is when it registered as a commercial bank. Today, it's number 2 in terms of profitability. So even your social enterprise will one day outgrow, but you should have the systems in place to ensure that you walk that journey. Alternatively, you manage its growth. Now, after Uganda performing so well, we went to Malawi. There is a centenary bank in Malawi. And the strategic plan is to have other baby centenary banks in other African countries. And who knows, maybe in the world. But everywhere we go, we start with the concepts that we started with from social perspectives.
Like if you're for financial inclusion and you're doing financial literacy, it is purely capacity building. But in the process, you find that the need of the beneficiaries go towards credit, loan. They need loan. So it is also a window or a door that can be opened for an organization to see that we start something, to lend money at a certain affordable interest. And like some other organizations are for ordinary livelihood support programs, like probably giving goats to some organized groups, improve goats. They can also look at how do we multiply the goats, improve goats, and then we make it as an enterprise that organization can do to provide the social services in the community. So it must be linked directly to the program that you are handling in the organization. That's my take.
Oh, thank you so much for giving me the chance again. Dennis Paul Warom remains my name from Help Disabled Children Excel. I was happy when you talked about understanding your strength in everything that we do. But most importantly, it is also very important to understand your environment. Because sometimes you may come out with a very good idea and you may think that is really working. But externally, maybe outside there may be other factors that may not allow your project or business to do well. For example, we are aware, I'm sorry if we have Muslim here, we have piggery project which can do very well. But it may be in a community where there are so many Muslims who may not really want to see. But I like that most of them are now empowered. So it may be a threat to your business. So we really need to understand our weaknesses. Do I have all the required skills? Now, what about outside there? Like the laws that we have, are they favorable? Plus other conditions, the weather, among others. There are so many things that we need to consider. So as we're looking at our strengths, let's also look at the threats outside and our weaknesses. Thank you so much.
Okay. For me, one thing that I think is important for us is doing a market survey. to understand your target audience, because the major reason why, for instance, most businesses also fail is because they don't understand the market. And two, I want to borrow real life example. There was one time I wanted to engage in a chicken, keeping chicken. So because I had the resources, I decided to bring a lot of these day-old chicks and the rest, around 400. But I didn't even have the knowledge and skills, really. So in short, I'm saying, for you to succeed, you need to begin small. And then you expand gradually based on the lessons that you could have learned from the little things that you could have begun. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, members. Yeah, all the ideas that we have been sharing, I've seen it as so good, and we can go back and then begin to start the conversation, especially with our board members. But my worry is always, I've ever tried businesses. I'm partly a business lady also myself. The problem normally comes with management, the people that you are going to employ. You know, as it expands, it starts, that is how the business dies normally. The people you entrusted to handle such business, you might be with a very good ideas, carry out market research, everything, and then you set up. But the issue is management. Thank you.
When you look at the question, because I'm going to be presenting, so I need to present what I've understood. The question is exploring the potential markets and opportunities for corporations with private sector. So what are those opportunities that you guys see out there that you can touch to partner with the private sector? In this case, there's a GROW project. I'm a beneficiary of the GROW project from Postbank, not from Centenary. How can you organization get that money from Postbank? I mean from Centenary. So those are the things I'm looking for. Those are the things I want to present. Give me the right answers.
All right. Thank you for bringing us. Okay, thank you for redirecting the question and the discussion. I had much interest to throw this directly actually to our facilitator, knowing the institution she's coming from. I want to deviate a little from what the last presenter made in relation to how to start, where to start. She said, don't go for loan, don't go for this and that. Now, my question is, not really a question, a scenario. In the past, at least we have learned of opportunities such as what we call it, sometimes they call it venture capital, but particularly I want to bring about, to talk about partnering, say, with the bank. If I have a good business idea, and not just a business idea, probably I have developed a very good business plan that you can even check in the market and see can work. Can't I have a kind of partnership with, say, Centenary or whichever bank that we do this thing jointly? You give me, say, a lease of 500 million or 200, whatever it is, depending on the business. You virtually own the project, and I will be doing this business until I kind of break it. I pay back your loan, money back, and then the investment remain with me. For example, if I put with 200 million, I'm able to put a commercial house in a town somewhere. Definitely that thing is going to be raising some income, but we write a partnership that it is a lease. Whatever investment we are doing there is owned by you, or you have a say over it until I've finished the payment, then you hand it over to me. Probably that is also something that could help us. Sometimes, of course, we have NGOs with different capacity. There are those who have little income and they need to start small, but there are those who have some good capital and they want to put it somewhere. Like the Dr. Tamale said, some would want to put a house. Actually, we'll get a conflict here now. Instead of putting 200 million in a house, when actually I can invest this 200 million and bring another 200 million in the next 5 years. So can I wait a bit and I put this money somewhere? I think this is the discussion we should be having. Don't we have this opportunity out there for this kind of partnership with the private sector to help us? Since we don't have only social enterprise, but we can go full business model, but under agencies owned by these NGOs. Thank you.
This is Griffins again. Me, what I see as an organization, especially the CBOs who are yet young with small capital, in order to explore opportunities in social enterprises, first of all, we should look at our individual skills within the team. If you have skills, like, for example, if I give an example of my organization, I'm the ED, I have good skills in computer, I have a master's in computer science, and at the same time, I'm an artist. If you have a combination of staffs who can do artwork, like you have 2 or 3 who can do artwork, you have 2 or 3 who are good in computer, you can even set up a skill-based center with a subsidized price that can attract the community to come and have training at your place. There you'll be able to raise revenue. You can start a craft center whereby you make these crafts and you sell to the market like what other organizations do. I think one of the organizations around is doing that. That could be a better opportunity than waiting for capital from someone or from somewhere else. Because you have the knowledge, you have the local materials that you can get cheaply, and then you start up your business. Thank you.
Griffin, thank you. You're going to come next. One of the things that we must be cognizant of is, what do banks in Uganda finance, and why do they finance particular sectors? The regulatory framework of the financial sector in Uganda is so stringent and systematic. And it's something that I mentioned in the morning. Now, for my rapporteur who's writing, one of the things that you want to do when going for social enterprising is market research, like he mentioned, but you must also leverage on the strengths of partnerships. So when you go to a bank, for example, of your choice, and they cannot finance a startup capital, what else can you do with them right now? Because the opportunities you tap into are very important. I met Madame Lucy in the morning, for example, and one of the discussions we are going to have is, how do we enhance our relationship beyond her banking with us? And that means we look beyond her having operational accounts with us to serving the beneficiaries she's probably reaching out to. When she works with us, or when you work with anybody else under people that are already doing the business, you'll definitely pick the skills. You will learn on the job. You'll share experiences. And not only from the banking sector, but even the beneficiaries you're serving. I know of NGOs that we are working with that are supporting farmers, women, youth, to do so many enterprises. And guess what? They are not copying and pasting. Assuming you took deliberate efforts at strategic level up to board to just switch one idea and enhance it, don't you think you can be able to do business? Because this is what we do as a bank. We are financing many entrepreneurs, very many entrepreneurs. But what we usually do is we pick 1 or 2, 3 partners that we support in any modest way that we come up with to ensure that it grows. So if they are women, we'll be able to either support them at strategic level. We can even give them our staff to sit on their boards. We'll come and do that talk. Even what I'm doing right now is pro bono support for strategic development, all the way from Kampala, because we value the partnerships we have with the NGO sector. If we get this right, our vision and plan is that we shall have transformed many lives of the grassroots people which we represent. So we must be able to look at it from the strategic and operational level. So my rapporteur needs to ensure that we represent things to do with leveraging partnerships to tap into experience and skills expertise. Next.
Thank you so much. I think my name is Kenneth. I said I work for Horizon 3000. You ended with the point that I wanted to bring out, the strategic partnership and collaboration with the private sector this time, not just the funding agencies. We need to understand what exists with the private sector, which opportunities are there that CSOs can tap into. For example, I got the opportunity to learn about ESG and would love to know more. What does it require for somebody to engage with a bank on maybe on that product? Does it replace CSR or it is just a complement? The corporate social responsibility from the banks or the companies. So the issue here is we need to know which platforms we can utilize, but also looking at our social enterprises, engaging with the private sector, for example, the media. If you unpack your social enterprise, there are some products that you might get at a subsidized cost because this is a social enterprise. For example, our adverts for CSOs have been awareness. But this time the awareness will be maybe if you're engaged in a sanitary pad, this pad is for sale at a subsidized cost. Maybe the media will give you free airtime for advert, which is not the same like they would have given to a pure business enterprise. So let's explore the opportunities, let's engage more with the private sector now for us to, I think, to strengthen this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Initially, when they were presenting, they talked about something like value chain, but we are also living in a world of media, digitalization. Also, we need to tap on how we work with the social media. You can get that product and you even sell it online, minus going down because people are no longer going to the markets. They wait for something to be shown on the social media and they purchase it directly. So I think that is another area we have to look into. Much as we strengthen the partnership, but online platform, I think it also works for businesses and doesn't require money. You sit home, market, and you get customers. I think that one can work also to help us finance. Thank you. Mark.
There is something that I wanted to share because you work in the bank. Dr. Joyce is my mentor on one of the programs on social enterprise where my organization is building a guest house as a social enterprise. And one of the key component was, the key question was, how do you invest? And issues of unit trust became a key issues. What do you say to these CSOs? Is there something they should engage in or not?
Thank you, Sheila. I will begin with Master's idea. I hope I pronounce your name right. Because there's a footballer in Uganda called Master, so I wanted to begin with what I know. When you're working with a private sector, I've managed the public sector before in the bank as well, so you must understand how we do business as a bank or as the private sector. Issues to do with collaborations are very paramount, very paramount. And the beauty with tapping into the private sector, including the big banks in the market, is that you're leveraging their big muscle in terms of brand for you to fly higher. I want to give you an example of some NGOs. We really sign confidentiality clauses, and I may not be comfortable mentioning specific names. But because government is public and we are taxpayers, I can be able to mention that Ministry of Gender is a strategic partner for GROW. And it did not come by just mistake. There was a competitive bidding process that we went through. There were round-table discussions of why we had to be on the table. And these are conversations that you need to have with the private sector, including banks. When you come with a bank, and this is a life experience because I've been a teller before, know who to discuss with these matters. That is why I had to come from Kampala. The nature of certain organizations and culture is that we have turnaround time issues to deal with. So when you send your agents, many times the ADs never come to the bank. They only come when we have issues or when they need CSR support, basic needs. Ladies and gentlemen, you're selling yourselves short. Can you challenge the bankers to add value to the monies invested with them? And that will introduce me to the next item for Sheila. Value investing. Value investing. It is about the conversations we always have with the people we deal with that make change. It is the discussions that you're going to have with your banker or any other private sector actor that you may choose to go to bed with by thinking strategically. So when you hear opportunities and testimonies from Sheila testifying that she has been able to get a grow loan project, and I want to ask Sheila, is it for you as a person or beneficiaries that you're working with?
For me.
Exactly. You see? So if there were many Sheilas that can be able to testify good experiences from the beneficiaries you're working with, don't you think we would be adding value to this country? And all you need to do is to walk into any partner bank, put your foot ground, present a case and say, we are an NGO doing economic empowerment. Just as an example, we are working with, say, 1,000 women in Lango or wherever you're operating from. We are doing ABCD activities. We have them organized. Can we be able to work with you? Can we have the bank come home on ground to ensure that these loans are disbursed to the beneficiaries? Is that really too logical to do? Don't you think your partner or donor that is giving you money would be so happy, because then you've already built a muscle that you leverage on for continuity? It means that if your people started moving with our bankers around while seeing how we do the business, then you have something that you can be able to tweak and enhance in future if you have the resources. But you're not just going to start something when you don't even know how it's done. Proposal writing is another issue. I am much aware today that every donor is looking for somebody that is already in bed with the private sector. Why? They know that the big brands are not about to die. For the proposals that you write, we have NGOs that we've been able to back as implementers, and we've given them recommendation letters. Ladies and gentlemen, a branded letter from a big institution like Centenary Bank is going to be recognized. But how do you build your story? By you walking to the bank, choosing to be a strategic partner beyond a customer that operates a normal account, because that is where I fall. But now for you, an organization, why do you want us to compete at the same level? Can we think differently? I think we can. Joint activities. When you come to us for CSR support, what exactly happens after? The bankers sometimes don't show up, isn't it? Do you know what you're losing? You're losing out on the visibility. Can you be strategic enough to ask for more? You must be like Olive Twist, isn't it? Business, if you want to run social enterprises successful, you must be like Dr. Tomali. Do you remember what she said? She said, growth and comfort do not coexist. Sheila, did I get the wording right? You must fight for the same space. That is why you see the private sector, including banks, paying heavily on visibility. Now, I want to challenge my Madam Lucy. For all the hours you've been here, is your picture digital? Are you training as an institution? Because when you're here, you represent Uganda Change Agent Association. Is your communications team doing justice to you already? Or they're waiting for your pictures and report news which is obsolete? Thank you for that confession. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be friends. I want to commit to everybody, including my members that are here, that I will be able to do pro bono support for all of you. Let's have the discussions go on, because there's life after the jobs we have, isn't it? But most importantly, let's be serious citizens for this country by adding value. You don't have to compete with anybody, but be a citizen that is going to help each of us to learn from us that know, to learn from you that know your space, by relearning every day and unlearning the things that we don't know. With those few remarks, I want to conclude by saying Uganda is a blessed country for God and my country. Thank you.
Something which was so interesting when I came here, a lot of women do not know the grow loan. So I feel there is need, maybe now, for you to talk a little bit more. Dr. Joyce is one of the facilitators of the grow loan. So maybe if you have a few minutes to benefit.
But then now, after a month or two, you become real enemies. I had a colleague of mine who borrowed some loans from one financial institution. So this guy, one day, they got him when he was bathing. The guy took off from the shelter with soap on his head for fear of all this how do you call it, the recovery team. He had defaulted. So the process of recovering this loan scares some people.
Pay the loan. Let me tell you something. I am one person who was so scared of loans. But trust me, loans have held me accountable for my every action. I have a very generous heart right now when it comes to my personal businesses, but a very mean mind. The organization, Lotina Dono, is the organization. When I get out of the organization, right now my suppliers are calling me, I need to answer. So you're going to take over a little bit so I talk to the supplier.
Okay. Before we even go into other questions, because we are summarizing, we've run short of time. Robert, just a minute. By show of hands, who knows what GROW is in full? Simple question. What is GROW? Because it's an acronym of a project. What is GROW? Let's test our knowledge levels. What is GROW? Try.
Then we have opportunities for women's enterprises, something like that. I don't know if you follow, but at least I've tried.
I think the opportunity that government has put forward is not only for women. The men also have opportunity, but the issue is your credit history. That's what they look. Like what I know in Postbank, I'm a beneficiary of it. There is opportunity for COVID fund that if you have good history, credit history, they give it to you at an interest rate of 10% only. But if, Panam, yes. But if you don't have good credit history and you go there, they will tell you that money is not there and they'll not give you. If you have good credit history, they give you ranging from, is it 15 to 50 million?
Thank you. This aside from what we see, but visibility, we talked about it. They started sounding in the morning. How are we making ourselves even known from this event moving onward? Now, the question, it's a request. Now, maybe through you, wanted to flout a request that, you know, not everybody is going around taking photos here and there. People have already given consent for photos to be taken here. Is it possible to share these photos in a central platform where people may access through QR code so that we can sort our interests and share? That's a request we wanted to put. Yes.
Simon, I hope you have heard this man's request. Any platform where you can post and we access the photos.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my team is requesting the facilitators of this workshop to have a central place for our photographs such that we can be able to become findable for us to get funding. Isn't that what we agreed upon in the morning? We become findable to become fundable. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, we have just a minute to go. This is really a very big subject. And my quick, honest analysis of the team that we are with in this room this evening is that we need to work together to ensure that you understand the various opportunities that are in the private sector, especially the banks. So there are quite many. There is GROW project, there's the SME Recovery Fund, we have ABI for farmers, we have the Youth Fund. There are so many things. But what I'm quickly picking is that we just need to help you understand what is there by beefing up your knowledge gaps. So I commit that I am going to take all your contacts and we shall be sharing. I am already on the platform of the West Nile region. We are going to continue sharing this information. And in case you need us to come down and disseminate information into the details that you would want to understand it better, we shall do that. Thank you so much.
Shimamani unga really man, unga really man, wananga. Shimamani unga really man, unga really man, wananga.
DJ. Thank you. Members, we should be getting back to our seats. We want to have 10 minutes of presentation. Each group has 3 minutes and we'll be done. Can we get back to the venue? Other colleagues that are not here, kindly. Our team leaders, can we get the participants back to the venue? We want to have our presentations from the 3 groups. The first group that is ready, kindly alert me so that I can invite you here to start the presentation. Each group has 3 minutes to present, and in 10 minutes time we'll be done with our presentations. Immediately after the presentations, we will have the rapporteur. I hope are you okay? Or we do that in the morning? We shall have that in the morning. So the rapporteur will give us the key issues to be adopted tomorrow in the morning. We will have a recap tomorrow. Can we agree which forum will take us through the recap? We had the Lango NGO Forum. Can we propose? Actually, a recap should not be communicated early, meaning that you are not. So Team Acholi, yes, you can do it if you are attentive. You don't need to be told a day in advance. So a recap will be done by the Acholi NGO Forum, and the rapporteur will give us the key issues to be adopted early in the morning. Members, it's time for presentation. Can I have Team White? Team White, are you ready? Team Blue? And Team Green? Members, where are our team leaders? That is Team Green. Members, can we clap for Team Green as they come to present?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. At least you are awake. All right. Team 3 was focusing at exploring the potential market and opportunities for cooperation with private sectors. Looking at the background of how other social enterprises started at a very small scale, good examples of Centenary Bank that started as a Centenary Rural Bank and has now grown into a bank. An example of BRAC that started as a small entity, but now it has become into a bank. Our group agreed that every social enterprise starts small and it grows gradually. So start small and you grow gradually. For you to be successful, you need to have systems in place for operation, and just like Dr. Joyce said, separate the CSO from your business. You can even have a separate bank account to make it easy to monitor.
As you invest and make more money from your social enterprises, do not forget to invest into the projects. Don't forget that. As you are planning to open a social enterprises, do you have the skills and knowledge? What are you good at? What can you do? Then going back to the questions, how can you then partner with the private sector foundation? One, begin by doing a visibility or a market study in the area of your interest. Don't jump into the pool and begin investing in what you do not know. So as you're doing the visibility study, who are your targets? Who are your clients? Know your clients very well. If your clients are alcohol drinkers, know them very well. What are the drinks in the market right now? Know them very well so that you give what needs to be given. I'm not saying you should go and invest in alcohol. When you go to banks, sometimes banks will not pick interest in your business at first. But then, what else can the bank do with you? What can you do with the bank? If the bank is not buying your business idea at the time, what else can the bank do? That means you have to map out what are the areas of interest of the bank and why are they supporting areas that they are supporting. Banks do go for corporate social responsibilities, so you can also map out that. What is the area of interest? Banks do go for social impact investment. You can go learn more from a bank. I cannot go into detail what that really means, so go to a bank and she's there. I'm a social worker. Again, use the skills that you have to produce what you have. If your organization is good at drawings, paintings, can you start from there? Can you do good paintings and auction? In these rooms, there are people with money. Dr. Stephen has money. He will definitely buy that. Okay, Lo. Then next, you have to leverage your strategic partnership to focus on the skills and experiences that you have. Go for strategic partnership with the private sector sectors that are there. We've been talking about brand visibility. Make sure your brand is something that you can also buy yourself. Is your brand sellable? Can you sell your brand at any level? What is that brand? In the morning, Loam talked about you are a brand yourself. Can you brand yourself? If you're selling wig, dreads, when you look at my dreads, can you buy my dreads? This is money. Can you buy? Have I kept it neat? Can you guys, women, can you buy this dread? So this is something you should look at. When you go to innovation and digitalization, is your organization trending? In the morning, we talk about this right now. Am I trending right now as I'm talking? Who are the people who know me out there, who know that I'm here in Arua? Value investment. We often look at saving our monies in the banks. Ask the banks, how can they add value to your savings? Ask them that question. Sometimes you have millions of shillings in the bank just lying. There's something called a unit trust. Can you go? Can you get, good interest from that saving? Can you save some money in unit trust? Can you do something with the money that you have? They said you can also do a joint research with the bank and proposal writing. Usually when a banking institution like Centenary Bank recommends you to a donor, you definitely get that funding. You can do joint activities. We are very quick when banks give us that small package from the CRS and they never attend our activities. Can we hold the banks accountable and have them participate in our activities just for branding? That, Centenary, KCB Bank, whatever it is, are partners and actually participating in our activities. There are several opportunities at the bank that I don't want to leave this podium without saying. There's a GROW project. How many of you here know the GROW project that you as a woman or your wives can actually benefit from? If you have a wife, can your wife benefit from the GROW project? Do you even know it? And we are civil society, and this is a government-funded project through the World Bank and, government of Uganda through the Private Sector Foundation. I am one of the beneficiaries There is the ABI for farmers. Let your groups that you're working with benefit from this. There's the Youth Venture Fund. There is the SMC Business Recovery Fund set by government after COVID-19, which I did not know about. And then also, banks like Centenary do support SACCO funding, which you can also benefit from. As I'm getting down, they told me to remind you what Dr. Joyce said: growth and comfort do not coexist. Thank you.
Growth and comfort do not coexist. Those who are keen in the morning when Pax Sakari of rice, the ED of rice, he said you must sacrifice, you must learn to have self-denial for you to attain certain levels in this journey as CSOs. And we cannot fail to talk about corporate financing that Centenary Bank is here to offer. Those who are willing, kindly, Birunji is here. Don't leave this venue. By tomorrow, don't leave without having a chat with her. I saw the bank manager here. I don't know if he's still around. The bank manager of Centenary came here. I think he has stepped out. We want to appreciate you for coming in here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to Tim White. Can we have Tim White come to present in the next 3 minutes? And we'll finalize with Tim Blue. Is that White? Yes, White. Can we clap for this gentleman as he walks over here? It's not easy to present after a powerful lady like that, so we appreciate you. Thank you. Over to you.
White just to say hello to. Okay, sorry. Thank you, members. I want to report to you, the rest of the members, that our presenter was so powerful that all her leaflets, the small number, everybody wanted her number. So it was so nice. And I've entered in it. I don't know if I'll do to that level. Don't ask my number, you'll ask her number. Our theme was establishing and managing social enterprise. And this was the experience of the lady in Lira. So this is a local NGO which is registered in Lira, and its focus is in root causes affecting children. That is the major thing they focus on, especially children whose parents are not known. They do that one. And this started, when they started the organization, realized that in their side, there were no funds, and they started thinking, what should we do so that we can manage to sustain the organization we have started? So in 2021, she started building on an idea that started during COVID. According to her, she bought a tamarind juice from a certain lady and started asking the process, how did you do it? And they built on this. So in 2021, she stepped the idea up and started making this juice. As we talk now, the business is running as a hybrid, and in the hybrid, there is value addition to tamarind, there is value addition to mango, and there is the value addition to biodegradable materials. And all this is contributing to resources in the organization. So how did they do this? They had to integrate the business idea into their strategy. So they reviewed their strategy and identified the societal problems that this component of the business will address. And one of the things they looked at key was the increasing cases of non-communicable diseases, the seasonality of some of these fruits, because we talk about mangoes, we're talking about tamarind. These are all seasonal. They are looking at how do we make it sustainable. And so in the process of doing the review of the strategy, they had a change in the organization structure. The ED sits up there, and then they open the branch of the business, which is to produce the products that are under this. Then the program and the NGO goes here. And to achieve the success, they had to, I thought I'm tall enough. Okay. So for them to achieve the success in these ideas, they had to conduct the people they thought could advise them very well. And because of this, they received training in product improvement. And this is to meet the standards. You cannot just start making your products and you say people should drink. If everybody dies, this will be a problem. And so they had to consult the people who can do the advisory, and they were trained. And then they registered. Then that branch of the business, which according to her, when you go to the URSB portal, you want to register a social enterprise company, it gives you the option direct. It is an organization that goes with shares. And so they registered it. As the ED, she took the bigger share of 60%, and there's a reason for it you will get from her. And then the organization picked the 40%. And because of managing issues of taxation, the organization has two teams, one for the non-profit and then the other one for managing the social enterprise. And the German embassy and CIV funds came and they supported them with some funds for resilience. And immediately the ED said, I cannot use this money for another thing. So went and bought a land for sustainability. And then bought production equipment to support the production of this product. And so the juice, which we are talking about now, is going to be certified by UNBS very soon, before the end of the year. So this is the one thing they are doing. But as we talk now, they are trading in 8 countries, even before the certification. I don't know when certified, I'm sure the market will be too much. And before the certification still, the sales have grown, as we talk now, to 8 million. This is as of October. And so the growth is too rapid. A few challenges that they encountered is this entity coming into another one. The thing was too bulky that it only took passion. If you are not passionate, this will not be successful. And they are still trying to develop QuickBooks that will help them to track the process very well, and so many other challenges. What lessons did we learn as a group in this? The first lesson we learned is that the fact is funding from NGOs is reducing. So should we wait? This question, you will answer it. And social enterprise is not new. Even we are thinking that the people who are bringing for us the donations also do these things, then they bring to us. Can we also think and do it? Building on the achievements opened more ways. When they used the other one, which came there very well, she reported to us that as we talk now, the business capacity is of about 100 million, meaning growth from small enterprise to medium enterprise. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate that group? Thank you, Group 2. We are now moving to the last group, that is Group 1. Team White. That is Team White. I love white. That's just the reason, please. Blue. Team Blue is coming. Yes, thank you. Can we clap for her as she comes? Team Blue. And we can see the way she's walking. We can't wait to hear what she has to tell us this evening.
Good evening, my people. Team Blue, any weapon formed against us shall not prosper. Thank you so much. You can see, I don't know the English word. I'm delighted to be here. Judith, we had a presentation from Seford, a very powerful one, that Seford started in year 2000. 2 programs receiving returnees from South Sudan and Congo. And this staff eventually formed this organization. Have you heard of that? Mm-hmm. So, and we are happy that Jean is now 15 years in seat from 2009 as ED of Seford, an organization that has grown so much. Of course, we may have the funding, we may have the buildings, but if we do not have a good leadership, then we are going nowhere. This is Howard, and she told us that we should not run faster than the ball. Managing leadership transition for institutional sustainability. What did we learn from Seford? That the cat and mouse relationship between the board and management can lead to loss of funding, high staff turnover, and eventually an organization collapses. We are here in this house to witness this. She talked of eventually forming a very good board of directors who were linked to their thematic areas. Education, health, they needed the people coming from that area to give good advice. They formed the Seford Council, blah, blah. A lot of things came in. However, to have good leadership, can we sing the values? There's what? Transparency. Where is the team? I need the chorus answers. Transparency, there's accountability, there's integrity, honesty. When all these fall in place, the donors will look for you. Seford now has over 10 donors, and staff increased, their programs increased to cover many areas, and even up to reaching the lives of 300 staff. And how many people are those staff serving? This is wonderful. So we have learned that. Are we in these values? For me, no. Yes, I cannot say I'm perfect now, but it's a learning process, and we are going to reach there. And then for you to grow, that must be in place. What is it that you should have? Institutional development. She said they started forming systems. You must have the board, not a dormant board, not relatives and friends, boards that can move the organization forward. We must have leaders who are ready to mentor, not to keep everything for themselves. And when you mentor more people as they exit, the others will still remain to run the organization. And they have that leadership transition, and they have a plan that at least out of 6, 7 board members, when they're exiting, they cannot go at once. They should be living in phases so that when they replace the other one, there are those who remain as mentors to push the others forward. Strategic plans. Not only done by the EDs, the bosses who have read a lot of books. It must be participatory. Involve all the departments, if it is finance, HR, everywhere, so that they are aware of what the organization is going through. Kindly do not underestimate the powers of your workers. As we heard from Doctor, the gate man became the person who is doing the sales. For them, so long as somebody has a capacity to move on as they develop their staff, an assistant, a community assistant can become a project manager and keeps learning the organization, and that's where somehow they are able to retain the staff. What are we looking at? So we have said of a functional governance structures that are needed, leadership succession plans are needed, and then the process of replacing leaders should be gradual. Not that you wake up in a day and find all the people have left the organization. And the funny thing is, somewhere somebody said the donors even will identify your good people you have capacity built and snatch them from you. Is there any donor guilty inside here, or an international organization has been supervising you, has funded you, and finds that project officer is sharp, but it's good development. That person has to go for more challenges and will come back and support. I think the important issue here is continuous professional development. We need to mentor these people as we move on. We should be able to delegate to our staff. We should be able to share what we have. Do we keep the policies in the cupboard for the ED to watch when the donors come and give them? Or do we give these policies to the staff to understand the systems of the organization? Performance appraisal. It's not for fault finding. It should be for getting gaps and strengths. And we know that when somebody has gaps, we are able to fill them. And you'll have a focused capacity building strategy. And those who have the strength, you can also use them to mentor. I think when we have more fishers of men, then we will be better. I think, okay, thank you. I still have a lot of time. She said I can talk up to 6. Yeah. So she said in all this process of working, we should not forget our work. If we want to be good leaders, we should see up to our local government, up to our sub-county, up to even our community members we work with. They should be in line to understand what we are doing. And very well that we will be able to remain in place and document everything. If there are reports, they must be open. If there are audits, note that the other one for GIZ funding, since they are strict, put it outside, let it be clear. But the one from Rice, I think we can manipulate it, not like that. Every documentation has to be clear and open. Our reports, they should be there so that the staff understand. If we are going to keep everything under lock and key, we move with the keys, then we will not sustain any institution, will not be able to. At least when Judith is missing, Dr. Okello, the assistant, should be able, should be able to find what to give to the people when Judith is not there. You see, now I'm becoming a commissioner by God's grace. So there are a lot of issues that came up. And can we be friends as we work with the people we serve? You never know tomorrow. And today, yes, some people are stepping on my toes, and tomorrow I'll be the MP for Moyo, and you will say, she's now there. So let's work as friends. Let's build as partners. Collaboration is very important. Someone said in the morning, thank the donors. And work with the donors, expose your staff to even the districts. Have team leads at the district level. Not that Judith is the ED, has to move in 5 districts. No. Have people to represent you so that they're able to learn what is going on. They will give you. And you learn nicely. When we mentor more people, our work becomes lighter. We really had a lot to learn. And this will lead us to have strengthened systems. I like it when there are more, but I don't want to say them. I like it when she said, focus on women becoming leaders. Develop the capacity of women, because we know culturally that women have been in the kitchen. Can you also make us? We are nice EDs, you can see from Jean. And I'm here an example to show to you that together we can work. We can't do without you, you cannot do without us. For God and my country. Manjora.
Can we clap for Madame Judith? She deserved a standing ovation, but let's leave it at that. She deserved a standing ovation, but let's leave it at that. We shall appreciate her during the networking period. She reminded me I worked for an organization where I was fired on a WhatsApp call. And I remember the ED, the finance was the ED's sister, the procurement was the ED's cousin brother, and the M&E was a son. So when you disagree, the next thing is you are fired. So when I disagreed on a WhatsApp call when we were brainstorming, I was immediately fired. And up to this day, I don't have anything formal. And that's how many of the other colleagues were fired. That's just, so the message here is that for you to thrive in this sector, you must have a functional governance structures. I remember the board members we had then were so not empowered that when they bring them, they feed them a lot of food, they give them allowance, and when they have nothing more to say after that. So if we continue to operate like that, I believe that we may not go far. We have a lot that we've learned from Seford, from Sewoka, and from Centenary Bank, and that has brought us to the end of our breakout session for today. I want to thank you so much for your patience and endurance. And before we close completely for this day, allow me to invite my co-moderator, Bernard, to come and conclude with announcements and whatever we have for tomorrow. Have a very blessed evening, and nobody should leave the venue. We still have more programs coming after here. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Consulate. Please just turn to your neighbor and say, it's possible. So what is possible? Members, thank you very much. It has been a long day. And in the morning and at some point, Consulate emphasized that we have a networking activity. And we also said we have barbecue. So be sure that no weapon formed against our barbecue will prosper. Don't forget we have a marketplace. Just right outside here. Please go and buy something and take home. These are initiatives that have been supported by us, and it is also part of the Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda initiative. So it is us. So please let's support. I got a sheet here. That's group photo. It says group photo. Just group photo. So I don't know where group photo now, group photo tomorrow. But we have group photo in the program, and this will be tomorrow. So this sheet here is for tomorrow. So we'll have the group photo tomorrow, and tomorrow is the final day. Normally, the last day we take time to report. Please, we are supposed to be here at exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. Let's come early so that we also finish early and ensure that we stick to that. Now, for those of you who have not registered, please do register. If you have not yet signed the consent form, please sign the consent form. The networking activity is supposed to start at 6, and I think this is the right time to start the networking activity. Thank you so much, and we have come to the end of the second day. Let's meet at the networking place. It's just behind where the Asian restaurant is. And I think, which group was there? White. So where the team was is where we will go. We also have coffee. Let's drink the coffee responsibly. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.